Futures higher here this morning as we head towards a pretty interesting Thursday morning setting up here. We are looking at reversal in energy right now. Oil prices back to the upside despite some comments from OPEC. Saudi Arabia is suggesting they're going to increase production and output going forward heading into the summer months. Otherwise, though, we are coming off a bit of a choppy session yesterday. All three indexes in negative territory when all was said and done yesterday. The Dow, the NASDAQ, and the S&P. NASDAQ looking to avoid, doesn't look like it's going to happen, but looking to avoid 8 of 9 negative weeks out of the past 9 weeks. It's been a pretty rough ride as we've been talking about. Travel stocks were benefiting initially this morning from a 2.5% decline in oil prices, but that has since changed. We'll talk about some of the travel names coming up. We got initial jobless claims in line with expectations after the ADP number at 8:15 was a huge miss, 128,000 versus 300,000 expected on the private payrolls. We'll get non-farm payrolls tomorrow morning at this time. So make sure you're with us tomorrow. GME on watch off earnings. UiPath, Kathy Wood name on watch off of earnings. C3AI on watch. Huge move down off of earnings. Lots to talk about this morning. It's Thursday, June 2nd, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at some positive numbers right now, actually getting better as we speak for markets overall. 0.5% for the NASDAQ, trying to lead the way here back to the upside. 0.3 for both the S&P and the Dow. Again, coming off another negative day yesterday. We'll look to avoid. It's going to be tough, but we'll look to avoid 8 of 9 negative weeks for some of these U.S. stocks. Yeah, there's crude oil now 0.7. It was 2.5% a couple moments ago. Huge reversal there for crude futures back to the upside. Bitcoin, Ethereum positive to kick off what is going to be a pretty interesting morning. Had a look at Workhorse there. USPS saying they're going to boost, add more electric vehicle purchases on the delivery front. Good morning, guys. Looking pretty good here to start overall ahead of non-farm payrolls tomorrow. Again, that ADP number, though, big miss.
Yeah, big miss on that number. But the move in oil futures, that's the kind of the story. Well, I mean, there's lots of stories this morning. We'll get to all of it. But wow, $3 to the upside after they releasing more than expected. You also had the Saudis coming through. Saying they're likely to increase production as well. And instead, it's like a hold my beer moment, and we get a bounce into the upside after initially pushing down. So it looks like another day of volatility in energy names, which should be exciting. We like trading them. So, you know, the small cap ones tend to move pretty well, and we've been trading those well. I'm looking at Oxy, although the correlation between some of the equities, the bigger name equities like your Oxys and your Chevrons to crude oil futures has not really been as tight. It is worth watching for those smaller caps where you have, when you get a big move up, you are seeing some of those squeeze because they have that low float. But yeah, I almost said Wednesday, but it is Tuesday for us. It's our Thursday for us here. Yeah. But it's also election day. We get to vote on our provincial election today, which means my kid gets a day off school.
How is that even possible?
It just is, man. It's a PD day. You know what it was?
Ours is tomorrow. Why is it on Thursday? Are
they
you
moved,
even sure about that?
It is. It was the PD day is like a professional development day. What they call it here. You guys don't know.
But why on Ontario? Why on a Thursday?
It was on the Friday, and then when the election got called, they moved it to the Thursday. Apparently. I don't know. Either way, it's like provincial election for you in the States. It's like a state election.
Very strange.
So it's like, yeah, whatever. You guys would elect a governor. We'd elect a premier today.
It's already a wrap. It's a conservative premiership today.
They're going to win.
Again, so congratulations to Doug Ford.
All votes count, though, right?
I will be, I will be voting later on as well and doing my civic duty to do that. And it's at the voting is at my kid's school, which is open today. The Toronto School Board is open today because there's no point in it being closed. But I assume she's going to school tomorrow, and my kids aren't. So there you go. Toronto doing it right, giving the long weekend to the students as if they deserve that. But yeah, that's good. But okay, good. So that's great. So hopefully she'll enjoy her day at home. Yeah, oil's going to be interesting. I mean, that should be on the docket for provincial elections and topics like that, but it's not. I haven't heard anything about what some of the issues are, honestly. I feel like this has been very muted ever since COVID and some of this stuff. Like, I didn't even see any debates even being advertised or anything.
I caught one.
Yeah, I don't know. But okay, Chewy, big move today. We have Facebook off that 185 Sheryl Sandberg bottom. I want to play that long. I think that's going to be really interesting. And we tweeted out a couple videos yesterday. That was pretty fun. Watching Facebook trade out yesterday. There's the bottom here of 185. So I just want to see that one more time here. I think we can get it down, especially. Well, I mean, the NASDAQ right now is up. So if the NASDAQ can turn ugly here, which I don't think it does, but, you get this area that I really want to be trading this name at. I mean, obviously, we bounced around this 188, 187 here, off that, but it's a big move to the downside. You can see Facebook well recovered. They already have the replacement in there, Javier or something. He should be good to go, and we'll just see. Sheryl Sandberg apparently wants to run for president one day and all this kind of stuff. So we knew this was coming. She's been a champion for females in the IT space and everything like that. And it's just been, congratulations to her. She's out of there now. I just wonder if it means that, like, I don't know, maybe it's sitting more in the middle here. I wonder if that means more that she's a little more concerned about the metaverse, things like that. I don't know, but yeah, it's been a good run for her. Facebook will recover from this. I still think Facebook is a crazy buy here, but we're gonna have to wait to see what happens. But nice little move down. I think we buy this name, in between 187 and 185. So let's see if that can come through. I do have some bids, not yet, but the ideas are to get some bids out right now, around this 187, and then see what happens at 185. So I think we're here to dance with Facebook today, and I think it's going to be a good day overall. I believe the market stays positive, and we'll get June again, the second day, kicked off on the right foot.
Yeah, I was reading this morning on that Javier Olivan. He's also been with the company for more than 14 years for him. So stepping into that COO role for Meta. Remember, June 9th, they will start trading under the META symbol. Let's get into a few things that are happening this morning. I mean, most importantly, Sean, you held up the troll there to start things off. Toronto Blue Jays back in second place in the East this morning, jumping back over the Tampa Bay Rays with another win last night.
Should be first. If the Jays were hitting, they'd be the best team in the league. It's just
ifs and buts.
Yeah, exactly. Ifs and buts are candy nuts, but they're a young team, and we'll see what happens with them. And I'm a huge fan either way, right? I'll be there this weekend. Always going to be cheering on the boys. But it's one of those, like, you're thinking about like the postseason right now for the other sports, and until that's over, baseball takes a little bit of a back seat to some of the other sports. And realistically, I'm excited for that NBA final. We'll see what happens.
What do you have in that NBA final?
I mean, I just don't see Golden State losing it, but I have to admit, like, I've become more and more of a Jason Tatum fan. The more you actually watch the kid, he's an incredible talent. I think they get locked up a little bit.
So you think it goes 7, or what do you think?
No, I think it goes more. I think it goes 6. I don't know if it's going to 7. Probably more realistically 5, but I hope it goes
Warriors
6 or 7.
at 5. Yeah, so the only thing I think the Warriors take it down as well, but the thing is the Celtics have won like so many road games, so that's the thing. That's why I think it could go 6 or 7 for sure on that one. I wouldn't be surprised if Celtics take game 1, to be honest with you. Okay, thanks for bringing up the sports there, Brendo. I think that's really fun, man. The Jays, yeah, it's great to go to the Rogers Center, obviously, whether or not you call it Rogers Center or you call it Sky Dome. From back when the Blue Jays won a World Series. And hopefully we can repeat that now. I mean, our pitching staff's pretty good. I heard Ryu got hurt, though, yesterday, so we'll see.
He's a problem.
We'll see how that goes. And look, it's hard not to like the Toronto Blue Jays when they're employing Toronto Tony. I mean,
right?
That's the thing. Like, that guy, not only do you get to see great baseball over there, but you get to have probably the best refreshment server, bartender. Are they bartenders? I got to ask him what the official thing is.
If you serve alcohol, are you not a bartender? Sort of.
But are you tending bar? I guess you are. I mean, reaching in the fridge, cracking a beer, and handing it to somebody. But he does do mixed drinks apparently as well. So bartender.
Ooh.
Let us know what you guys think that is. If you are I almost think it's like a concession. I don't have the right word. Not like a concession host.
That's
I don't know
food.
what Oh yeah, food I guess would be concession.
Bartender,
yeah, okay, let's go with bartender. I don't know what
get
you would
Tony
call
to make
that.
some Manhattans if he knows
sure.
mixed drinks.
That's what I'm wondering. Like, does he make
Tony.
mixed drinks? He said he could overpour some Caesars. I don't know
Don't ask him.
what that means. So maybe he does that. But anyways, I don't know what people think. bar back? No, he's not. He's definitely not a bar back, I don't think, but maybe, I don't know. Okay, guys, let's go over to Brendan here, and we'll start talking a little bit of stock.
Yeah, let's get into a few things moving around here. Let's jump right into GameStop, why don't we? Because that was the biggest one on watch last night. Aftermarket last night, revenue beats, higher demand for video games, but there was a cautious note. If I expand this a little bit, I'll show you why. This is why. More online focus for GameStop means they're going up against Walmart and Amazon directly. So, I mean, when all is said and done, it's negative this morning, but basically flat.
Just redonkulous, like up, down, crazy aftermarket, people making their bets as usual, and you do have like that $20 range, only to come right back to 120. Hey, that's the number we were looking at yesterday, so we get to look at it again today. So they're going to, the NFT pivot thing, they didn't really say too much with regards to that. I know some people have flamed them over that, but let's not pretend too much that it's about the fundamentals here. A lot of the momentum has been based on the squeeze and based on, I guess, getting the buzzword, the NFTs out there. So we'll see what happens in that regard. I just think it's been this 120, and it looks like we're challenging it to the downside first look. So I don't want to be in it pre-market, not when there's basically zero volume. I mean, 28,000 shares isn't zero, but it's close enough to it post earnings that I want to see us trading either holding the bid above the open and take a long off of this, or just holding the offer below, and then I want to short off of that level. That was the plan last night. Nothing's really changed. If it had held the gap up at 130, the plan would have changed. If it had held the gap down at 115, then maybe the plan would change. But we're right back at that 120 level, so that's what I want to see shake out at the open.
Yeah, I just don't think there was any big like controversial moments or anything in their release. So it does rocket up there though when it first came out on reports, obviously, of their net sales 1.38 billion above the 1.32 billion. So. Every morning I got this like frog in my throat until it starts to get going here. But I did notice that the studio just got a lot more handsome here as we're getting ready for our morning guest coming through. But GameStop right now, look, 120 bottom, I don't know, 119. I mean, Neil just went over some of the levels. There's nothing super exciting in it. I am very, very disappointed, and as I'm sure a lot of you are, in just the 1% move either way. Plus you get the 28,000 shares. Like, I don't really understand why it's so low right now. On the volume side of things, I would have expected that there was some options and everything like that was, put on, and maybe the GameStop rally and all that kind of stuff is just not here right now. So we'll wait to see if Ape Nation can come and support GME. Let me just check in on AMC. I bet you it's even doing, like 400,000 shares for AMC. Like, not even earnings or anything like that. Obviously, I understand that's a $12 name versus 120, but AMC, another name that you could look at today. You got that bottom of 1250 again. I mean, that hit yesterday and held pretty good, 1250 before bouncing back to 1280, $13 or so. So, you have that level for AMC. I'm going to take a sip of water and throw it back over to Brendan.
All right, just talking with our friend Rahim Alani is here from OCI Groups as on schedule and as usual for Thursday morning. We'll talk a little bit about some mining names, guys. As per usual, we'll give you a few ideas in a space that kind of overlaps. Today we'll give you a few stocks that actually trade or primary listed in New York. We'll also talk about a little bit of Canadian content here. The mining sector obviously been in focus over the past 6 to 8 months, I guess, with a move in gold back up as markets have come off a little bit. There's the EV angle we can talk about. First of all, good to see you as always. Thanks for coming by once again. But you want to start things off with a little M&A discussion.
Yeah. So mining typically. You'll see a lot of M&A activity when price of gold starts to settle into ranges that are comfortable. And we saw a very big move on Tuesday. Goldfield and Yamana agreed to an acquisition. So Goldfield, you get 0.6 shares of Goldfields against the Yamana share. And if you look at the charts, you saw Goldfield dip significantly on the back of that, and Yamana move up significantly on the back of that. So you've got the number, call it number 7 miner and number 10 miner coming together to give you now the top fourth largest producer in the world. Goldfield was looking for additional reserves. And that was sort of the impetus of why they agreed to pick up Yamana. So you start to see M&A moves in the markets, how that peters down into other things, and whether this deal will actually go through to fruition, because the stocks did move significantly. You're going to have additional exploration assets that Goldfield was looking for get picked up in the Yamana deal, which is nice. But there is a lot of synergies that are going to have to get created because you've got, a CEO, a CFO, an exploration team, some people that you may not necessarily need. So you got to see what synergies you can pick up. And the fact that Goldfield is based in South Africa, are they going to be spread too thin in terms of being able to take advantage of the Yamana opportunities and the Yamana projects here in North America?
From a market fundamental standpoint, this is something we've seen, across all sectors, not necessarily just in the mining side of things right now. Why is that? Why now, and why are we starting to see more in the mining side of things?
Again, like I said, when things start to solidify and people can look at a number and say, okay, I think we're comfortable at this price point, whether it's a barrel of oil, whether it's an ounce of gold. Again, gold's up a couple of percent this morning. About just under 1% this morning. So when people start to get comfortable with where gold is and where it's headed, despite or in spite of inflation or in terms of a war that's going on, whatever those things are, whenever you get to a level of comfort, then you start to say, okay, now it's time to go shopping, for lack of a better word. We saw this 15, 20 years ago, a lot more torque on the share prices that used to occur. Yeah. I think people are getting a little smarter and giving a smaller premium than they used to be offering, but I still think that's going to be there. And again, when people get comfortable around a price.
Yeah, typical for this market condition, I guess. You get share buybacks, you get M&A.
Yep.
Let's go on to a few of the bigger ones. Barrick Gold first. We'll talk about Kinross as well. But
and again, these are just names just to look at. People may not be familiar with all of the mining companies that are out there. Obviously, Barrick's the biggest one in Canada. Top 2, top 3 in the world. So it's just a name to have on your radar. If you view the price of gold, this definitely is a name that follows the price of gold. If you look at the two charts, they typically correlate. So if you're a believer in gold and you don't want to go out and buy the fundamental bullion itself, looking at the equities market, Barrick is one that follows pretty tightly to that, and it is obviously one of the bigger names in Canada. And you may want to again look around to see, when you sort of peek back, like in a horse race, and using horse racing analogies, you look back and the guy stalking you is gone from number 7 to number 4. Maybe you start to look at shopping, and are you going to do some M&A work yourself? So Barrick's probably, my guess would be Barrick's always on the lookout for assets because that's sort of what they have to do to maintain their position. But it would follow closely with the price of gold.
And then Kinross, similar story here, obviously going to move a little bit with the actual price of the metal.
Yeah, and again, that one's just sort of on the smaller side on the snack bracket. If you're looking at a Barrick, Kinross is quarter the size of Barrick, quarter the price. Following closely, again, it is one of our larger ones here in Canada, top 10, top 12 in the world, but we'll follow closely with the price of gold.
All right, on the financing side of things then, in this realm, I guess, what do investors need to know in these conditions specifically when it comes to these names and how they kind of interact with the overall sentiment in the sector?
Right, so one of the things companies will go out to do is to make acquisitions. Or divest assets or pick up assets. So if you look at Kinross, again, in the last 2 months, they sold off a piece of their Ghanaian assets and sold off their Russian assets. And they'll generate somewhere around $900 million in cash and stock over the next 2 years in the disposition of those assets. So maybe you're going to look at someone that's going to look to divest of assets and how that's going to affect their balance sheet and what they're going to do with that cash. Other companies are going to say, okay, my stock price is pretty steady in here. And then they're going to announce a financing. And then you can look at that trade opportunity around where the stock is and where the financing numbers are. So
talk to us about York, YORK, which is listed here on the Venture Exchange in Toronto.
Right, so that was just one where we're talking about financings. They just announced a financing the other day. That stock price moved into the $20, $30 range from a low of probably about 60s or 50s. It's settled in around 90s, went into $1, went up to about $20.30. They're based on the East Coast. They announced the financing just the other day at $1. So again, you want to look at that. Now people that, they announced a $6.6 million financing, potentially topping that up, who knows. But with that price being there, will the stock price move up around where the financing took place or not? It might be a trade opportunity. Typically those shares, people that are coming in and buying those shares are going to be a 4-month hold on those shares. So you'll see what may trigger after the financing takes place.
And then some of the more exciting or bigger moves in the space can come from the little teeny tiny ones. So it's always good to kind of have an idea what's happening with the very, very small capped market cap stocks. And you brought ELEM and SEK, both of these. So ELEM, SEK, the tickers, guys, on the Canadian Securities Exchange.
Yeah, and those ones are just, again, if you're looking at, we talk about the Barracks of the world, and they correlate to the price of gold. If you want to look at ones that are much smaller, small market cap, the ones that you can, put some money into and just see how they trade or see how they move. Element has seen their stock price go in from like the 50, 60 range, north of $1, $1.10, $1.20, somewhere around 70 cents, I believe, right now. So if you want to look at something you might want to put some money into, believe that the price of gold will move and how that trickles down into the smaller names, because the smaller names could end up being targets. They could end up being companies that look to pick up additional assets. You want someone that's got some North American assets. They're looking in Peru as well. They had some research coverage come out the other day. So again, that's a smaller name on the Element. And SEK, same thing on the financing side. They had some warrants that expired. The stock price had gone from about 4.5 cents up to the 15, 16 range, back down to 5. Warrants expired last Friday, I believe, at 5 cents. So maybe there's a trade on that. So just names to keep an eye out on the smaller side.
Yeah, it's always exciting to have an idea, as I said, on the smaller side of things as well. More to come on the macro side of things as well, as far as inflation, interest rate increases, the safe haven investment, if you want to call it that, always a good plan or a good idea to have in your back pocket. Rahim Alani, Managing Director of OCI Groups here in Toronto. Appreciate the time as always.
Anytime.
The gold group, guys, never a dull moment.
No, certainly not. And obviously in a higher interest rate environment and with the Fed actions, I guess we're talking about here, because you have the runoff and balance sheet reduction. People are going to start thinking about like where to put their money. Some of the traditional, I guess, inflation hedge into some of the metals, materials has been not as fantastic as previously, but you want to have some of these, sort of on your radar, especially when you might want to express the trade here and then. You'll hear us talk about it when you have a Fed interest rate number, and we'll talk about GDX or something like that. And you might be thinking about, okay, well, what else is there? Maybe you're trading in Toronto and you want to look at a Kinross or whatever it might be. We tend to always want to have those in our back pocket. You set up a watch list, or in my case, I always have a quote board for each of the different sectors so that I know where I'm going when you want to express those trades. But certainly we always appreciate Rahim coming in, giving us some ideas, and not just the U.S. markets. We're here located in Canada, so the Toronto market's important to us, and there's lots of opportunities there as well.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Bitcoin all the time. Gold, obviously, in play as well. I mean, you got to keep looking at that kind of stuff. So GLD, for you guys, if you want to trade, the staple there on the Amex, GLD would be the name to look at. I just got into Chewy right now. We are going to go over, obviously, some stock names here. We are now short that. We put it on the sticky note that we wanted it to get through. You guys can find the sticky note at Trader TV Sean, both on Instagram now and on Twitter. So both of those are up right here, and this is what we're talking about. It's the number one name. I liked it if it broke through 29. Remember, there's a 24% short interest on this, so I wouldn't be surprised if it does pop back up. We saw this happen to Gap the other day as well, but Gap a little different name than Chewy, so we'll see. Base of 27.50. If it broke, we'll take the short. So that broke while Rahim was on, and I didn't even have the short out, so I just punched in. So we have 32 short right now on Chewy. I like it. It's at 27.50s right there. Was the shelf. It's broken down. So now let's see what happens here with Chewy. But we are very, very aware of this 29 top. So if it does happen to take that out, we will be out of this short. But I like it into that number. We'll just see. I mean, it's a big move up. They've been getting killed. The report wasn't fantastic, so I'm going to try to lean on the short here and just see if it gives a little bit of this back. So right now, we're just in one position. It's Chewy, it's short, and my expectations for this, if we can get this down to $26 or so, and we'll take about $1.50 on it, I think that would be great if we can get that, but let's not get too greedy, as there is that short interest here that could pop the stock, Brendo.
Yeah, lots to talk about on the earnings front, guys. Typical for an earnings type of day. anything that reported, it's on the watch list, anything that reported there's going to be multiple moves from analysts in either direction. In this case today, when it comes to C3 AI, when it comes to UiPath, most of them to the downside. I want to mention DoorDash on here today. There was multiple negative notes on DoorDash specifically, talking about the reopen type of idea once again. There it is, C3 AI. This is HPE. Remember, we got HPQ last week. NetApp on here as well to the downside. There's Chewy. Twitter, I mean, not really doing anything. Piper Sandler with a positive note, and WWE as well, guys.
All right.
Did he say WWE?
What? It's on there?
It got the upgrade, baby.
I was just talking about that yesterday.
Wolf Research in the house.
Wolf
with the
Research knows what's good, man.
WWE. Of course they did it. You know what? Not even that bad.
We had the Shane O'Mac on yesterday. I was talking all about it. I was
What are the
talking about.
odds?
I mean, I think the odds are pretty good, man. I mean, these guys are obviously watching Trader TV Live, and they come out and they're like, you know what? That really handsome dude in the blue shirt today, was talking about WWE. Let's have a quick look at this. And a whopping 56 share volume today is quite impressive. And we're going to see here. Oops, that's still Chewy charts.
Two prints though.
Yeah, I believe WWE. And again, I don't know what's up with that upgrade, but if you look at this, it's a nice little move here in WWE stock, which is funny. I haven't even looked at it until just right now, but nice little move from that bottom 55, 56. They recently, and I only know this because I saw it the other day on SmackDown. I think it was about a year or two ago, they moved over to Fox on one of their
really?
Friday night programming, so that's probably made a little bit of a difference. They do have that WWE On Demand and whatnot, but I can't talk too much about it because I don't know anything about it, so we will move off of that right now. But WWE on the watch list, on the upgrades and downgrades. I don't believe it made our watch list, but here we go. XOM, and you could see this is funny because guess what? Guess what season we're heading into right now, right? It's going to be the summertime trade. So no matter what we think about the markets and things like that, there's not going to be, there's going to be lots of interest. There's always stories. We saw Facebook come out of nowhere. We're wrapping up the earnings season. So look at this. This is probably I'm going to make a bold statement here. I'm going to say since inception of the show, honestly, I've never seen a market on open and balance locator look this pathetic, to be honest with you.
That's about as small as you get.
Not just that. There's no names on here. I mean, Chewy off earnings 60,000 right here. Bank of America, XOM. These are always on every day, and you see 500,000 and still doesn't do anything to the stock, right? Dino, MGY, Rig, these are small companies, a $4 company with 120,000. So I'm not expecting fireworks here off the open for sure. We'll wait to see if the NASDAQ can come out. That's at 925, and we're still 33 minutes away from the open, right? So there's still lots of time to go, but wow, very, very disappointing there on the earning imbalance. Okay, but what's not disappointing right now is CHWY as Chewy coming back down to the downside here, and you can see we're short. We're already in the money 30 cents on this Chewy trade. So here, we could ring the register. I think about on a piece of this. We are a little bit nervous. I mean, we're not nervous, but it's just, remember, we have that short interest. So if we could take a piece out here at 27 early, probably worth it. It just ticked down to low as 95s there, 94s on EdgeX. So yeah, it looks like we're going to, there's another couple V prints there. So some movements down through 27 right now. Let's see if we can get this and start the day off right now with a nice little win for us. We'll fire off, we'll just hit a shot here because we talked about basketball tonight. So we'll hit it, but it doesn't matter until you get out. So let's take a piece out right now and then see what happens with Chewy here. We got to reward ourselves to be right. This could blow up right now like it's doing. So let's get some out on Chewy. Nice little take there at 27.
A quick look at this PDSB here. These guys got an FDA fast track for cancer treatment, up 20%. It's moving right now. It just had a pretty big volume spike. So it's a strong mover. Just have a quick look at the higher time framing. The daily chart's going to show you getting off the bottom, but nowhere close to that bottom channel that it just traded in, 475 up to this 550 area. So I'd expect there to be some resistance on that stock if it gets there. A lot of times when you're catching this type of a breakout in a small cap, you're above these types of levels and breaking away from them into previous we call them bag holder areas, but in this particular case, you have yet to even get there. So watch out for that 480. It's a wide channel, but there's probably a lot of shares that will be executed if it gets into that band, and it might get choppy up there.
Right, they said this was going to come at 9 o'clock, but it looks like it's a little early here for Ford. Ford on a bit of a move to the downside here. So they announced an additional $2 billion in investment in Michigan, which will create 3,200 jobs. So they called it I can't remember the actual term, economic update or something to that effect, but looks like that's it, guys. So $2 billion going into Michigan, and then 3,200 jobs to come from that. For Ford, but back to the downside here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's on my watch list here, but I don't know.
That sort of feels like maybe the reason why you got that downtick is some people bought it up in the pre-market, sort of anticipating that you might have gotten bigger news, and then that ends up being not that gigantic, and so therefore it just sells off on light volume. It feels like a little bit of a nothing. It's not a nothing burger. I just want to say that when you have it, hey, we're making an announcement at 9 o'clock. In this environment, in that stock, you might think something a little more exciting. And the last couple of days, truly, like Ford has been it's heading sideways in a decent way because it's at the top end of this range here and it has a chance to break out. But it really needs to clear 14. It's so similar to the Neo chart I keep looking at, and it's like it's 18 is 14. Here, and it just has to get above that price. Otherwise, maybe you can buy dips in front of support, but until you get through resistance, you're sort of banging your head against the ceiling at $14.
Yeah, we have it. I mean, again, on the sticky note, it's 14. It's all about the $14 break there. You got to get it. It's going to be a daily breakout. So hopefully that will hit for us today. But it doesn't look like Brendan said there, it doesn't look like that news is too interesting here. We're going to start the long rate now. So we're in this right now at 52. Let's just see if it can hold. I mean, there's 14. We'll see what happens off the open, right? I mean, there's Ford coming back in right now. You do have this bottom of 1340 was what we wanted to look at right now. So we are into Ford now at 1352. We just put that buy on. Where is it? Where's my minute chart? 1 minute, so you guys can see. There it is right there. Wow, we got a nice little print there. So we can get some out if we wanted to, but let's see where it goes from here. It doesn't look like the news was great, but we have that 1340 bottom as well. So we don't want to be like averaged into this one too far. We are only taking it because it was on interest, and it's not even here again. Like I thought maybe Ford might show up here, but no, nothing. So yeah, Chewy short, Ford long, they're the top two positions, while we have Facebook on here sandwiched in between these two. But those are the two names. We're long into Ford right now. Let's see if it can get back up near that $14 mark. It feels like there's not enough energy in that to get going, but we'll wait to see. Take a little bit out if it gets back to 60, guys.
There's a little bit more coming out here, guys, in the actual release, which I take did come at 9 o'clock. So 6,200 new UAW jobs in the Midwest, converting nearly 3,000 temporary. So that 3,000 was, it looks like temporary employees. But yeah, $2 billion going into EV and internal combustion products. So there we go for Ford. We'll keep an eye on moving to the downside right now. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's get a look at the overall market here, brought to you by the Small Exchange. So easy, guys, to get into futures trading with the Small Exchange. Sign up today. You can use the QR code on screen right now. Go to thesmallexchange.com. There's no PDT rule. There's less capital required. Check them out today. We thank the Small Exchange for bringing you the futures look once again with Neil.
Yes, sir. And some things haven't changed from yesterday in terms of where the ES levels are. Speaking to Arun this morning, and look, 42.10 is still your major resistance. You had.
Hold on a second. There's something happening right now. Like, what is happening with Microsoft right now? By the way, the market is tanking here. I'm just gonna start to cancel. I don't mean to interrupt you, but look at this softy chart right here. It's just starting to tank down. It just went to 268 there from 275. Microsoft here on a 1 minute chart, all just gapped down to 267 right now. I don't know if there's anything hitting anywhere else. Is Facebook
it's guidance, guys. So they've revised their Q4 guidance. Revenue 51.94 to 52.74. So it might be a revision to the downside for Q4 guidance for Microsoft.
Okay, well, I'm now sort of glad that we're discussing this a little bit. That's a big move to the downside right here for Softy. So down, let's see where it goes. But it was just dancing around there, and I was like, wait a second, maybe something's happened to the NASDAQ. But it looks like it's coming right back up now to some of those levels that it was just at. So 273, 274 there for Softy. It's not even going down that much. But like when I started seeing these 265s printing, and I was like, that has to be a dark pool dump, right? But no, these actually,
legit.
I was watching it. That's why I was like, what? And now it's positive 1%. There has to be more here.
What is going on
Microsoft
with
revises
that?
guidance for revenues. It must be an upside guide there, Brendo. I don't know, but I feel like people
Why
are
did it
trying
just
to
take out the high?
deal. I mean, it's
That's a
$12. Come to our charts, man. It's $12 right now, up and down. Like that bottom was 65, and then just seconds later, it hit 76 on the upside. So sorry, $11 back and forth right there here on Ford. So no idea what's up there.
Oh my goodness! I just tried to grab a short at 74 when it put a wick top. This stock went from 65 to putting a wick top at 75. Yeah, I mean, this is going to drive the futures as well. Obviously, remember, Brendo.
So they're talking about unfavorable foreign exchange rate movement in the quarter through May. So, I mean, it would appear, I'm going to look up what their prior was, but so it looks like 51.94 billion to 52.74. Okay, so here we go. So it is downside, guys. It's 51.94 to 52.74 versus 52.4 to 53.2 prior. So it is a downside revision.
Yeah, definitely downside revision. I think it actually squeezed back to the upside. I know it doesn't make a lot of sense to call it a squeeze, but it's a liquidity vacuum. When it started getting back to the upside, there was just probably no offer, and it took out the high. But that's a clear top at 275 that I want to play off of now. You know, look, in this environment, you're not going to guide down and have it be a good thing. I don't think, anyways, at least in the short term. And yeah, look, Microsoft, Apple, you know how heavily weighted these are in the indexes. They are the big daddies that are going to move it. So it's interesting because we were just sort of talking, I was about to say the overhead resistance, but it's actually now going to matter a little bit more. The minor resistance that Arun had mentioned, 41.75, which is looking like it's going to be the more important level today if we even get to the upside. And then if you look at the downside here, yeah, the major support's at 40.25. I'm not saying we get there today, but if Softy sort of continues its downward trend, you can drag the averages down for sure. 40.25 is still going to be in play. I think that's your safest bet for, sort of your longs in front. When you're catching those bounces, you're looking for those dip buys. That's basically your major area. And then everything else is to the upside. 41.35 was a minor level. It looks a little bit more major now. Arun would have given these numbers before this happened, right? So he was thinking these upside levels at 75 and 42.10 would be bigger for resistance. All of a sudden, the minor level at 41.35 looks pretty significant now because it coincides with the tops from this morning, where clearly Microsoft has just shaken the entire market here with that guidance.
All right, good stuff. Let's jump into everything else you need to know this morning, heading towards the open. We'll obviously keep an eye on Microsoft here and have a look at how we can maybe take advantage of this. Forward with news on the watch list this morning. So much more good stuff on there. Make sure you grab the watch list this morning. Every single morning, in fact, absolutely free before we come on at 8:30. So Microsoft update our guidance for the quarter ending June 3rd due to unfavorable foreign exchange movement in the quarter. So yeah, it is not good for MSFT. All the trainees just coming back onto the floor. Have a look at Microsoft, guys.
Yeah.
Jump back into the watch list, guys. We'll have a look at GameStop here as well. I mean, you guys want to touch more on Microsoft before we get into GameStop?
I mean, it's only, I don't think it's, I mean, we're going to have to wait to see what's happening here because it's not, like it's only down 1.6%. I mean, it's not great. The revision there on the EPS, apparently, someone put it there in the chat. I don't know if this is what we have or not, but someone said it's 2.24 versus 2.32. So yeah, nice little move to the downside here for Microsoft. And when you look at it on a daily chart, I mean, it was starting to move back up. I mean, every single NASDAQ name was getting a huge bump. So that was nice for Microsoft. Not knowing exactly why they revised here, but, a good move there, back down in. You have this 260 level maybe to stare at, so that's something. But obviously the NASDAQ is reeling from this, so watch out below here. If Microsoft is reporting, I mean, again, I don't know, is it cloud? Like, what is the problem? And I think that's really what we need to know.
Remember what CRM said. CRM was the first to come out and say that, and you have international businesses that foreign exchange is going to weigh on your profits, right? Like, so U.S. dollar is super strong, you're making less money from your foreign clients, and it looks like they're saying they're getting some FX impact as well. And it was crazy because CRM was Salesforce was the first, Benioff was the first person I even heard talk about that, and I'm like, but lots of big companies should be feeling that effect. Why is nobody else lowering their guidance based on that. And then literally a day later, or a couple of days after, we're going to see, a day later actually, we're going to see Microsoft come out. And if that's the reason, and you think that the US dollar is going to come back a little bit, I mean, yeah, all of a sudden you have a way to be played here. Clearly they're taking an aggressive stance. I'm gonna fade it if I could, but there was no liquidity for that move. When it got up to when it got to the high, there was simply no liquidity. I tried to grab 74s and it was down at 72 after that wick high at 75. 250 is obviously a big level. I don't know that we see that. 262, pretty decent for Microsoft as well. But yeah, giving that same reason that Benioff gave for CRM in terms of their guidance.
It's the foreign exchange, not unfavorable foreign exchange conditions. So let's talk about GameStop. GME, not very exciting here compared to a few other things moving around, but need to look at it because, hey, they reported, and I mean, I guess it was in line with what was expected.
I don't know. I mean, honestly, I didn't even really look at the report, to be honest with you. I mean, I just came in and didn't see, even now, it's 40,000 share volume. I don't know, it's down 2% here, GameStop. I don't know what to think about this name. I thought it would be a little more active than this. I know that the option traders is really where people are playing this name. So for me, I'm going to wait to see where these options come through at, what happens once this market opens. I feel like, I mean, I don't know. I didn't look to see if there was more calls yesterday or more puts being bought or over the last week or two here. But GME, I would think this would be a disappointing report for both sides of the aisle here, as you get only a muted move coming through. So, you did have some consolidation down here at 110 over the last couple of days. And then on the upside, this 130 level looks pretty interesting. And of course, I say 110 and 130, and we're right at 120. So we're right in the middle. Not much happening at these levels. I mean, if you really thought about, something there, maybe 125, and then you do have a breakdown right now that it's maybe trying to do at 117. So again, higher sales, which was good, 1.38 billion versus 1.32, according to Refinitiv. $2 a share loss versus $1 per share a year earlier, so that's not great news. But hey, it's been tough to make money in this environment. We know that. I'm not sure what GameStop's plan for the future is, what they're going to do. I'm still surprised it's this high, to be honest with you, as a valuation. So I feel like there still has to be something underneath this, but for me, it doesn't seem to be much. I mean, they tried to get in the NFT game. They talked about crypto wallets, things like that. I don't know if that's enough to get this stock moving. So obviously with the Microsoft news, and I'm into Ford already. We've already taken some nice wins on Ford, and we're into Chewy as well. So I'm going to wait to see where GameStop moves from here. I don't know what side the options and those kind of players are on. So we'll wait to see if this can start to move. But you get a 117 break here, and I feel like that's going to, bring this maybe down even to 110. So, if there's not much here to spice up the report, it's only done 40,000 shares. So for me, that's going to be a little bit of a pass off open until we see some levels.
Yeah, the level I like is at 120 from yesterday. From last week, quite frankly, it broke out from that price, and we'll get a chance, it looks like, to trade off of it at the open. They didn't give the update on the NFTs, which I think was a bit of a disappointment. People wanted to see some direction as to where that's really headed and some updates there. So maybe that's why it's going to be muted, because initially there was a bounce to the upside. And it looked like maybe it was going to have a chance to sustain it, but forget about that. At this point, it looks like it's going to be southbound off 120, but I want to see it open up in the first 5 or 10 minutes. I'm not going to write anything off that has low volume when it has an earnings play, but it does mean I don't want to trade it in the pre-market.
All right, let's go to Chewy. Microsoft obviously changing the game here a little bit for us, but Chewy was one of the bright spots or positive notes early on this morning. It was up as much as 20% on a smaller loss than expected. Decent report for Chewy, which, had a huge move aftermarket as well, back to 16 here. But, I mean, with this overall market move, tough to be too positive.
We're into Chewy. I mean, the scary thing is here, I went to 27, didn't do anything.
Just come to me for a second.
It's off.
Chewy, realistically, it was actually a bit of a mixed report because, the guide wasn't that great. It's got the short interest, and I like either direction here. And I initially started long because it was trying to give that breakout, but below that 27.30 level, which was my stop out, it just turns into a different trade, which is the short side of the trade. Now, I don't want to be short in one of these I'm already short T3AI, which has a squeeze possibility, so I didn't want to be jumping into the short right away. But above 27.30, I think that's where your support's going to be, and it has a chance to break room to 30, room to 32. But it's just as much about the short interest as anything else at this point. And of course, like, I mean, C3AI was in the money 15 cents when the Microsoft thing happened, and now it's in the money 40 or 50 cents. And that's because of Microsoft. I don't care what anyone says. Like, it's like some of those shorts are like that, for especially C3I. These are going to start to look a little bit better if the market is heading downside after that revision. But Chewy has to be above 27.30 at the open to think about that long trade again, or maybe even breaking back out at that key 28 level with the same stop at 30.
And that sucks. Okay, I was just looking at Facebook there to see. I didn't get filled. It was down to 187, but I did cancel. Okay, Chewy. Yeah, first of all, I took a 62 there on Ford. We can talk about that when we get to Ford right now. But I'm worried about the 27% short float or 24%, whatever I wrote there on the sticky note. So that's a little bit of a concern for me with Chewy. So, again, it's a good report today. It's not fantastic. They've been beat down really badly recently. I mean, you can see the daily chart here. It's a nice bump back up for them, but I mean, it's just been straight to the downside. We've seen a lot of the tech names bounce over the last couple of days. This name did not. It can't get over 30 bucks. I don't expect that to happen today. But again, with the short float, that could bust through. Chewy there yesterday, it's not bad. I mean, billions of dollars you're talking about when you're looking at the revenue. So it's definitely, they're a popular company. Pets are hot right now, and they've been hot for a while. So I think that's going to continue for them. But it's just been a rough go for Chewy. So I don't know. They collect a lot of data. Like, I'm wondering if they can sell some of that somehow because maybe they made a deal with an insurance company as well. So I feel like there is some possibilities here. But again, I want to short it. It's up 15%. We have some key levels there. So that's what I'm looking at right now with Chewy. And what I wrote down, I'm just going to double check my own note here, that I wanted to get out. Yeah, I don't really have an out just unless it breaks through 29. So there was some, dip. Beautiful move up, dip down, base down here at 29. Then today we come in with a little bit of a lower low there. So we're going to wait to see. I do have a bid at 27 to get out of that one. So if that works, great. But Chewy right now on the downside. I like the short, but I don't want to put a lot of capital into this name. If it continues to go down, great. We do have, like what Neil was just talking about, some of the headwinds, or I guess tailwinds now with this market. Headwinds, I guess. Tailwinds pushing Microsoft down right now. And that's caused this NASDAQ to fall. So maybe we can get a little bit of sympathy on that. Chewy has nothing to do with technology, really. Although that statement's not completely true, but that's not going to fall with the NASDAQ. Let's see if we can get a 27 bid. And then I said, realistically, somewhere back around 25 looks like a pretty good idea here for Chewy. If it comes back in, maybe a 26 bottom could be into play as well. So hopefully it falls down. Again, we don't want to be in this one for a while, but we do want to be in it. So Chewy, we're short right now, and we are well aware of that bump. We got hit on gap on a short squeeze as well. So hopefully that doesn't happen here for Chewy. But if it does, it's not going to be a big hit. Let's see if we can get out some at 27 flat.
Stock FB here also getting a little bit of pressure here on this NASDAQ move. If you missed it yesterday, Sheryl Sandberg leaving after 14 years. They already have a replacement in place. Javier Olivan, who is, according to this note anyways, been with the company even longer than 14 years. So what do we do with FB Meta, guys?
Look, they had a plan in place. We talked about that live in the afternoon show, which is great. Like, you want to see that it wasn't something that came out of the blue, and that was reaffirmed there. And certainly the pivot that they're making, this appointment makes a little bit more sense in sort of in those terms. Look, the second the news happened, there was a liquidity vacuum. You could see it drop to the downside, and then you had the wick go down to 185. And it was just, when in doubt, zoom out. You quickly zoom out if you want to take advantage of moves like this, because you had a 185 previous top and a clean breakout from there last week. Would have been last week on Thursday. So that's about the only thing you could look for. If it 185 had broken, you're probably thinking, $3 down, you'd test 182. So that was a level. It bounced exactly off of it. Gave you push back into 190, which was previous support, and sometimes it's not that complicated. So those are the two levels to watch here today. 185, if we can bounce off that one, I like that place for the long, because we've seen when the liquidity vacuum comes in, the buyers stepped in at that price, and they liked it when we broke out of that range. 190 is going to be your resistance area, but probably $1 worth of a channel. And obviously the Microsoft changed things here. Like, I actually thought we were having a chance at a breakout through that 190.91 channel this morning, and you'd be thinking about getting to that upside. I'm now leaning towards only really liking buying on the dips if I'm going to be a buyer there, and actually having to think about, do I want to fade the 90 to 91 on Meta? But that's only because of what we just saw with Microsoft. I was really thinking initially that we'd have a chance at a breakout.
Yeah, I mean, you still have a great chance of a breakout. I'm waiting for 194. I still think that's the breakout level there to the upside. Look, the market's fine. I mean, the market is flat. I mean, so this is a Microsoft issue there. We talked about FX, or they talked about it, but again, that's just what it's going to be now. We'll see what Facebook's going to do. Facebook's positive today, right? So I'm a buyer of all of these dips. I feel like 187 needs to be bought, and then you'll see what happens at 185. We're going to be buying down here as well, and then 185 breaks, at that point, then you're like, okay, definitely looking at something down, much lower down here into the 180s, into 182, something like that. So there is some potential here for Facebook move down in one more time, because you do get that Microsoft bump, Microsoft tank, I guess, bumped to the downside. So we'll wait to see. Hopefully that does allow us to get long. I was here at 187.20. And so I went to got long, but on that Microsoft news, obviously I canceled it, not knowing what was going on. So we'll see if that can come into play right now. But Facebook, with a nice move down yesterday, I'm not too worried about it. We'll see where it goes from here. Facebook has its own problems. It's already been chopped in half. So let's see if it can hold this 185. I'm here to test it. I think it's going to be a good play. Let's just hope that it comes down. I mean, if it comes down, we can get long, and then we'll play off that. When we'll see the momentum. If it's just a free fall in the market, then yeah, we're not much we can do. So let's watch Facebook. I think it's the best name for a long potential here, bouncing off that 185. Why didn't it take it down yesterday? Why is it up today, right? So those are some of the questions that I have. So let's wait to see where it goes. And Ford is still a 10-cent winner right now, and Chewy is just doing nothing. So we'll have to wait to see what Chewy's going to do. I'm nervous about that one to the upside. Remember, we have that 29 break, guys.
Let's talk about Ford here. A little more information, anyways, coming out for this economic update, as they called it. 2022 May, there we go. 2022 May total U.S. vehicle sales down 4.5%, 154,000 still for Ford. That also followed this announcement, $3.7 billion going into 6,200 UAW jobs and expansion in Michigan. That came out at 9, but under pressure here for F.
Yeah, not too much under pressure. We're up 0.6% right now, but yeah, it is starting to dance around a little bit here to the downside. It made that move down off that announcement. I guess that announcement was relatively muted, to say the least. New jobs being offered there. I think it was 3,200. Talked about the Michigan plant. So look, for me, I'm here. We just took some out there at 63 or 64, 63, I guess. Nice out there. We're long at 50.52, so that's going to be a good run. We are waiting for, honestly, this $14 mark. So here on the daily chart, it's pretty clear, man, and there's been a lot of stock like this that we're looking to take out some of these bottoms. I think we could do it today even on Ford, but that vehicle sales number is not great, down 4.5% so far this year, so that's not great for 2022. We'll see where it goes, but yeah, right now it's a little bit of a struggle here for Ford to get to that $14. I feel like that's not what's going to happen here today for them, so a little nervous about Ford. We are going to be buying this until it takes down this 1340, at which point then we can get out. Again, I don't want to be long anything here if it's not going to work, because the NASDAQ is down. The S&P is about to go negative right now, still up 0.01 on the S&P. But, that news was, I guess, planned, well done over the last couple of days for Ford, getting from 12 basically to 14 yesterday. And then now we'll see if that can crack through that level. Doesn't look like it. But again, we are out now of 40% of this name now, because that June sales number was bad, and I don't like that number. So there it comes in. That was only 5 minutes ago, so a nice little bump up. We took some out at the 50 period. I'd love to get some more out here in the 70s. That's where my targets are. I have a 68 offer and then a 74 offer. So we'll see if we can get something out. And then honestly, I want to push the long if it does take out 14. So that's my call there, 14. Microsoft still, by the way, guys, still going to the downside right now.
I know.
It's not super ugly, but I mean, it's you know, this is now 2.5%. When we first started talking about it, I was like, it's not that bad. It was only down 1.6 or 1.4, whatever it was. But it's starting to accelerate a little bit here to the downside. So I still feel like I don't know enough about that. But the futures did turn negative there as Microsoft cuts its Q4 outlook. So that's also there, what's leaning on it. So just the FX reason, plus obviously that's affecting their Q4 outlook. So we'll wait to see their yuck. But Microsoft right here starting to go to the downside. That's been one of the names that's held the market up a little bit, considering that its high was 345 and we only were just at 275. So many names cut in half. Microsoft not even close to that. So I still feel like Microsoft is a great company. You still want to own it, but I think you got to let it settle down a little bit here today. We just got more Chewy shares on the short side as well. There, let me just see what price I just got exactly. Oh yeah, ahead of that 50. So we get that 49 and now it's pulled back in. I think we could take a little bit of profit now in case this name wants to get to the upside. But Chewy right now we're short at 40 and it's printing 25s.
Just on the EV names, I mean, obviously Ford, you went over it. It's those periphery levels at 14, at 13, 40. But Rivian here, I was looking at this one and then Microsoft happened, so it is what it is. But it just broke through 30 on that move into this channel here at about 29. This is one I wanted to watch. I look at this channel 30 to 29, and it looks like a gorgeous opportunity to maybe short in front of that 30 area. If you look at a bigger time frame, 31 is huge resistance if it were to really spike. I think there is a decent chance that, you know, that's where you'd almost want to load up, but now the lower level is what matters here. So any kind of spike into 30, I want to play this to the south side here. And the Ford news, you know, probably also going to weigh on the sector just a little bit here today, Brendo.
A couple other things, guys. Oil now positive on the day, just taking out day highs. So watch some energy names. A couple other interesting names that are on watch as well. UiPath reported they're up this morning. I just checked. Kathy Wood hasn't bought this stock since April was the last purchase. C3AI, all-time lows possibly today?
My note for this is if it doesn't break the low, and I'm not talking about the all-time, I mean the all-time lows is like 13, 30 something, but the current low pre-market here is about 14. And on any of these squeeze plays that get absolutely shellacked, I would say it's a short till it's not. And I made the mistake on gap of I didn't reverse out of it. Like I talked about that it was like 940 on gap or something, and if it broke that price, it was likely to possibly squeeze. And instead of just getting out and then going long, I got out and then didn't get back into the next short. So it got back into the next short instead of reversing into the long. And I think today on C3AI, when I see that same move, you know, I'm thinking to myself, okay, in the aftermarket, you had a 15, 30-ish area that it held up on the way back down. I'm putting my 15-minute chart up so you can get an idea of what it's been doing here. So I did short that curl. My stop's going to be 15.30. But if it gets through there, it's got a big gap fill. It's got room to 16 even. And if 16 breaks, you've got room to who knows where at that particular point. And it's so beaten down that when these do not take the low or do not even test the low at the open, a lot of times it's just the only thing left, and that is the potential of a squeeze play here. So I did take some out, and they're related space, so they did get a bump downside when Microsoft news came out, so that was a bit of a gift there, but it looks like it does want to try to put that squeeze on. So we're fortunate to have got some out. In this particular case, I do think it has a chance to squeeze off of this open. I'd like to usually wait until the stock opens up. Maybe it doesn't want to give us that chance. Brendo.
Quickly, let's talk about this one. PDSB, pretty strong so far. This thing actually has decent amount of room to the upside. 550, it's not even on this chart. You got to go up further, but this is 450, which was the spike high. It failed there once already, but gets above that, starts to hold. We might see 550, relatively low float on this. Remember, FDA fast track for a cancer treatment, only 17.5%. I say only 17.5% because typically these are 40, 50, 60 plus at this point, guys.
So C3, I just went through that 30. I took it out. It just showed you guys where the stop was, where the take profit was. But quickly, only about 2 minutes to go. There's another low floater, this IMX Biopharma. Tiny float as well, but just a bigger failure, I think, in terms of what it did in the pre-market here. It did make the gap up. It got to about $2.85, almost $3, and then pulled a rollover. And it actually broke support at $2.60. Once that happened, I was looking for the short side of the trade. This is what I'm in the 15-minute chart, right? Like it broke this support area that you can sort of see here. Once it was below that, looking to the south side of the trade, it's also broken $2.50. I'll be shorting pops if it gets back to that 60 level, but can't cannot let it get through the high of the day. I think it has a decent chance that it wants to retrace to about that 220 to 225. So that's the one I am in. C3AI, as I mentioned, just right there. It did take out that stop at the top. And now I just want to see that about a minute and a half until we get the open. If it holds a bit above 1530, then I think you can jailbreak to the long side. But I didn't want to be caught trapped in that short like it was with Gap. Because I remember sitting there and Gap was like not even opening on the NYSE. And they're holding the open, holding the open, holding the open. It was a bit of a sign that they didn't have enough liquidity, and it gapped to the upside and actually even halted. C3AI also has a short interest that we have to be wary of. Still under a minute here, and Tesla running to the downside. It has a 1730 bid on it from yesterday that had a little bit of support. My key level was 750. So, I mean, we're going to be south of that, obviously. I don't know if we're going to get a chance to trade off that level after what happened with Microsoft, but 750 is the key level for me. 730 is right here, right now. Forget about the overhead 780. Doesn't feel like that's going to come into play, obviously.
All right, yeah, with only 30 seconds to go, I have summoned a special guest for ringing the bell, so I'll say thank you to him ahead of time, and he's going to be coming on right now with only 30 seconds to go. We did take some Chewy out there as it is still starting to approach near 27, so hopefully that'll fill me up here on open. And then, of course, Ford, we're still in that one. We're going to be watching Softy as that's starting to head to the downside, and Facebook. That's the name I really want to watch here off the open. So with only 10 seconds to go, it is part of Lumberjack Nation. He is there. It is Justin. Thank you so much for coming through with only 3, 2, 1. Let's hit that thing and let's get going here. Thank you, Justin, on that one. Wow, a big move up there for Ford. We just got 670s there on Ford as it's starting to move to the upside right there. Bang, another one on Chewy. Chewy, we get hit at 27. So right now we're rocking and rolling 50 cents in the money on Chewy and 20 cents in the money on Ford. But they're not heavy positions. They're pre-market positions. But hey, cash is cash. So we'll bang it out for you to early start right now. We're half of our day goal, which is nice. Let's see where we go from here. Ford going, guys.
Yeah, Ford on the move. We got Microsoft heading right down to 263. There was no spike to even be faded. I was trying to get it on a spike. It just doesn't even try to do it. GameStop just broke that 117 bottom, so we're going to play it to 120. That's the level that's going to be key. C3AI, we're already in IMMX. Just going to hang on to that as everything just seems like it's going to be flushing here. C3AI now trying to make its breakout. So I wanted to see it open up first, and then above this price, oh, come on, don't chase, don't chase, don't chase, don't chase. Okay, so I'm not chasing it. Above that 1530, I could have reversed this one in the pre-market. I decided not to do that. I waited for the market to open up, and it looks like C3AI wants to squeeze. It's got room to 16 even. Wow, we're going to see 260 probably pretty fast there on Microsoft, which does lend me over to Meta, which is holding up pretty well. I'm in front of 185, like I suspect a lot of people are looking at, but holding up pretty well so far. Into GME, only trade in addition to IMMX, but AI has a chance to come back to give me that entry.
Yeah, watch out here. Okay, so I'm in Softy, pretty light. I just was waiting for this 261.50 to break. We were basically defending 262 bottom there, but that bottom just got broken. It was the bottom. It got broken. Let's see what happens now with Softy. We're in it. We can make money here, but we're not, definitely, like we always say, we're not in here to impress too much here. There goes Chewy to the downside right now. You know, we want to talk about a name that we actually have on our watch list. Chewy right now, $1.50 in the money with Chewy. So that's going to be a good name there. Off the sticky note, if you're not watching the sticky note, wake up. I feel like, I mean, we've had some huge winners on that, including this name right there. There goes Chewy, and here goes Softy, man. We're on one again today. Let's just see if this can go to the upside now with Softy. Beautiful. Let's go, Softy. Right now, 70 cents in the money off that 262 long, man. We are sitting there, you know, brave to take it for sure, but we're getting out. So brave or not, this move has been a nice one for us. Back up to the upside. Hard to hold the long against this Softy, but let's see where it goes, man. Maybe a little bit overdone to the downside. By the way, this is just cash city right now. Let's go drop some bangs down. We're going to go 3 for 3. It's a monster day for me right now. Ford is a beautiful move to the upside here. So yeah, let's just keep on cranking higher and higher and higher. We got a 74 on Ford as we told you guys about it. And see you later, Softy. Boom! That's what happens. You got to take some risk in this game, guys. Down to 262, 263. Upside movement. 1.5 daily goal. Let's just keep on going now to the upside with Softy. Woo! 264. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to fade that Softy move. I mean, I'm looking at it as if it did make a bit of a wick bottom, so I think it's decision point here. Give me a break. I just offered 63 63.50. Like you put the offer in and it just ran like 70 cents away from it. So got to be a different approach here. But you're seeing just absolute woodshed action to the downside on some of these names. C3AI, we talked about that one. Liking the long for the potential squeeze. It's now squoze. So I did wait till the open. I did wait till the open, saying I didn't want to be in it pre-market, but it is getting close to that 16 level. So it's just like gap. 16 is the next level to the upside. 16 is the level we're going to play. Tesla just bounced off 725. Wick bottom on Tesla, 725. But 730 is back into play. That was the level we liked from that open. I'm going to play the 730 long.
Geez, C3AI just cashed in on that one, man. We get that 1580 that we wanted right there to the top side and just got them out in the 50s, man. And so that was a good trade for us right there. Yeah, there goes Microsoft right now, back up through 264. $2 winner, but we only have 20% left. So here it goes, ripping to the back to the upside right now on Softy. You know, you sit there, you take those bottoms. We made the mistake of not taking the bottom yesterday in Facebook, but we have it today, hopefully, in Softy. But a nice little move up. We'll just see. I mean, it just touched VWAP. Who knows? Like, this name could easily fall back down in right now, but it's a great move for Softy. Glad to have it. We're 2 times daily goal right now. Go out and vote. It's O Canada time here. Again, $1 in the money on Chewy. Ford rocking, C3AI like a glove, that one. Bang that one out, man. Huge move for me on C3AI as we are just lit up here today. Look at Softy, man. I don't know if you shorted that, but that's a nice move up to 265. Beautiful move to the upside now on Softy. $3 in the money, man. Let's go. Let's take another piece out right now. I mean, that's boom, right there, took it out. We're now flat on Softy, 10% left. That's the banger of the day right there. Boom, drop that cash down. Also C3AI, nicely movement. Look at these trades we have on. 50 cents C3AI, $1.50 on Chewy, 20 cents on Ford, $3 on Microsoft. So that's a register ringer right there, guys. Hope everyone was okay.
There's if you're seeing NIO right now, I'm not sure exactly what's happening to NIO relative to Tesla, which I just talked about 730 bounce. I tried to get 31s. It instantly shot up $5. NIO is at 17. So I don't know what happened specifically to NIO. I was sitting there trying to get Rivian to the short side, and I still like it, but it's not even popping. I might just take some Rivian shares right now. All I'm in is GameStop. That's $1 in the money, but who cares? I'm not going to talk about that when there's opportunities to be had here. And realistically, Rivian just feels like if that's happening to NIO, I got to take a shot at an EV name to the south side that I still like, and it is Rivian below that 30. So I'm getting into it right now. I don't know what's happening specifically in NIO. I know 18 is a big level, but that doesn't make a ton of sense. Tesla's now bouncing back to the upside. Maybe we get a chance to play off that 750 level. It seems unlikely. We did close at 740. So if we get another curl in this market, I'll look at the 740 for a bit of a trade. I really want to play on the south side of this bounce, guys. I think the market got shocked here. And it ran away from offer the first time, so I want this to settle down, and that's going to be Microsoft. It did just get to that 265. I don't want to diddle too much in the middle here, but I always try to play the curl as it happens as opposed to stand in front of the freight train in that first 5 minutes, because all it's going to do is whip around if you're trying to take a position you can hold on to. You might have guessed, I promised I would trade a firm. No matter what, I was going to trade a firm today on any kind of a spike. We talked about 25 in the aftermarket. I'm short in front of 25 because it's a firm. Brendo?
From the volume list here, guys, early mover Repair Therapeutics, a new deal with Roche announced this morning on a cancer treatment. Just took out day highs there. Monster volume spike up 30%.
All right, I got to fix my
So immediately in on a firm. We talked about this 25 all afternoon, thank goodness. 25 over and over again. The weakest stock in the market that I could remember from yesterday was a firm. It just traded at 25, already back to that 65 level. I did catch the Rivian fill. Now, I do like this to 30, so I want to be relatively light, and then look for it to make a curl off that 30 level, and then see if we can play off that. Tesla's still trying to run, so I have to watch that at the back of my, the corner of my eye, I should say. Very, very important to make sure that Tesla is trying to round off. And if we are bouncing, heck, man, like NIO, that is a ridiculous wick off bottom on NIO here at exactly 17 even, 16.99. And a lot of times you look at something like this and you say, well, why would you ever think about going long? Well, if it's that big a wick off bottom and it actually holds a higher low, the risk to reward then favors the other direction. So I'm going to probably take a shot on an NIO. I didn't see anything in particular on NIO here. So, obviously, like that's just a crazy sell on huge volume. Sometimes you get the best bottoms or best longs off moves like that.
Guys, we said that we would just chill out here on Ford a little bit and on our sticky note and just making sure that we trade our plan and, plan our trade. And that's exactly what we did here on Ford. We took this bottom. We knew we wanted Ford today. It's all over the sticky note. It's this number 2 name. Number 1 name is one of our biggest winners here today in Chewy, obviously, to the downside. Look at that bid we got. We're light. We're just holding. We're light on all these names, man. Like C3AI is now busting higher. I have 20% left on this name. So if it takes out 16, I guess we can get out of it. I better put that order in case it does take 16 out. We just want to get out of this one if that does happen. So put that order out, get out there if that's the case. But Ford, I mean, great movement. We had that off there, off that news. We knew that there was going to be a conference coming out today. It does drop. It's exactly what we thought. It was more jobs. But then they had disappointing sales numbers. So I am a little bit shocked that Ford continues to go up. But there it is again, man. Yes, spin it one more time. I mean, this is the first time today. We're 4 for 4 here today. It's been a monster day, man. There goes Chewy back in now, trying to take down 26 one more time to the downside. Ford still going. Microsoft, I'm just going to hold this. I mean, I've already, like I said, I literally have 10% left on this name in there. Waited. We should have just waited for 262, which we did. We took 30% of our trade there, the other 70% down there, and here goes Microsoft.
Wow, dollar spread? What the?
Let's see what's happening right now with Microsoft. Dollar spread on Facebook?
No, GameStop. Dollar spread.
Wow.
So I just got out of the short at that 120 level and tried to reverse it. At least I did try to reverse it there. But an instant dollar spread to the upside. Facebook's also, Meta, is also making a jailbreak. It looks like it's at that 190 level. We did favor the breakout before we had that news come from Microsoft. It looks like we are getting that chance. It just got to that 190, so I think we're back in play, and we can forget about that 180. Let's forget about the 180 long for now. 185 long. I think it's going to be back over to previous resistance or support after the news came out, which is 187.50. That's where I want to be playing on Meta. If we can hold that level, I think we're going to be taking some longs in that regard. Rivian, it's holding up. I didn't get any kind of reload or any kind of action off of that 30 because it did try to make a bit of a curl, but it has slowed down. I think it's got some room, but remember, we are jailbreaking now to the upside. I did eventually get shares of GameStop, but that was not, I didn't initially flip it. I actually had to have this one come back to me to get the long trade through that 120, and it did come back pretty heavily. So we got pretty lucky there that we're able to get that reverse eventually, but that spread really opened up here. So do watch out trading this. It's got a 50-60 cent spread, which I guess isn't that abnormal.
All right, so there goes Microsoft again, back to day's high here. And when I talk about day's high, just talking about market high when we've been open here. Obviously, we had that big move down on the guidance revision there for Microsoft. But again, you sit there and you take the trade. The reason why I took the trade here was quite obvious. I mean, I'm doing this every time. You have that wick off bottom there, right? And so it was like I take this, holding it against myself. Was only going to hold it 50 cents against myself, down to 261.50. I actually have that order in right now to get out. So if it does come back down, I mean, that's where I'd get out, 261.50. So held that, and then obviously to the upside, nice explosion there. So good trade for me on that one. And by the way, C3AI just came back down, and I was like, okay, I'll take a 60 bid. So we took a 60 bid on C3AI, and that still turned out okay for us. But you know what? We can't just sit here and watch these names. We got to sit here and trade, although today is a good day, as you know, for me, as we talked about. We're going to go 4 for 4 off the open. But I put SOXL on here because I wasn't so sure about an AMD or an NVIDIA or anything today. Obviously, today, AMD comes to the downside and touches, I think it touched, 101.50 or so? No, it touched actually right to that level, the same level that I should be long every single day, pretty much. $100.55 right there for that. So AMD, a nice little move down. What you got, Brendo?
Stock showing some strength here. Initially anyways, but Chinese stocks, guys, bouncing back to the upside. This is BILI. Remember we talked about it yesterday. Higher than normal volume on this, back to the upside 5% this morning. Even Alibaba trying to hold on to a 1.3% gain.
And we just talked about NIO. Sometimes those bottoms are the best longs you can get. I was just trying to get 720s, and you saw. And now it's already at 1720s. Now it's already at 1776 or 60. It's just a crazy wipeout bottom. When you see that and it catches a bid off a level like that, like a 17, sometimes the risk reward is just you get 15s or 20s. You know exactly where you're wrong. And that's why you get out. And it's the same thing with GameStop. I know exactly where my pivot point. Below, I want to be short. Above, I want to be long. And we just hit 123 50 actually, it looks like. I should be taking some out because that is more than halfway to 125, which is the next big level up on GameStop. So the reversal at that 120 is working out. I don't think we're seeing 130 unless something really insane happens. So definitely want to take that profit. Tesla is getting very, very close to 750. And that's a monster. Obviously, that's a big level for Tesla. But that's the only level that I liked outside of playing off that low of the day, 730, or up at 780. So 750 on Tesla, incoming pretty quickly. If I get into this, decent chance I'm already going to be out of Rivian, but Tesla 750 was the level we wanted. So let's see what happens when we get there. I just got up to about 47 with a turn. I'd rather 48, 49.
Yeah, here we go, guys. And Microsoft again. I mean, you're up to 266 right now on that move. So great move back upside for Microsoft. We are getting into an area that did have some consolidation now, 267-ish or so. Right? Wow, $4 in the money already here for Microsoft. So I think we may have the trade of the day lined up here for us. Oh, by the way, C3, I mean, again, I think we could just get out at this level here, 267. I mean, that is like $5. Right back up to the upside. If it keeps on going, I don't really know if it should keep on going or not.
That's not move $5.
No, I'm in the money $5.
C3AI.
Yeah, there we go. We're out of C3AI. It just went to the upside there. But C3AI, a great trade for me on that short as well. We just punched long a little bit because it was that 60 that we got out of. But here we go, $5 in the money for Microsoft. It's bouncing off that 50 period. It just bounced off 267. Let's put an offer maybe at 267, but it's a big win for me here to the upside. I was screaming about the long right here when it was down here. So I'm glad some of you hopefully saw that. Thank you for all the kind words there on the chat for sure as we'll get ready to rock and roll. Mullen, I don't know. We look at this name a little bit.
GameStop just broke 125.
GameStop. Oh, that's that level. We like that GameStop level up there at 125. I've not been in it yet, but there it goes back up to the upside, guys. This is going to be a very risky name to short probably because of this move, but I don't know. I mean, it's just straight to the upside here on a 1-minute chart. GameStop sort of exploding here. We knew that we didn't want in on this until we saw some levels, and honestly, 125 was like that first level that we looked at, so maybe there is something here.
128.5 to about 130. That's where I think if we hold a bit above 125, that's where I'm looking for a possible turn to get the last of the shares out and even thinking about a short. Like it's got to be up and around that level, or maybe some kind of a halt. Like I don't know if it halts, that puts a lot of other types of like halt trades into play, which we usually do. It has not looked like it's going to do that at all, so I think it's going to stick with that channel. On the 15 minutes, this is what I'm talking about, just that 128.5, and then of course you had the aftermarket move to about 131. Those are the levels we're going to watch. Tesla, I did not get it. I said if I got into Tesla, I was likely going to be out of Rivian, but I got out of Rivian, and then Tesla got to 48. So did just barely miss out on that curl on Tesla at the more important level. It's going to happen to you. Like if you want between 48 and 49 and it doesn't trade in there, then I'm not going to be inside of the trade, unfortunately. So I might have missed out on Tesla. But the next one that we're going to have to look at is that NIO. That was just a crazy move to the downside. If I'm not going to be able to get Tesla on a curl, then what about the name that was even weaker? And that's going to be NIO. Brendo?
Wedbush analyst just coming out, guys, kind of echoing Sean's sentiment there on Microsoft, saying Microsoft is an FX-related earnings tweak only. Nothing fundamental has changed here. So positive still.
All right. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think we could just hold on to this softy trade all day now. I mean, we've already made the call. We're only in 10% of this name. It's honestly just one trade. This is why I'm not super active right now. I feel like this could easily make a move back up to the upside now. So we'll see that, but it could also fade out. So this is just worth the risk for me on this one. The day's been so good that, whatever. We're just letting some of our positions ride a little bit. We said that over and over again. Look at the names I'm in, right? AI, sticky note name. Okay, Chewy, sticky note name. We're 4 for 4 right now. Okay, Chewy, sticky note name. Ford, sticky note name. Microsoft came out of nowhere. For me, no problem. Boom. So right now we're going to go 4 for 4. We're rocking all of this. So let's just keep it moving forward here with everything. We can look at AMD right now and have a quick look at that one. See where we're going on this. 103 came into play. And I think that that's something that we could definitely look at for AMD. If you did look at a short here, the futures are coming back down in. I don't really have I don't want to give you guys random trades. I mean, I'm trying to give you guys winners here, and I'm trying to give myself winners, not just you, and trying to say what I'm looking at, what I'm trying to find out. And for right now, I like AMD. I like that SOX L. We talked about that a little bit as well, but that's not, I guess that is near my 2440 right now. Oh, it just took that near out there. So we're gonna have to look at that, but $5 right now in the money for that. We are out of our C3 AI. That kind of sucked. It broke through, it didn't suck, we're up on it, it's a great trade. But it did break through 16, which got me bit long. We got out right away, but now it's come back in. So I got to make sure I cancel some of these old orders we have on the bid. Check back quickly on Facebook here if the market tanks. We have at 191. Knew that Facebook. Oh, good one. Are you long that 191 break? That was a level that you were thinking about.
No, it was a channel. It was a 190 to 191 channel. It's in the channel now, but I want to see it traded. If it was a breakout price, like just one even price, then you just get in when it breaks. But it was $1 worth of a channel. It's in there, so I might make the trade. But more importantly, GameStop put a wick off top at 125. That's close. It was close enough to the 127, 128 that I'm just going to take the trade out because I had to take profit up there. This will look like I just shorted the stock. I didn't. I'm just out of it at 125 even. So the key levels are still there. 120 might be able to hold on the way back. I still think that 128.5 is going to be a bit of resistance. On Meta's regard, it had that clean break. What I wanted to see happen actually was a consolidation in that 190 to 191. And then I could have had that long inside of the range. Now I need to see it consolidate above, right? So sometimes breakout trades can be clean ones. I didn't see it as just a completely clean break, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'd be in it. I did want to be bullish on it, but obviously, you have to stick to your conditions, and my condition wasn't exactly met. Tesla, first shot was at 748 for any kind of a curl. Now you're just looking right at the 750 level, which I'm not standing in front of the freight train. You want it the first time. You want it the first time only if you're going to fight a level or a stock like Tesla. Now it just comes down to, can it hold a bit above 750 to continue this breakout? Room to 780, obviously, because that's what we had as the high previously on the 15 here. But I want to see us catch and hold this bit above. When you have $25 to $30 room for upside, and 7 to 70 was a bit of a problem the other day, I'm willing to give up a couple of dollars to make sure that we're actually catching a bid at these levels, because the ES is actually trying to roll over right now.
Great. Again, guys, great job on everybody there for people saying they're killing Facebook. That's fantastic. Like I said, if you guys are here with us, you can watch out for the sticky note. It's on Instagram and on Twitter right now. Microsoft, $5 in the money. What's up, Brendo?
One from yesterday, guys. Big gap up for CRM. If you remember yesterday, this morning, we hold this support, 175 from yesterday, just taking out pre-market highs here, up 1.5 for CRM.
Oh, CRM. Yeah, I like that play. We're long CRM. That's been a name that's been in our look at Microsoft, guys. 267. Okay, it's been up here before, and that's why it's just bouncing around. So if I zoom in a little bit here, this has been first of all, that's what that is. But you're bouncing around. We do have that top here of 267.70 or so. But yeah, this might be a take if we break back down below here, 266. I think we can get out if it does break back down below 266. It's been a nice move up for the NASDAQ. I was saying it was going to be a positive day for the NASDAQ. Obviously, that was before Microsoft came out, but Microsoft came out, and then they're just like, hey, guys, it's not that bad. Like, down 2%, that's like a normal day, let alone a day where they guide like that. So I'm not 100% sure what to do here with this name, but I think I have an out now. So if we break back down below 266, we'll just get out of Microsoft. We'll ring the register for $4. If we leave $1 on the table, we left it on the table. But, if I kept getting out on the way up, I still wouldn't be in, right? So we'll leave this to go. Normally, I would have been out right around here, 265.50 or so. So I think this is a pretty good call here. 266. If it breaks down lower, I'm going to get out of that one. So here it comes right now. Microsoft, a good trade for me. Let's make sure we bank in the $4 on this one, guys.
Yeah, and let's see what happens with Tesla. It held a bit above that 750 level. I didn't want to chase it too far, but for an initial entry, I ended up grabbing, you could only get 52s because a buyer did emerge there, and it turned at 55. So I will play it, that 1-to-1, 52 off 50. That's a couple of bucks in either direction. So I will take the first couple of bucks as always, but I didn't really get 50 even. Like, this is just a 52 trade. But there's room to the upside, so I still want to play this. And I get it. Like, it just put in a 25 to 50 move. So sometimes you're buying higher and selling higher than that, and you just got to be able to do that. So we'll see what happens. And at this point, I still think we have a chance at 60s, 70s, maybe even those 80s if the market can get going. But the only concern I have with these longs are all setting up, and it's the only concern I have with that is what you're seeing over on the ES, which is still pushing beneath our resistance levels and still negative. That's my concern, even though it's like what I'm looking at is strong, and then I'm looking over at the overall market in the S&P, and it's not showing that kind of a strength. And now you actually have Facebook coming right back in, and if it does regain that 90 to 91 territory, well, that's a dip I'm going to buy, and if it's a sucker's dip, then sometimes it's something's a trap. But it sets up for you. You're just supposed to make the trade, understanding that that's what you wanted to do. It's strong. If we do dip down and the market can't go green on the ES, fair enough. Facebook and Meta has proven that it wants to be bought at these levels. So I'll be a buyer to 90. Brendo?
My chart is missing data, but I'll show you this anyways. RDBX, yeah, there's a big hole here. Just made a big move up to 7 after a big move down yesterday, guys.
RDBX.
Did you say $7 for RD?
All right. We can just keep on saying this, but we're just catapulting our net through the roof here. Microsoft now 267, now up 550 now in the money on that one. It's a wrap for this. I mean, it sucks we only have 10%, but it's nice that we have 10% on as this is still starting to make some moves back up to the upside. Now I'm wondering about just getting out if we take down this 266.77. I mean, now we're really rocking, man. Now it's $6, 550, and still going up, and away right now. So we're going to find out what's going on with this. 266, I mean, I don't know. What is that very bottom? I mean, 260. Okay, let's just adjust it to 266.50. I mean, whatever. I got to get out of this. I'd feel so bad, even though it's not like a huge position for me. But at this point, we're really have done well to capture this, and I just hate for it to fall back down, and then I wind up getting out at 265, and then I would give up again that another $1.50. So let's wait to see if we can capture this. Fine, 266.50 on the dump down. We'll get out of that for $4.50. Remember, it was $4. Now here we go. It's going to get out right now, down to $4.50. I mean, I've been trading Facebook here for a very long time. I like that in front of. So there we are. We are now out. So we roll the dice with Microsoft, and yeah, the casino's open, and we just. Really took advantage of that play right there for sure. Yeah, if Facebook comes back down to 190, it's lining up perfectly here. So we will take a 190 bid or so. We could start now, but this is the problem with me, is that I'm trying to use more shares. So if I start now, it's like, I'll dig myself into it. Then when it comes down to 190, I just won't have the right price, right? So we'll wait to see if this comes down. We will take a 190. And then, hey, if 190 breaks, which it's coming down now, I mean, this could easily get to that level, right? We're going to watch out. That 50 period is at 190. Yeah, it's coming down right now. 189. I mean, you might have to hold this all the way to 188 or so. So here it comes down. It's smoking to the downside right here. So I don't know. What's Apple doing? I mean, is that still positive?
Tesla just broke that 750 on the way back in. So that breakout, it's a good thing we took some profit because I think we have to readjust back down to like VWAP. I still believe the break. I mean, it's so relatively, the relative strength is crazy on this, but you have to search for some shorts. And to me, it was just NEO. And NEO's the only one, because of what it did at the open, that I was in this move, like just trying to short it in front of that 18 level. I didn't really have anything else to play off of. Facebook just gave me the entry, but the least you can do is take out your long that failed to break, and that was going to be Tesla, which I did. But there's Facebook back into VWAP, that 190 coming into play as well. So we'll see if it can bounce off here, fantastic. But you just couldn't get green on the ES. I just wish I had something else to look at other than the NEO short. Unfortunately, I didn't really find anything there. RDBX, I do want to get to that in a quick second, but while the big caps are moving, it's hard to ignore them. Like, we have to be covering what is making those moves. And speaking of NEO, I should show you what it was doing into that 18 level. It's now just absolutely cratering along with the overall market.
Yeah, watch out here.
Yeah, definitely watch out. I mean, Meta was strong, so I don't mind catching that bid, but we had a huge reversal just there. Why did you not just flip? We had a huge reversal just there off those highs. No key level when I'm looking at that ES, but simultaneously, you just had a few names get to that top. Tesla 755, Meta was at 192, and then just a harsh reversal. Hopefully we can hold this 190. If it can't, I'll look back to that 188 level. Like, it's just, 187.5 level. I don't want to be sitting there making one trade. I'd rather make 2 trades off that dip buy.
All right, so obviously we are into Facebook right now as it does come down in. Oops, that's the daily chart. We need the minute chart so you can see the actual fills here, hopefully. Still the daily chart. There it is. There's the minute chart. So we're already taking some out, man. We're long at 190.25. Go. Rip upside right now. Hopefully we can drop some cash. Let's go FB back up to the upside. My next offer is at 190.74. Hopefully that can, I mean, I might just start getting these out right now, guys, on this game. Remember, trading completely different here. Like, I'm taking more shares, trying to absorb. Yeah, let's go. go. Give me that 74. Oh, it just went to 74 and did not fill right there. Oh, that's crazy. I don't know how that just stopped on a dime right there. Come on, get up to 74 again. There it is. Did we just get that? Yes, we did. So here we go again, man. Oops, Brittany, we did it again right now. Spin the money, money, money. There it is. Yeah, Sharif liking that in the background. That 190 was about as easy as it could be, guys. For me, anyways. We've been playing off these levels for a while. Facebook, bang right there. That's why you drop down that cash here. That's why you're watching tradertv.live. Hopefully it's for the excitement. Hopefully it's for the money. Hopefully it's for the education. And I hope you're entertained right now. I mean, now we have a problem because now we have 2 trades of the day. Facebook long down there at 190. Plus we had that Microsoft banger as well. Wow, we're almost 3 times daily goal right here. We're just... Again, always think back and say, oh, should have used more shares. But, that doesn't matter. We're trading the setups. There it is. We're going to take another piece out. Let's hold the rest, man. Maybe Facebook gets back over to 192. We're lit. We're on one right now. Ford up to 20 cents now. Chewy's a winner. We're 5 for 5 today. I mean, we can't do too much more. It's a chicken dinner kind of day. And we have chicken today, I believe, here. Some sort of Greek chicken teriyaki. Not teriyaki, it's not Greek. Tzatziki coming through there. But there goes Facebook. Wow, now $1 in the money on this name. Big day over here, Brendo, and it looks like it's a big day with happening now. Maybe not so much, but let's see what the markets are up to.
Yeah, trying, guys. Let's have a look at North America here, see how things are shaping up right now. 0.4 for the S&P to the downside still. It's the Dow that's trying to lead. Lower, that is, not higher. NASDAQ, on the other hand, 0.1, 0.15 here versus 0.5% basically for the S&P and the Dow. Here in Toronto, we are green. Nice day for energy stocks once again, even though we had a big recovery, at least anyways, to this point for crude oil. A couple of things. Yeah, a lot of these charts looking very similar to that Microsoft chart right now. We got the initial move up, the reversal back into pre-market levels, trying to hold. Support for GME. Same story for AI. The break initially, we're right back to pre-market levels, trying to hold for AI as well at 15. See if we can't move higher, guys.
Yeah, it's all about the key levels have been the thing, and I think Tesla's at one. This market is, like, the ES is heading toward its low, and Tesla's at the high. And I hate to say it, but it's like I was looking for longs in the stock, and we did have one, only the one for about a couple of dollars here. But if we fail this breakout, I'm watching it break 755 now. And when I say fail it, you don't get to the next level up, and we put in a wick off top. That's going to set up for a bit of a short, but you're essentially breaking out when the market is at a bottom, which is just a crazy sign. So hold on to your Facebook, and yeah, now we've sustained the breakout, and let's just get back into a long on Tesla here. So I'm going to jump back into this trade to that upside. You just wanted to catch a beat here. Is the market bouncing off that lows? If it is, then you just come right back into the long side of the trade, and then watch out. Like if you're sitting in a short that isn't in something that's relatively weak, that you have an obvious level on, then you've got to reassess. C3AI caught a bid here right at that $15 mark, as Brendan just mentioned. So we are still looking at 16 even as that key level to the downside, so I guess to the upside. And wow, Tesla, holy crap. I didn't put a take profit out there. I already got to 60 there. Yeah, I already got to 760. I didn't take anything out there. As usual, I always try that 1-to-1 scalp and then see if we can't hold on to the rest, allowing me to buy a bit of a dip. Just a little bit faster moving than I was anticipating there. But Tesla, I still think I want to be playing this to that 780 level, above 750. It felt like 780 was going to be that level that we're going to be able to get to. So I want to see if we can buy some dips. I did miss out on that last dip because I thought we'd get to VWAP. It missed it by about $3. Just have to be a little bit more aggressive, it feels like, with Tesla these days.
I don't know if any, I should ask Neil this, I don't know if any Blue Jays gone 5 for 5 this year. But right here, man, the troll has gone 5 for 5 today. And I don't know, like I just said, man, Facebook right now, it's almost, it's almost taken out Microsoft right here for my net trade winner of the day here. But we're going to make more money on Microsoft than we are on Facebook. But again, we stand in front of there. This is exactly what we're trying to do, is take these kind of wins, right? We get in here, load up the boat down here at 190, and then bang it to the upside. Big time trade there. When it moves $2 in the money, and this is what I got to do better, and I've talked about this over and over again, is that, got to make sure that I try to hold a little bit more. but the day was so good, we took it out. I always have excuses, but that's another big winner. I hope you guys are on this name as well. All over the sticky note, man. It's on Instagram at TraderTV It's all over the place. It's on Twitter as well. And over there at the big desk is Brendan.
Another one we had on watch this morning, UiPath taking out day highs here, absorbed the market pullback and right back to highs as soon as the market gets an uptick here through 19.5, up 15% for UiPath.
Look, there was so many things to watch today. It was going to be hard to try to get that one in, and it wasn't really doing a lot of volume, unfortunately. So I didn't really trade it there. I just want to quickly go back to GameStop. It's bounced twice off of this 120 level. So I got distracted by Tesla and obviously with the meta trade, obviously, but 120 looks like it's still holding out on GME. And as long as it does that, it's got a chance to break out towards that high. So watch out for the consolidation there. You know where your stop out, in my estimation, is going to be. And it is off that 120 level. Tesla's starting to come back in, guys. And as it does, I am still looking to play this in only one direction. As long as we hold the lows on the future, on the ES, the futures, then I think this breakout can continue, right? And as long as that happens, I want to buy every single dip we can. Otherwise, play the breaks. The next break would have to be off this 60 level, but the dip, I think, is back into that 750, and that's what we're going to have to watch out for. I'm still in this IMMX, guys. It did get all the way down to 240, and it retested this open price at 270. Really, if I'm going to get back into it or add shares, it has to be off that high of the day, 285, but I am still monitoring it. And NEO somehow is still below that $18 level, so I took some out there on that flush into VWAP, reloaded when it got to 18, but try to remember the higher time frame look on NEO. This is its 50-period moving average. This is a huge level it's trying to chew through here. So yes, short in front of it, but if NEO gets back above 18 even, it has a jailbreak of its own that it could be doing, much like Tesla. It's just relatively weak compared to Tesla. So until it breaks 18, I only want to be short. Above that price, it's got tons of room to run.
My main man over here, Prad, stepping in the building, and right away, he's exhausted from golf. So good round, though, yesterday. He did the sub 90 there, so he got 84 or whatever. I'll leave the story for him. And then I was like, yeah, bro, the market's, I think it's par 54 or something. But I was like, hey, Microsoft, the market's exhausting. So I sent him this, and yeah, missed opportunities this morning. Again, you could always buy more down there, but whatever. Okay, what a good out there for Facebook, man. Spin it one more time. We are now into 5% of the position. Sucks because wish we had more. We don't. AMD, though. That's right, Brad. Big move for AMD today. Big move for everything. It's nice. Oh, the bull is down, but it's nice when the market gets going. I mean, more people obviously own stock than go short, especially some of these names that we're trading here today. And you know what's so great about trading is the fact that you can go, and again, we don't have the PDT rule, but C3AI today was just a great short. We waited there for that short, really cashed in on that one. And then remember, the fact that we have such a quick system here, Chewy, like look at this, short, bang. Like our out on Chewy is 25.90. You kidding me? And then we hold that last piece to get out for even a winner, but basically flat right there. So Chewy today, just a monster winner on Chewy. Facebook, it doesn't honestly get any prettier than this for FB. I mean, this is why I'm out. Like, see how it's coming back in here? Look at the NASDAQ. It's not doing anything again today. We indicated that was probably going to be the issue with the NASDAQ because it wasn't doing much even in the morning time. Makes a big move down on Softy, then back, and now just hovering again. So I feel honestly like today, the fact that we're batting 5 for 5 here with all big wins. It's not like these are just like little chintzy wins here. We're really happy with it. I got to find out what else is popping. AMD was, what a miss on that one. Down to 100. I even have that written down as well. And we had the SOX L, which was what we're looking at 3 times at 24.40. And I missed that trade. It's still here. I just don't know if I like it that much. We got to watch out for SOX L here at 23.40. But Facebook still climbing, man. Still that dollar in the money for FB right now. But Brad, check out that level. 190 on Facebook has been pretty solid there. So that's a good trade. I was just looking at something, and it might just be the market we might step into here. DraftKings also up to $14.
Worth noting here on Tesla, somebody it popped back down off 760. I wanted to reload on a dip buy, and I was going to wait for 750. Someone stepped up at 755 once for 14,000 shares, got to fill, and then it came back down to that price and said, okay, I'll take it again. And then someone just bought another 15,000 shares. So that's a reload every single time. If I wanted to buy the dip anyways, it's an easy scalp into 760. I think you're just getting $5 scalp moves here pretty much every single time, and then trying to maintain the trade to the long side, which it's still going, right? Like this market is, I mean, the market itself is making a good bounce, but you've got these names that are just breaking out, and that's what you want to be involved in. I'm holding out for, on Meta for me, like when I looked at that channel trade, and again, it is a channel trade. And if you're above the top end of that channel, I think you've got room to at least 194 to 95 up here. So as long as we're in that 90 to 91, I think there's upside to 94, and I want to try to hold on to it. But crazy buy action there in Tesla. If I see that person re-up again at 750, 755, I'm just going to make the exact same trade going long in front of them. If they don't show up, fair enough, I can always just scalp out of it and then work back in at about 750, but that is the one for me to watch. I talked about GameStop a couple of minutes ago. Try to catch a 120 bid. It hasn't gotten back there since, and I don't want to diddle in the middle with this. I'm either catching it off that 120 for a long trade, or I'm waiting to short it up at 128.5 to 130. Nothing to do at this 123 to 125 area.
All right, I'm going to get out if Facebook breaks lower here. I have 5% left. It's NBD for me on this one. So if it breaks, I don't want it again right now. It's tested it. It's came back in. We were long. I mean, we're long at 190.25. So we're just long right here. If it holds great. I mean, that's fine. We purposely are holding light shares here. We just talked about that, and I think that's the best thing that we can possibly do here, right? Is like, you know, give you guys the shares, tell you what kind of size positions I'm putting on here, and then empty it out on the way up, and let's see if it holds. It looks like we should have reloaded it, but I didn't trust it that much the second time around, so maybe we'll, bless you, maybe we'll hold off on that one. AMD back down to 102 would be pretty sweet. And I feel like we got to wait for some of these things. And I told you remember when Facebook was like 191.30 and I was like, oh man, really, really like that 190. It managed to come in. And I was actually saying this to Baxter on the way in today. It's like, you could pretty much get whatever price you want. I actually had an AMD bid down here at $100.50. Canceled it in that Microsoft news. That actually hit off the open. I should have put it back there. And now it's straight to the upside. So for me on AMD, look at all this garbage here. That happened earlier, 102 to 103, just back and forth. So I think that we can hold this 102 if it comes back in. So let's see if we do get some kind of a flush back in here on AMD and we can buy that 102. I mean, the market's above the 50 period. I don't know if that's what's going to be good or not. I want to give a big shout out to Henry Z as well for Palantir. That's been a nice move today. I'm not sure why this is moving up. Maybe we could check out, I can look it up myself when Palantir earnings are, but they're probably coming up. We do have Lululemon tonight, so that's going to be another name to look at. I don't like to trade names before earnings, but definitely something tomorrow as Facebook. Missed opportunity on Facebook, man. We should have reloaded that. I don't know why I didn't trust it, but here we go. I mean, Brendan has it as well. You can double check it, but right here, we already had it. We already had it. May 9th. For Palantir. So yeah, they've already had that. So it's not that there's earnings coming out for PLTR, but look at Facebook. Wow, missed opportunity on the reload. That one's on me, but we're still holding a little piece. Darn it, should be a lot more though.
I grabbed the reload, but again, I'm only taking it out when it breaks at 191 and then maybe 192s and hold for 194. But NEO jailbroke through 18, so the short in front of it, it doesn't work. We go to the long side. The same thing with GameStop, right? If you can't beat them, you just got to join the level to the upside. When a key level breaks like this, you can play it for resistance, but you should also play it for the break, especially in a strong market. So now NEO is room to 19, I do think. Obviously, it couldn't chew through 19 yesterday, but certainly has room to get there to the upside. Brendo?
Palantir, just so everyone's aware, was expansion of a deal with the government, so the U.S. Space Systems Command. So this was already in place, but just extended it out a few more years, guys, for Palantir.
All right. So, I mean, they always have these contracts, and they never seem to, be too exciting for them. But today it looks like it's nice. Yeah, normally it's a sell the news type of thing on Palantir. But here it is, taking out 9. That's a good little level there that we bunched across yesterday. Or no, sorry, that's this morning. Yesterday's right here, 850. We've already taken that out here on PLTR. So this is a nice move to the upside. Now that we broke through 9, normally, I mean, here on a daily chart, what is that level? 10, 25, so we probably get up to there, but we are taking care of this garbage. This is one of those stocks that's now starting to break out a little bit. So yeah, let's test Palantir long here off this 9 break. There goes Facebook. Wow, we are 3 times daily goal right now. So we are trying to be a little light on this, but NASDAQ bumping, man. The only mistrade for me really is not having AMD, but we'll see about Palantir right here through 9 finally.
Yeah, and there goes Tesla as well through that 7. It's true through 760. Now, we didn't do the 760 break because remember we bought the dip at 55, so we added at that price instead of adding on the break. I still think there's not a heck of a lot in the way of this until it gets to 770 or 780. It's one of those 2 prices pretty much or bust. I mean, I'll throw like a stink offer out there just in case something crazy happens when I'm like in the bathroom or something, who really knows, which does happen every now and then. Like you'll get up and you want to have a take profit. NEO got to that quarter mark, which 18 break, the initial breakout, take a quarter out, and then 1825, 1850, I'll get some out in front of that. But this is just a matter of getting out of the way of it and getting into the other direction. When it gets through your resistance price, you can't sit there. Like it worked back to VWAP, and then once it didn't do that, once it couldn't get there again, you had to think about that jailbreak to the upside. So NEO's working. Facebook, Meta, it's in that second phase now. So remember we talked about the channel was like a 90 to 91 channel. So I play that channel, and now that you're breaking out of it, it's just a hole till 94, 95. It gets up there, and we'll be out of it, bingo, bango, bongo, whatever you want to call it. We have not looked at the other big cap name, which is Apple. But the one that I think some people might be sleeping on, and we're not there yet, is load up. Amazon. I even get it right with NASDAQ, NQ, and it's still loading on me. 2,500 on Amazon. We're not there yet. But certainly if this market wants to continue this move to the upside, you could see Amazon 2,500, which was a pretty good level. Had a wick off top there the other day. This doesn't want to low, but trust me, it got to 2,503, pull back hard, 25, huge level on Amazon. If with a big enough move, we could see that today.
All right, we're into Palantir. We have 02s, and then we took 04, so average price 03. It's not, again, it just touched 06. Like, it's not like this is ripping or anything right now, but it's a nice move up 7%. Let's see if it can hold some of these. I'm going to get out something at 9, I believe, or no, 8, sorry, I'm sitting at. So 1 more penny up. We'll take 5 quick cents there, but just on light. I mean, I just don't know. Palantir had a big move already. It's 50 cents. Considering what a lot of these stocks have already done, we're definitely late to the game here on PLTR. But when I look at it, it's kind of breaking out off that 9, right? And so we talked about that right here, trying to make moves. We've already, so the nervous thing about it is this is a daily chart. We've already been to 910 twice. So that's sort of where I'm like, is this like a full risk position or what? Because we've been here before and it's turned around every time and closed lower, right? So we were at 910 here. Where did we close? It's that bottom 870. We hit 910 there. Where did we close? 850. So yeah, that's sort of the thing about it. I like to be long into this name, but we don't want to give things back just because it's a stock that we like and it happens to be moving to the upside here. If the NASDAQ fails, this name is going to be one that pulls back. I just showed you the results of the last time we came to this high. So let's see. Hopefully the NASDAQ can hold up and we can still make new highs on this. But even as I'm talking about it, Palantir is fading out a little bit here on a very muted move in the NASDAQ, right? So yeah, Palantir definitely not super strong. And that's why it was one of my favorites to trade, but it's too, I don't know the word to use here for Palantir. Honestly, it's like it doesn't make too many big moves to the upside. This was early and then it faded all down yesterday. Obviously the market wasn't great, but let's see if we can take out this 910. We are almost past that. If it can go, great, but that's that. Ford, on the other hand, that has a 14 level that we haven't hit yet. So we are long Ford, 30 cents in the money, and that's back to today's high. So, hey, look, we've got lots of stock on our mind right now. Let's see if we can get some 8s out on Palantir, then really a hold until we see 11. We need to see 11. 11 needs to break for this trade to really work out. So hopefully it can get up there. Until then, man, my out's going to be right here, like 895. I think we got to get out if we break through 895. So that's going to be my call there. We'll lose 7 or 8 cents on it. I don't really want to hold this one all the way down because I feel like NASDAQ breaks, man, this is going to be in big time trouble.
Yeah, I just got out of my Tesla because we got to 65 and then NASDAQ got to a key level and started pulling back in, so I took the profit on it. We can always get back. We've traded several times by buying dips. I did want to get to Super Chat, and Dominic, I know it's been a busy morning, and you sent the Super Chat on MF, and I did want to talk about it. So, you know, we're never trying to ignore any of that. We always appreciate it, but it got really busy. This is just the day two mover here. And when you're penny stock, you're always thinking about the psychological levels. It never got to 50. That's what I would have been looking for. But watch out for anything that breaks, has your wick off top, fails back in, is weak off of the open, but then cannot break past first support. So if you look at where this came from when retail came in the morning, 30 to 32 channel, and then broke out, well, that's exactly what it's holding. So the longer it holds at 30 to 32, the better chance you have to just grab along in front of it with a 30 stop. Right, like that's a good risk to reward. That's all I'd be watching for. Otherwise, it's 50 cents. That's the level I'd be playing if I was looking for the short side of the trade, which I haven't even checked if I have to pay for. Brendo?
Just be aware here, guys, on the overall market. Fed Vice Chair Brainerd speaking right now. Looks like on CNBC, possibly, yeah, making some comments on the overall environment and inflation environment for the market going in the right direction. So positive talk coming from Brainerd here for the market.
Attaboy, Brainerd, attaboy. Again, the only thing we're just sort of, we're tweeting something out about the Microsoft trade earlier today. Thank you to Liz for that one. That's going to be a big one there. We'll just continue to watch this, man. NVIDIA, nice move today for NVIDIA. Wow. Up through that 190. That one just continues to motor, man, on NVIDIA. 190 up 4%. Really glad that we talked about that buy at 160 off their earnings report. What a great move upside here for NVDA today. Just no stopping this name right now. So, wow. And it's about to break through, too. I don't like that. That's too zoomed in. That's about to break these levels that it's been at, bumping its ugly head up against this 191. I guess it's 192. So we got to get through that first. This looks like a lot like that Palantir chart to me, where we hit high, finish lower, finish lower. But again, that's just the last 2 days, right? I mean, we finished lower the last 2 days. So that's why that looks like that. I have a little more faith in a long here for NVIDIA because we see its brother here, AMD, also, man, back up to 104. What great movements in these names. Like, if you're able to buy into these dips, if you have some powder around, like, AMD continues to work, and it's at this name as well, at these levels as well here, trying to get through 105. If that goes, man, watch out below, or look out above here on DraftKings and on AMD. DKNG just took out 14 to the upside as well. So that one on a daily chart, I'm not sure how that's at any sort of key resistance levels or anything, but yeah, so it needs to get through 15, but nice little bottom being had. Nice channel here for DraftKings, 13 to 15. We're stuck in the middle, but let's go over to Brendan quickly here.
Just be aware here, guys. She's talking about September now, saying that if inflation doesn't start to see, or if they don't start to see slowing in inflation, that they're talking about 50 basis points possible for September on a hike as well. So just be aware.
That's what's turning the market. And I think I talked about Tesla making a top there and the market turning around, but really, you know, I sort of said that just watching the stock and watching the futures, but obviously that's what might be giving us a little bit of a temporary high here. So I'm out of Tesla. Meta's a bit of a different story because it's got a better channel to work off of, whereas Tesla, it's been more breakouts and little dip buys. Like, we're not long at the bottom. We're not long in the channel. We're long on these successive breaks. It'll be a little bit quicker trigger to get out of it. NEO just came back to that 18 level. I don't have to reload here. I do want to see where it tries to pick up. We were able to grab some out there. At the same time Tesla made its turn, it's like, okay, make sure you're taking some profit on longs when the futures got to the high, so it did take a bit more out, but I'm still actually holding about 35% of it. So I don't want this to get all the way back to VWAP without making a decision. Am I covering at 1775? Yeah. But if it can make any kind of a base at 18, which it's not going to, I got to be thinking about this 80 level. If it can make a base out there, that's the only place that I want to be adding. Otherwise, we could have just had one of those, like, that's not a rug pull, but we could have had just one of those turns when the market was screaming to the upside and then found resistance. I see it. And what Prad just yelled out there's a 1790 100,000 share bid on NIO. I was looking to buy the dip at 1780, but I see this guy sitting here at a 1790, and then we'll see if it holds. I don't know why this is still on Tesla. Like, I flipped the stock. It should go with it. But 1790, here's your bid. This has done 23 million shares. So if someone wants to sell, it'll chew through that level. like a hot knife through butter. I don't usually care too much about the size. 80 was the level I wanted for the dip buy. I'm already long, otherwise I added to it here, but because I'm already long at 18, no need to add.
All right, so Palantir fell down. We got out of Palantir there at that 96 level, or 95 level, sorry. It's back up now, but we can cancel that. We don't, that was probably a short to begin with. We talked about that, but whatever. It went up to 07 there. We were waiting at 08. It's too bad we were one better penny, but we were long at 03s there. So a quick 8-cent hit. We just want to get out of the way of that one. I did want to look at Apple, though. Apple's actually weak today, so I'm wondering about that name coming back in right now. It's weak on the day, as is the market. So I feel like we missed an opportunity to short this here off the 1 minute chart, breaking right around there, 148.50. And then you have that 50 period that I like as well at 148.25. So I'm going to start a short right now. We're out of softy. Facebook, we're just letting that one fly around. I don't really have too much interest in Facebook anymore. I feel like it's going to, if it comes back to 190, maybe a different story. But for right now, I think I want to focus on a Facebook short. On an Apple short. So let's start that here. If we can get, we are just going to punch in. Sorry, wrong stock. We are punched in now to Apple short. I want to average in. This is a very, very small position. We're up here in the high 80s. We just missed that. Hopefully they'll come in right now. We'll get that short off as well. And then I want to play against like this 148.50. So let's do that. We also have the high of the day of 149 right there as well. So there's a few things that we can play off here. We're going to go short Apple and see if that can pay out for us right now. So, all right, that's that. It looks like we're going to go 5 for 6 because of Palantir. But we're going to try to get some revenge as immediately Apple starts to move down to the downside here, already in the money 30 cents there off that trade. We're not going to take it. We have lower lows here coming. I'm looking at 147 flat as a first bid. So 147.20 or so on Apple. Let's see if that can come in right now. Facebook's about to go back in through 190 one more time. Let's see if that holds. But right now, I'm just more cheering for the short as we have Apple on board right now. So let's see if that can go through. And we have at the big board with our small cap recap, it's Brendan.
Hey guys, a bit of a quiet morning once again today for small caps. We were talking about this PDSB just before the open. Ends up being not much to do. Volume died off very, very quickly here. There was an initial move up through 450. 420 was that initial spike resistance. So I tried the long versus that 420, but looks like we're going to fade off to the downside. IMMX, another one. Stuck in a range. This was the congestion in the pre-market. 290 was the top to 250. We're still stuck in that range. So going to need a little bit more attention for that one to get going. Tried this RDBX on that move up to 7. If you zoom out a little bit, the past few days, there's been a ton of congestion around 7 all the way up through 750. So we'll see what happens here for RDBX as well, guys.
Just a quick note. So I got back into Rivian here. I stopped out at that high of the day, pre-market highs. It just put a failure at 31.50. I'll zoom out so you can see what this looks like from yesterday. You had that 31 area, and now it looks like it's turning at 31.50 with the market. So I just grabbed the 31 short. Moderna's been dying here all morning long. There was a story this morning, the EU pushing back some vaccine deliveries. That appears to be the reason it's down 8%. So this is getting absolutely crushed. If you do go and zoom out looking for some key levels, you're a ways away from next support, which is literally $5 lower from here. So Moderna, oddly enough, has some room to continue to go to the downside if this market continues to be weak. The ES is back at the low of the day, and that's why I looked for something to be in the short. That's why I grabbed the curl in Rivian. I'm not adding to that Facebook trade, and even NEO here, which came back into that 1790 area. It had that buyer that Prad mentioned, 1790. That's now gone. The 80 level has a chance to hold. Relatively strong here because it's not anywhere near its lows. Anything that's off of the lows right now significantly has a bit of relative strength. So I want to still play this one after that reversal to that long side. But if we cannot hold VWAP, then I'm going to get out of that NIO. The ES is just you have an interesting market because you have the ES trying to take out those lows, but the NASDAQ is holding up pretty nicely off the higher lows. A lot of that has to do with just the shock that came from, I think, Microsoft in general. Tesla, I'm not going to diddle in the middle on Tesla here. This time, when the momentum was straight to the upside, then we didn't mind taking those breakout trades. But now that you have a really sharp pullback, I'm thinking about 750. I'm thinking about VWAP. I want to make sure we're getting a good price if we want to get back into this long. And I'm not really thinking about the shorts just yet. With the market at the low and Tesla's still up 2%, it still feels relatively strong to me, and I'd rather play bounces if I can.
All right, let's take a little profit out here on Softy if we can get it. There it is. That's 20 cents. We've averaged. I mean, we got way more shares now, so we averaged into that one. Our best out, our best in there. Sorry, 147.90. So that's a nice move down. We've already bounced off of 50 like once. I mean, let's call that once there. Well, I mean, once here in the pre-market, but whatever. And then again there, and now again we're bouncing. So we'll take a piece out. I still feel like as long as the NASDAQ is below here, the 50 period, then we're gonna have a nice little trade for us here on Apple. But these names are dancing, right? Like you can get 30, 40 cents just like in the blink of an eye. So we got to make sure that we get out when we have that blink. And right there, yes, sir, spin it one more time. We're going to add Apple to the board right now. Wow, okay, Apple, I see you right now to the downside. As we just continue our, wow, good trade there for Apple. This is really surprised how far that just fell now as the S&P and the NASDAQ obviously both turning red. Facebook, we got out of that on a 190 break, but it's actually holding up real well. I see how much Apple is heading to the downside and Facebook holding up. So that might be something right now to get back into here on Facebook. But I'm really just concerned right now with Apple. We're into that name, into the short, and there it is. Good out right there. We'll see. I told you about 147 flat, so let's put a bid somewhere near there, like in the 20s, and then we'll put another one. Oh, come on, baby. And we'll put another one down near at 147 flat, and then see if we can just start tick, 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 all the way to the downside here. If it's some downside pressure, that's going to be great. I know Neil was in a firm, so Ash Tuck there. I don't know. I don't think you're not in it.
That was like
that was ages
quick,
ago.
In
so.
and out. Like that was 9:36, and our stop was at the high at 25.5 when we're out of it. I don't have a level on a firm to get back in. Like Rivian, I did, and so we jumped back into a firm, but I don't have a level to get back in on a firm unless it had gotten to $28, and it never did. So unfortunately, like I didn't see a secondary trade there. I do with Rivian, that's why I'm in it now. But that one just broke out of the channel, and once it was gone, it's like it needs to be up here at 27.5 or 28 for me to play that curl again. Otherwise, I just want it back where we had it before. I want a fail break, and I'll play it at the level that we had off of the open. But once it got through that first channel, I'm going to wait until it gets to a significant price level. And it's the same thing with GameStop. Like I don't need to jump in and trade at every single price level. But it's still on. Like it's on the radar as it should be. But it just needs to get a little bit higher if I wanted to fade it. It looks like kind of like Neo, like it's still in that breakout from this 25 level. So if anything, if you liked it long, then you could play it off at 25. I just don't like it long.
Yeah. So for me, for a firm, we never have to pay for shorts. So that's always a good one there. But yeah, there's that 26 break. I don't know. So right now, I don't really have too much of an opinion. It's up on the day, so I would always go short on a firm. But again, that's just an opinion that I don't really have right now. So I'm gonna pass on any talk with a firm. I know you guys were talking about Neo. I wanted the short there, and I actually switched over to Apple instead. So, but here it comes right back up. It actually, wow. Oh shoot, that short was good. I was gonna say like when it breaks that 1790 because you had the 50 period there, that would have been great. But wow, what a great reload or whatever that would have been down here at VWAP for that. So watch out for Neo. We saw Neo scream yesterday, or not? Was it yesterday or was it, I don't know, a couple days ago?
No, it
was the trade of the day. It was yesterday. For Neo. We hit this 18 and hammered it, right? So we're waiting for good levels to come. I don't think 18 is going to be another one. It's already broken through there. But yeah, yesterday's trade of the day was NIO, and it's kind of crazy that I'm not even looking at it yet here today. But there's that high. Yeah, see, there's nothing really here for me. I feel like if you break back down below right here, 1750, then you've got another banger. But look off the open, man. That already touched 17. So watch out for 1750 break here on NIO as it's heading to the upside. So nice little movement for NIO there. Let's go over to Brendo.
ETF here moving, guys, for natural gas. UNG, weekly gas storage numbers out. Looks like not positive, to say the least here. So UNG, if you want an ETF for natural gas, just popped up. While I have you, Rick, RICK on the NASDAQ, I believe. The Bear Cave just out with a short call on that.
Ooh, don't short Rick.
What's up, Rick?
I mean, if you're Team Morty, that's one thing. But come on, man. You can't short Rick. Rick is just a cool dude. someone noting in the chat, and this is a great look, that the Russell holding up. With the market pull back there, the Russell saying hold my beer and just showing some signs of strength. This is a conversation I had with one of our traders yesterday at some length about when you see these market moves to the downside, or in the IWM, like the Russell is not moving with the market. A lot of times the market holds up and then tries to catch up. And I'm talking about the ES here. I should always clarify that because we go back and forth, ES or the NASDAQ. And then as I noticed that, I mean, I'm already in NEO because we waited for 1780 to get a bit of a reload, so now my price is 96. I looked over back to Tesla and said, why wait for 750? Maybe I'll just pay up to this 55 area here and try and catch that bid. The market's bouncing off of these lows. I wanted to get back into the trend. I did miss the chance just here, but I'll sit patiently on this 56 bid to see if we can catch some Tesla. It does feel like the market wants to try to catch up. And we've noticed that correlation before and want to continue to play into it. We haven't talked about Microsoft in a while, but I want to come back over to Meta because I just tried to get a reload. I did miss the chance here. Had the wick bottom through 190. I'm trying to hold this channel, so I'm not really giving it a 25 or 30 cent stop. I need to actually trade well down below that 190 to get out. It's more of an area stop than anything else, although I do have one set below 50. If we could have got that dip buy, I would have taken it, but that was a pretty quick move a couple times through when I was watching Tesla for the dip buy. I still have the target at 194, so we're going to hold on to this one for dear life. The market just took another bounce. It's whipsaw action, but if you've got the key levels to play off of, then you certainly can. I'm not saying diddle in the middle, but play off those levels, do a little scalping, try to maintain that core position if you think the trend is going to be up, which it's just certain names feel like they still want to hold that trend to the upside. Until it really gets broken, that's the direction I want to pick.
Yeah, Facebook has been a monster. So far today for me, I mean, Ford's been a big one here. We only have one negative name, and it's Palantir today. So Apple, we just took another piece out at 40 right there. As I said, it's dancing around, but you can see these lines are starting to get closer. So 148 now becoming more key here for Apple on the 1 minute chart. So that's something to look out for. Obviously, if it rips back up to there, we will try another short. But look what's happening right now to the market. So I think right here, let's get another piece out. There we go. We just took another piece out at 53 there. I'm just a little nervous. If this market takes the 50 period, we're now, honestly, we have 30% left on this name. You can see all these out. So 30% left on Apple. Good trade for me. Positive name, but the market is now taking the 50 period, right? So I never want to be short names when this is what's happening. The only real mistake that I've made here was not, and Facebook was just down here. I could have easily reloaded this. Like, it was down here for, I don't know, five minutes or so, and I was like, I don't know if I want it. It's because I was short Apple, to be honest with you. I said that as we had it, but I still like this play. Nicely done to the upside here today, off that 190, bang right there. We did get out on a 189 break. We're sticking to the goals there. But yeah, I don't know. If it comes back down, it's like, how many times does it have to test this? But it's been so good. So I don't know. I just like the short in Apple so much better. So that's why we're going to continue to work that. There's some levels there, 147.70. I'm going to take a short if we get back up to there again. We are watching out for 148. So 148 break is where we really get concerned. I'm going to be sitting at 148 with more shares, and then we'll watch to see what happens if it takes down some of these highs. But right now, it's starting to go back up to the upside. So I'm a little bit nervous here as the futures wanting to get going here. I feel like back to positive. So I don't want to be short a name like Apple, especially if these futures are doing what they're doing right now. So we'll take one more shot right now. I'll put this on, and then we'll see where we go.
Yeah, we're going to bring some register here. And I haven't talked about hockey in a while, but obviously, they're in their finals as well, so we'll do some slap shot action. I just was premature on that one because I got a fill on the bounce on Tesla just there, but I was on the offer in NEO, and it's like, oh, it's just chewing through levels. It's about to take out 18, and I was sitting on 18. I just got the fill just now. So sometimes if you hit the animation before you get the fill, it's the ultimate jinx. In this case, we did get the reload in front of 1780. There was that size at 1790 the trader Prad mentioned, but I wanted to see us bouncing off of VWAP. So I kind of disregarded the size and said bounce off VWAP and then I'll add to the position. That turns out to be the right decision. But 18, finding some resistance here. So if we cannot get back through this level, unfortunately, this is what it's going to look like on the higher time frame. It's just going to be on the 15-minute chart, you're going to have the ultimate, like, it's not a head and shoulders per se, but you would have had an 18 break that got to 19 and then 18 break that got to 1850. And then reloaded 18 that can't even get, a reload of 1780 that can't get through 18. unfortunately, if you hold below 18 even, the next thing is usually a flush. So it's a pretty big decision point here for NEO, which isn't nearly as strong. They're both up 2%, but to me, it's not nearly as strong as Tesla, at least the way that it's trading right now. So got to be a little bit wary of that. I did jump back into the Rivian. And I know I'm short Rivian while long these other two, but it did make a curl off this level here at the high. And I just feel like if it cannot hold this, it's got so much more room to the downside. And had it taken the bottom here, I thought it was like $3 worth on the initial short. I think it's $2 worth if it flushes from here. So I like the Rivian short, relatively speaking, risk to reward, while being in a NEO and a Tesla long. And I'm still in Meta. I still feel like it's in that channel. No reason to get out of it. If the futures hold the bottom, I don't see why we don't get to this 94 area.
Yeah, and I think that's the key with this right now is the futures, because the futures aren't doing anything. So that's part of the problem. I mean, it's just going up and down and back and around. So I like Facebook. We've talked about that. We talked about that yesterday on our video about that Sheryl Sandberg, and that it seemed like it should have reacted more than it did, only going down to that 185. I felt like that was kind of a gift down there. I mean, look, we could retest. It depends what you think about the NASDAQ. I feel like the bottom's probably in, to be honest with you. So for me, any kind of dips in any of these big cap tech names, I just want to be a buyer of them. So that was a missed opportunity. But again, you're only $6 away. I have Facebook in my long-term account. So we'll see where it goes, but that's that play. And for right now, the futures are taking above, and they're starting to go now. So we're well above the 50 period. So we have one last Hail Mary here on Apple. It's not a Hail Mary, but we just took a short there at 148, and we're going to go against that 148.25 area, right into here around. I want to play the quarters. That's generally how I play these names. There's no levels right here in between, so we don't want to get railroaded on a move back up to the upside. We're already having a big day, so we can hold out for this. Hopefully this can come back down in like it's doing right now. And, as I say, it's a detriment to me sitting here, to be honest with you, because taking profits sometimes is not the right call. But right now, as the future's starting to rip up, here we go. We're short Apple 148 right now. Nice little pullback in. And again, an upsized position. So we'll start to take some of this out as we are now at the high of the day for me one more time on this Apple short. And I'm just getting it out. Like, I trade much differently, man. Bigger shares for myself than normal, and I'm just trying to scalp out. I mean, I just said the market wasn't doing much. Let's take advantage if that's the truth, and then I will, kick myself when the stock either tanks or rips from here. But we'll see what happens. I have that 148.25 marked down right now, so it'll be a 25-cent hit, worst case scenario at this point.
Ring register again at the same price on Tesla. It's now turned into basically the same trade, which is this 55 level up to this 65 level. So we'll just keep playing it the same way. Take some out in front of 60, take some out in front of 65. If the market is in this, we're in the middle of the channel. If we're not breaking out in the market, it's hard to not want to scalp these out and sort of make these like $5 and $10 plays inside on Tesla. And maybe it does go to that 775 or 780 area. But the last time it did this, I tried holding for that bigger move, and it stalled at 770 on me. So I don't want that to happen here today. We're taking profit every chance we get on Tesla while only really going to the long side of the trade. It's a really, really mixed board up there, which tells you need to be on the right stock in the right direction and playing off the right levels. But we can see a picture of that with Brendan at the big screen for Sector Watch. Right stock.
Yeah, about as mixed as you're going to see this board. In fact, we are red, but only just. About 0.25% here for the S&P 500. A lot of things helping to offset, including consumer discretionary stocks. Under Armour, I saw when I came up here, having a really nice day. UAA, both up more than 4% each. Some of the travel names bouncing back. We did see a little bit of strength early in the week, but then back to the downside over the past couple of days. Etsy's here as well, 5% to the upside. The automakers, yeah, enjoying positive move, but I mean, the news for Ford, kind of underwhelming a little bit there. 2% plus for Tesla right now, leading. GNRC and Boeing down here in the industrials group also helping to offset some negativity from that group. Consumer staples very red, worth noting, right across the entire group, leading in fact to the downside today. Paramount 5.9, Match 4.5, so offsetting each other a little bit there in the communications group. Healthcare though making up most of the negativity that we're seeing today. Moderna's down 8% so far. Regeneron Regeneron's here, Eli Lilly, Gilead as well, all about 3.5 plus to the downside. Tech, though, showing some strength, helping to offset. That's HPE. We mentioned it briefly there in the pre-market. Microsoft just 2.6. Still red on the day, but everything else helping to offset what would have been negativity for the individual group. Just 0.2, guys. Yeah, a bit of a checkered board up here today so far. Back over to you.
Ooh, I like that, a checkered board. And I want to thank, we got a super chat there, and I want to thank Slava there as well for that super chat. It's Wish Stack, what you think about I am a long time. I'm not sure. Maybe you can maybe restate what you're asking about. I don't know if you're asking about context logic, if that's...
I think you're talking about Wish, yeah.
Yeah, Wish. So if you are asking about context logic, on a day like today where, I mean, in theory, like you see a lot of names that are relatively strong. Come on, load up. You're seeing a lot of names that are relatively strong and bouncing. You are going to note that something like a context logic is trying to make a break, but it's not a huge but it is a big but. If you look at the bottom that it just made, 190 and this 50 period has been all kinds of resistance. I think a lot of traders and a lot of people are looking at this as a sell in this range, and it needs to chew through it. And sometimes a stock just needs to break the channel. And it's a good look. It's a good look if you're bringing this up now because it has a chance to break out from this channel. But on every single time frame, you're going to watch 190 and probably $2 as resistance. And until you get a breakout from there, these stocks are kind of sitting there in not the dungeon, but lacking the opportunity to make that second stage to the upside. Probably beaten up enough that a lot of shorts have to cover when it gets to a 90 or a $2 level like that. Brendo?
So this Rick I mentioned on that Bear Cave short report gets the initial move back down through 50, and then a whole bunch of people talking about a short squeeze, because it does have a bit of a high short interest in it. So it rips right back up to 55. So pretty volatile, low volume on this, just be aware. But Rick on now short squeeze mentions back to the upside.
Rick, yeah, good one. I'm looking at this 105 right now for AMD. It's so crazy because I was like, oh my God, I have this SOX L on here, and it's not really doing too much, man. So I don't know. I feel like, I wanted to look at it today, so that's why I put it on the board. But I mean, look what's happening right here with AMD. It's so much cleaner, I find, than that SOX L. And again, it's because SOX L gets sort of weighed down by Intel and those kind of names. Again, I have to see what the weighting is there, but like this is NVIDIA and AMD are both rocking today like crazy. So some big time movement upside for these names. AMD up that almost 4%. Last time I checked, NVIDIA was 4%. It pulled back a little bit. So that's, yeah, they pulled back. That was at the high, but you're starting to bounce off this 188.50. So that might be a level there. Okay, just so you guys know, Apple's now above 148. We could zoom in here so you could see this just came back in and we took some more out. So right now we're only holding 40% left on this 148 short. So we're out of the money 10 cents. Our out's going to be right here, 25. It's banged its head against that a couple times. I don't want to re-short this. We're above the 50 period, so that's not something that I'm excited to do right now on this name. So we're going to look, if it pulls back, great. I think that's kind of as expected here because Apple is weak. Like the market's up, Apple's down. So it's a short that I want to hold, and I now have the right position for me to now hold this. So hopefully this can be held. We'll see if Microsoft wants to go to the downside. I have a feeling like this market just wants to keep like drifting higher now. We had some big action obviously off the open right here with Microsoft. That came about at 9 o'clock. That was the move to the downside. Then a nice back move to the pre-market highs and then down. And now I feel like, we're starting to sort of tick higher here. But a lot of these wicks, we've made moves and faded back in, right? So watch out. Do we retest the 50 period? I think yes. So we'll see if it holds it. But I really feel like it's tested it, held it. And now we're starting to exaggerate the move a little bit here on the NQs. So let's wait to see where it wants to go. I have my outs. They're in the 70s for Apple. That's where my bid is now. Hopefully we can get that fill. But here it comes back in. Yes, I mean, we're going to end the day, hopefully, knock on wood, unless this thing really rips up at the highest spot we've been at all day. So far, so good there. Oh, it just resisted 80 again. Let's put an order in the low 80s right now. What's up, Brendan?
Short report kind of day. The latest LWLG, Lightware Logic. So Kerrisdale Capital just out with a report on this one.
So from a short report to the meme stocks, Look, GameStop, I talked about that 120 level. We had it the first time to the long. It only got to 121 on the last dip, and now you're seeing it break out. So if I've missed that, obviously we had it the first time, but we missed it the second time. I'm only looking for shorts at 128.70, which is where it's at right now, or possibly that 130. But there is another side to this coin.
Here we go.
And the other side of that coin is AMC. AMC is gearing up with a wedge, and as GameStop breaks out, look at the 13 level on AMC. I got my stop through. If this one's going to break through that 13, there was a wick on the pre-market, but that's garbage. 13 is going to be that high of the day. So with GameStop running, AMC now back into play on a 13 break.
All right, so we're also, we just punched long in AMD. I was like, forget about it, man. I can't just sit here and keep talking about this name, ripping higher, higher, higher. Let's just see if we can get something out in the 20s now. We're long at 08. Like, I just literally just called it up, pushed by, and that was that. So let's see if it can work now. Up to 22, 23 right now. Lots of size bouncing around here. Let's see if it wants to take out some of these highs. I was literally offering 23. It was bouncing off 22. Hopefully that can come back in. Where are we going to get out? I mean, why not just the bottom of this wick here for so 104.70 or so if we fail on this name? Well, like I said, so we're going to be in there for 30 or so cents. Let's see. There we go. We're at 23. There we go. Not a liar. So there it is out there at 23, some out, not much. We're going to see how high this one wants to fly. We do realize that we're going to be out of Apple in a second as well, but that's why we switched over, man. The market's starting to blow back up to the upside. I think I got a much stronger name here in AMD. Hell, let's take another piece out at 26 if we can get that. But here comes Apple back in. We can go back over to that quickly. I'm going to put a bid now for not many shares, but if I can get something out at 05 or so, we could probably do that. We're already long. Like, we've got this AMD long. Is that starting to rip upside? So maybe we just can like sort of take away some of this from Apple and just watch this AMD trade as it's starting to climb upside right now. 20 cents in the money in a minute. So let's hold out for this. Maybe it wants to continue to go. We said the futures, and I just did this talk on the futures that I was like, it's probably going to start to tick higher. So there it is right there. A nice little move. We're going to make back, we're making back more than what we were losing here on Apple because we're not losing that much. But here goes AMD. Hopefully it can continue to go to the upside. This might be a hold for a while now, especially if this market wants to rip. AMD definitely showing its colors, man. The best semi continues to work today. Let's go money, money, money on AMD for now. We're out of a little piece on that one. More worried about Apple because it's banging its head up there, but AMD continues to work here.
And GameStop just got to 129.74, so it's right at that 30 level. AMC can't seem to get to 13, so it does feel like I said 130. This is the price area that I wanted to try the first short in. We had a short off the 120 break to the downside, but after that broke and we reversed long, I'm only thinking that 30, and then possibly 150 was a big level as well. So if something crazy happens, I would play off that. But I just tried grabbing shorts in front of 130 at 129.5. I didn't get it, so I'm not going to chase it too far. Either I get the price I want or we don't take it at all. However, still heading back into the upside off that VWAP bounce. His NIO did reload off that 80. Just got some at 18. We got some at 18.20. I'm still offering in front of 18.50. I still think there's room to $19 on NIO, despite the fact that it cannot seem to be nearly as strong as Tesla. And by the way, Tesla did not quite get Tesla on that last dip. So we played it to 765. Now I'm going to be waiting for another whole sort of false break. If it does a false break, I'm playing the dips off all of these false breaks. But at some point, the break won't be false, and there won't be a dip, and I won't have Tesla if it gets to 770. Wow, we have not talked a lot about crypto, and we know currencies are a big deal after what happened with the Microsoft guidance. So let's go to Brendan right now for Money Talks.
Brought to you by the Small Exchange, guys. Make sure you check out smallexchange.com. Use a QR code. Sign up today. No PDT rule at the Small Exchange and futures trading in general. Low capital, less capital required as well. Smallexchange.com, guys. Here we go. Green board for the most part, all because of this. U.S. dollar back under pressure. You can see move back to the downside for the DXY today as we get a bit of a bump back to the upside for the Canadian dollar. We got the interest rate hike here yesterday from the Bank of Canada, or maybe it was Tuesday. I think it was Tuesday, actually. So Canadian dollar back to 79.3, up about 0.4 on the day. Euro, big move as well. 0.6 back to the upside. Same story for the British pound. Again, the dollar under pressure. Yeah, here's Bitcoin. It briefly got back above 30 there for a split second, up about 1%, but trying to hold 30,000 today. Ethereum as well, 0.4. But the choppy week continues. That's a hourly chart, if you're wondering, of the dollar index, guys. Back over to you.
All right, all right.
So far, this is a weak break on GameStop at 130. So I had the short in front of it, and it stopped out. So it lost like the 50 cents plus slippage there. And then I got into the reverse on the long, and just immediately it's met by resistance. Like a lot of times on that break, like you want to give it a couple of counts to go. I just scalped some out for like 60 cents because if it doesn't go right away, I want to have a little bit less of it. And whatever, that turns out to be the wrong decision. But I did get AMC, so that's the other side of it. Like, I don't mind scalping this one out because when 130 broke, AMC did take that 13 level as well. So I do have exposure in case we have a bigger squeeze. Look, the aftermarket high was at 133, so I understand that could be resistance on GameStop, and I'm likely to want to get some out there. But the reason I think I said 138, 140 to you guys, is just looking off the bigger levels on GameStop up here, 138, 140. I'm likely to scalp it until we get to those prices, but AMC jailbreak 13 even. Let's see if it can go. The futures are with these moves, so maybe they want to help out. Yeah, it could be a bit of a late meme rally. As I'm sitting here kicking myself over not being in that Tesla, it is what it is. Like I decided that we're range bound in Tesla, and I wanted to play the range aggressively every chance I got, but I was trying to maintain a long position, which I was doing up until that last out at 765. So I'm now just in NEO here and then seeing if that one can be the EV to go. But Tesla might have gotten away from me, and it could get to that 780 target without me.
Okay, we are reloaded now, and we'll see what we can do here. Oh, this is Palantir, first of all. Palantir went right back up. Like, the only stock that we're negative on today looks like we could have been positive, but, ifs and buts. We say that all the time. So we're going to have to just absorb this. I'm short now at 08. I feel like if the market wants to come in here, this should come in. But again, Palantir, it's funny. I like the stock, and it's just up here one more time. If this breaks above like 913 or something, we're going to be, here it goes. Darn it, that sucks because we wanted this name long in the beginning right here. It didn't work out for us. So yeah, Palantir right now looks like we're going to get out of this one as it just wants to go higher, higher, higher right now. I'm going to change it. Yeah, I don't know if I should change this or not, but we'll see what's going to happen right now. We're out of AMD, which is a bit silly. The reason why is because we reloaded our Apple short right there, so I just felt more confident in that. We're going to be positive on AMD, but AMD is still ripping to the high side right now, so that sucks. We got out for flat there, but it's still good takes for me on AMD. Our long was 08, and there it is. Our best outs in the 28, 29, so good take on that one. But yeah, Palantir, I was going to give it to that 950 or so area. But again, we're sort of already at a level that's pretty high up for Palantir, especially on the daily. We talked about that. It's starting to break out now. So be careful with PLTR. I still really like this Apple short, but I don't know, man. I feel really silly scalping this so much. But Apple right now is just doing this. Positive stock for me, happy with it, but looking for a bigger move down. These futures are just a funny thing here. What's up, Brendo?
It's been a while since we've mentioned DWAC, but just ramped up significantly here on huge volume. It's worth mentioning through to 46. So apparently being discussed a lot on social media today is DWAC.
Yeah, and from one meme to another, look, DWAC, it falls in that category at times. So I got out of GameStop at the aftermarket high, that 133 level. We said that could be a bit of a target. Now remember, part of the reason that I am scalping this trade and got out of it pretty quickly was the exposure to this move via AMC. So AMC broke that 13 wedge. Now looking at the afternoon high, so yesterday in the afternoon high, that was about 13.25. So scalp some out into that range, get out about half, and then see if it can take the next level, which will be 13.50. I don't know if it goes too much further than that, but I'm going to play off of the levels as much as we can here. I do want to try to get back into, like if GameStop wants to continue the move, I do want to see if I can continue playing off of these levels. Maybe 130 holds, maybe it's 125, maybe it's 120 backside. But if it gets to 140, I'm starting to think about only the short side of the trade. And that's just because when it got there the last time, that was a play. We're day trading here, and that's what it's all about. Facebook is again trying to break the wedge. So it bounced a couple times off 190. Now it's trying to take out these highs. I'm still targeting this 194 area. That's where we fell from yesterday off the Sheryl Sandberg news. So if we get back to that price, I'll be taking out Facebook altogether. So Neo long, holding on to that. AMC still in. GameStop got out for now, but I have to watch that stop because if it drops hard, then I would expect AMC could fall as well. There's actually some interesting earnings that are coming through tonight, and we're going to get to those with Brennan, but there's a few names on there that we do want to pay attention to.
Yeah, still a few. Not a lot, but let's get you caught up on what's to expect tonight and tomorrow morning.
Yeah, CrowdStrike.
Yeah, Lululemon's the big one, but CrowdStrike's also a very good one there. Asana as well in the software area.
I didn't even know Crowd.
Been pretty nasty, some of these names, but I like CrowdStrike there, especially with all the talk here about just the Russia, the Ukraine, sort of the internet security and things like that. So definitely CrowdStrike. Is that Restoration Hardware as well? Wow. Okay. So I feel like there are some big names coming through here very, very soon. So watch out for all of those, man. Should be a great, great earnings day. Again, honestly, I said that we're getting into the end of them, which we are, but hey, still some big names to come, man.
And the reason I like Lulu, well, I mean, we're going to watch Lulu. Anything in a channel this good, when you break away from it, it's just going to make for a fantastic trading opportunity. So it either breaks above this 300. Look at the 15-minute chart here. It either breaks above this 300 or takes out the 285. And there's like more than 10% room to the downside. And if you break out of 300, you've got 10% to the 50-period moving average. Like, it's just in a tight channel here, and we like to break out to either form support 300 or form resistance 285. That's why I like Lulu around these price levels. But wow, it's been a crazy, crazy day. Enough trading activity to like last a week here in terms of whether you like the memes, whether you like big cap with Meta or Microsoft. You know what? Why do I even keep trying to correct myself? If I get it wrong and say Facebook, I'll just stick with Facebook. But there's been a little bit of everything for everybody.
Yeah, AMD just continues to rock, man. That stock is ridiculous. Oh, we got punched a little bit long by accident here in Apple. So Apple did take down, we had to get out. Apple did take down that 148.25. But if you're still holding it, looks like it's fine. The only problem is now the NASDAQ is actually, I'm kind of like maybe thinking about changing my opinion here as the NASDAQ's trying to turn back down right now. So we'll wait to see, but we are long into Apple. And then honestly, like, next time, we do this every day, so we'll be back tomorrow. But look at AMD. I mean, it's just ridiculously strong here. So that name continues to work to the upside. So congratulations, anybody that held on to that. We should be now 50 cents in the money, but we got, or 40 cents in the money, but we got out of that name. So that's making some moves here. We'll get out some more Apple. We are long now at 30s as it's trying to break higher there. I thought maybe breaking through there. We did take a little bit too many shares because we had that stop order, so that's why we got out. But again, no real damage done here on Apple. Let's see if it continues to go to the upside. I think it could turn green and then test, but this market needs to keep on going to the upside. We're only up 0.3, so it can go a hell of a lot more than this right now. But yeah, you're going to get Luke, it's going to be Ian. I was going to say Luca, but it's Ian and Trader Pratt to start to show off with you guys. So that's going to be a good one. You don't have to change the stream. You don't have to do anything. I'm going to ask for some likes now. I mean, you guys have been watching this all day. We have over 6,000 watching, 1.2K likes. If you can hit the like button, that would be greatly appreciated. We do this for free every single day, and we're going to be doing it once again tomorrow. So it was a big day. I think earnings are going to be exciting. Lululemon, CrowdStrike, definitely those names on watch.
Yeah, 100%. And look, it's been a fun ride for us here. As Sean said, don't do anything. Just sit back, relax. Actually, you know what?
Hit the
Be
like
engaged
button.
in the market. Hit that like Sean said, and then you're going to get thrown right over to Trader Pratt and Ian as they just catch on. And I know they're going to be trading the semis. I know they're going to be looking at some of the Tesla, the Neos of the world, Microsoft obviously here, and hopefully a little bit of that meme world, because AMC and GME, they're making power moves today, and you guys are making a power move to the midday show.
Making power moves, making money moves, you know what to do. Welcome to the Midday Show. It is Ian today first with us. Let's see what the market presents us with Ian at the helm. Let's go,
hey guys.
Ian.
Yeah, how's it going? Today has been like so crazy, man. Like, how's it been for you?
Same as usual. Like, always trade the same stock, so nothing really changes too much for me.
I just got wicked out of this Facebook trade, and I was hoping I wouldn't have, but before I could show you guys, but I was like almost $1 in the money. I kind of went long here at 191. But then, it was kind of topping out at like 192.50 was this like previous high a day. And I couldn't really like break out. Every time it broke out, there wasn't many buyers like above it. And then just kind of kept like wicking down. And, sometimes you just got to give it like a time stop, right? Obviously now it's going higher and it's probably going to send to like my initial exit orders, but it is what it is. But yeah, I took over like almost $1.50 on the play, and it's a solid winner. Any good winners for you?
Yeah, I'm in a good winner right now. I'm in AMD 45 cents in the money, so I'll show you my AMD trade off the open. So, basically the same trade as not too long ago, I think 2 days ago at 104.50 area, scalping the shorts in front of 104.50 every time I got the chance to, and then I had an order to flip me long on the break of 105. So 105 flipped me long, and as you guys can see, AMD, as Sean has been mentioning it too, AMD has been ridiculously strong today, and it's just been launching up. I came in, I pulled up Microsoft and I pulled up AMD, my first 2 charts, and I go AMD though, and that's right, man. Look at AMD today. My only positive stock in my portfolio.
Facebook is just going off right now.
Facebook's going to the north side. Yeah, Facebook yesterday had a negative catalyst, or at least people thought it was a negative catalyst, but we know that catalyst wasn't really any not much negative news to it. You know, it's just a CEO dropping off. They'll get another CEO. It's not CEO, sorry. It was COO. Sorry, there you go. Thank you for correcting me, homie. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's like they're just gonna get a new one, and then they'll just keep on continuing on that side. And even Sean or Brandon came out with the news at the end of the day, which was, it was not like a negative news, and everything was positive about it. So and here we go, man. Facebook just launched from that bottom yesterday, I believe around 188 or so. Let me just scroll back here to see.
It was 185 was the level from yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, so 185 area bounced from there yesterday. Today, man, Facebook taking out the high of the day and going higher.
Yeah, you know what? It's crazy because I was literally just talking about it.
Holy AMD,
and it
man.
just like launched off 193. As soon as 193 broke out, it was just gone and just like so much momentum. I quickly took a look at Microsoft because that's obviously the big play of the day today with their Q4 guidance change. But that kind of like launched up a bit off of the 266 as well. I was trying to I don't know, I was all over the place with Microsoft today. I tried taking it long off 265 when that broke through. That was a solid winner. But then I was just kind of getting chopped up on the short, and obviously Microsoft, it can move fast, and the spread can sometimes open up. So you got to be really careful with that. Trust your rules. But yeah, I took a few losses there on Microsoft, but it is what it is. Obviously, Facebook was a great win for me. I want to bring up Chewy as well because that was moving. That was moving this morning as well. But look at this plunge, guys, right off the open. 27 was that pre-market low. I took that short. That was a huge trade. Took that short, got about $1 on my last exit there, and then just stopped out when it broke up back through 27. But now look at that, it's testing back 28. I know 30 was like kind of the high on the intraday there, and yeah, we can kind of see here. Yesterday, 30 was the high, right? So I don't think we get there today, but yeah, it's showing some decent strength now above 27.
Yeah, this market is on a tear right now. So instead of being negative, NASDAQ and S&P 500 both in the positive territories. NASDAQ up almost 0.72, almost 1% now. And let's go right back to AMD. Look at this beauty of a stock. 106 had some size, took out the size on 106. Now we have some size on the bids on 106. So I added to my long. So my long average, instead of being, actually, you know what? Let's cancel my stop at the 106 and we'll put our stop pretty much at break even. That way, if it goes back to break even, we take that stop and we can come back to this trade later on. But right now, after adding to that position on the break of 106, we're 41 cents in the money on this trade. We're 41 cents in the money on this trade, and we're just trying to work with this trade a little bit more. What a crazy move on the semiconductor ETF today. So let's go over to SOXX on NASDAQ, which is a pretty good ETF to take a look at for semiconductors. I know some of you take a look at SOXL on Amex, which is a 3 times leverage, I believe, semiconductor ETF. Maybe it's not leverage at all. It looks the exact same as no, it is leverage. I believe maybe 2 times or 3 times. Not sure which one. But clearly the moves on semiconductors are insane today. So let's go quickly over to NVIDIA too to go check out what NVIDIA is doing. I know NVIDIA broke 190 previously and came back below 190. Formed a pretty good base actually at 189. And this is when I stopped looking at NVIDIA and I focused more on AMD for the day. So AMD now, man, coming back down slowly, almost back to our average price. Let's see how AMD trades now that it seems to have cooled off just a bit. So I'm going to start covering some of my size.
I think something's going on with your mic there, Pratt. Let us know if you hear it on my mic as well. But I wanted to bring up AI. AI, someone just said AI is breaking out 16. Man, I really wanted this break of 16 early on. I took it, got stopped out. There was no buying above 16. it was quite brutal. And then afterwards, it kind of broke down, tested this 1520 again. You know, it looked really weak after that. But then afterwards, I tried longing off 1560. Huge size popped up on the bid around 1560, 1565. And then I was just trying to long in front of it, but I don't know, something kind of weird was going on with this stock, and you know, it wicked everyone out. And I remember us all, we kind of like we all kind of took that trade, and you know, we all kind of got wicked out. And now it's giving the move above 16. But at the same time, it's like it's still testing that 16 level. I don't know if this is truly strong. Obviously, you know, it's down 13% on the day, but I was hoping for like some sort of like SSR bounce. You know, obviously when it's SSR, we kind of talked about this yesterday. You know, it's harder to slam the bids down and harder to short. If you want to get short, you kind of have to post up on the offer and, you know, wait to get filled. So, you know, AI is obviously making a move here, and let's see where that kind of goes. What else do you guys want to look at here? Is your mic working? You want to test it out?
No, not yet.
No, not yet? Okay, let's take back a look at AMD, just because that's just going off as well. I know Prad has that long. Let the chart load there, guys. Yeah, I was looking at actually 100, obviously. That's obviously been the huge level. But if you would have bought that anywhere close to 100 and then just literally just never sell, like look at this. It's just, look at how strong this trend is, right? It's just going straight up, not too many lows. You know, broke out through 104. That was the level from yesterday, and now it's testing 106. It's just an insane move. The bounce that the market's giving this morning is crazy.
Yeah, so AMD clearly strong, but 106 seems to have been a weak break maybe. I'm thinking about covering my size over here and then flipping to a short and then coming back to another long later on. Let's see if that's the right idea to be thinking, because the market seems to have found a little bit of a barrier at 4110, which was the level that we were looking at yesterday. Also, if you remember, we were talking about 4110 coming into play. So let me just quickly, yeah, I'm just going to cover my trade over here on AMD. And thinking about flipping short once we get back to 106, a little bit closer to 106. That way, then we can. We're only risking the high a day at that point on this trade. So around this area, still a little bit more move to the upside will be better, because then I can take a better average price. But that was a pretty clean long off of the 105 break all the way up to 106 for me on AMD on the day. 149 Apple, I think, yeah, 149 actually makes sense. I was gonna say 150, but right now 150 is not even close to where we are on the at least on the pre-market area. How Apple looks like to me. AMD.NQ. We'll get into that short here, and then we'll risk the high a day on AMD, given that 106 high. Let's see how that one works out. Let's quickly go to Apple, since you brought up Apple. Apple 149. So the reason why I was going to say 150, because obviously everyone knows that 150 level. We said we're not going to say obviously as much as we would do.
Yeah, I think I've
right?
already said it like 3 times.
I know.
I was thinking about that earlier
5
too.
times already, maybe. But no, so Apple 149 does seem like a good level to think about. Off the open near 1015 or so, it capped off at 149 for Apple and didn't go too much further than that. And also pre-market highs were around 149.50, 149.70-ish or so. So that idea for Apple 149 is almost as similar to my AMD short over here in front of 106, not 160. And right now AMD trying to get back above 106. Let's see if it can do so, because the market is still looking strong and looks like it wants to keep on going to the upside.
Yeah, market's looking really strong here, and you know, it is testing the opening area here, the opening price. So let's see if, you know, it does give a little rejection here. Someone asked to bring up Netflix, so I wanted to quickly take a look at that. On the daily here, it looks like 190 was a level for the past 3 days, and obviously it tested it today, and then give this huge bounce. And you know, this looks very similar to the AMD chart as well, and I'm sure a lot of tech stocks will look like this, but yeah, not up quite as much, but still showing a lot of strength. And you know, this 200 level is probably going to come into play. Yeah, let's take a look at FB, because that's about to test. It just broke out 194, and you talk about kind of covering your position too early. And I remember writing in my journal last night, don't cover your positions too early. You know, if you have a solid winner, just let it ride. Let 10% of your position ride, and keep trailing your stop. You know, I had a valid reason for covering this, just because it couldn't really break out above 192.50. I did move my stop up, but then, you know, I made the executive decision myself to manually get out. And now look at it, just pushing 194.50. This is insane. Like, considering the move yesterday, how it plunged so quick. Like, that was an insane move yesterday, down to 185, and then now it's like, what, 10 points higher today? This is incredible.
Yeah, this market is about to take off. AMD right back above to 106. High a day now, 106.30. Let's see if AMD can continue its ascent. AMD's been on an absolute tear today. Let's go away from AMD a bit. Let's go take a look at maybe Tesla. I know Sean or Neil mentioned Tesla, and yeah, look at this stock. Right back to almost 800 bucks here. Only 40 bucks short of 800 over here on Tesla. Looks like we got a nice retest of 725 off the open and a straight moonshot rocket ship straight to the moon over here for AMD. And Apple also right now getting above 149. So all of the tech sector in general has woken up, almost 1% on NASDAQ today, and S&P 500 now 0.5%. UVXY down 3%. So market has been very strong clearly. If I remember yesterday, the market on close was a buy number. So
it was a buy number, but
quickly
it quickly kind of faded off that. And I remember like we all kind of like were anticipating something bigger on that move, but it just kind of quickly fell down. Someone mentioned NEO, and I want to bring that up obviously as well. There, I said it again. Yeah, this 18 level has been such a problem. And you know what? NIO has kind of been taking my money the past couple days, and I just don't have a good read on it. I don't know. Like I took this 18 level short originally, and you know that kind of worked out. Tried it again, and then it just broke out. Tried longing it below NIO, and then it didn't work. And then now look at it. It's breaking 18, testing 1850, which I believe the high yesterday was up to 1890 area, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I didn't have a good read on that. Let's take a quick look back at Facebook, because I think Sean said he took that 194 long off his sticky note there, and that was like a great scalp. Like you would have got like 60 cents of that instantly. Yeah, NIO hit 19. Thank you for clarifying that. Tesla options are happy today. Let's take a quick look at Tesla. I haven't been able to take a look at Tesla just because there's been so much going on. Let the chart load. Yeah, look at this, guys. It's just a similar chart, up almost 5% today, and it's testing that 775 area from yesterday, right? So, you know, the market's kind of, or a lot of stocks are kind of pushing resistance here, and let's see if the market has a chance to maybe turn around, maybe reject this area, or maybe give like a slight pullback or something like that. But yeah, the trend is clearly up. The ES is looking super strong. Look at this. This is the definition of a V-shaped recovery right here.
V-shaped recovery, yeah, that is indeed what we're watching right now. This market is beautiful. What a time to be alive. Every day, what was that? You know, I was just going through a couple comments online, and people are, you know, you see negative comments about the market, you see positive comments about the market, and I'm just like, look, this is the market on a daily basis. Get used to it. Let's try to make some money. It's been a little bit of a hard day for me, but thankfully AMD, man, I'm just happy watching AMD. Just been on a tear. Right now, Apple. Remember how you guys were talking about the 149 level on Apple? Well, it's no longer existing as a resistance. It's now above 149, almost by 20 cents, and trying to keep on increasing that number over here to the north side. AMD also trying to get above the high day, which is at 106.86 or so. But man, let's go to the NASDAQ chart. The NASDAQ chart is the beautiful chart that we want to be looking at. Why is this chart on the 1 minute chart? Let's go over the 5 minute chart over here. Way better. So look at this. I guess it's more of a W shape, I guess. I don't know. You know, not really a V shape return, a W shape return. But you know, no matter what it is, the point is we're going straight to the moon over here. 1% on NASDAQ, 0.5% on the S&P 500, and the market just wants to keep on going. Let's go take a look at some of the low float stocks for today. For example, IMMX. Let's see if that is a low flow. What is the flow for IMMX? IMMX. 5 million flow, 37 relative low flow. Looks like a biopharma, so biotech stock coming into play today for number one relative leader. Is that the relative leader that I picked it out of? Biggest gainers and relative volume leaders of the day. 32 million shares traded so far, and just keeps on trying to go higher. AMD now 106.66. Wow, that's insane. AMD, man. I don't know why I closed my long there and I went for a short instead. I was long at 105. So I don't know why I closed it and went for a short instead, because this stock is monstrous today. Monster move.
It did look like 106 was kind of pushing a little bit of resistance, so I don't hate that cover, but this is just incredible. I want to talk about Netflix. I took this 200 break long here. but it didn't really. First of all, there was no size. I didn't see the size on the offer there, so it was super quick. As soon as it broke, I was in the money, but I got a little bit of a bad fill, and then the bid didn't really like chase it up. The bid didn't really move up, so I took a little bit more size on this. I didn't want to risk too much on this, so I just covered. But looks like my cover is premature, but that's okay. Usually when I take like a break, I want to be in the money. I want to be in the money quick, and I want to take that win, right? But yeah, it looks like it's kind of pushing 40s here. Obviously, Netflix going super strong. Let's take a look at AMC. I haven't looked at AMC as well either today, but someone's calling out here in the chat. Yeah, it looks like it's kind of bouncing as well. I believe I was looking at 1250. Like I said yesterday, like AMC likes to bounce off these like 50-cent levels, right? So 1250, 1350, 1650 was the one from the other day on the big gap up. But yeah, it looks like it's giving a bounce move here. Very similar chart to kind of everything else, but moving up, pushing up 1350. So maybe look for resistance around that area. But yeah, let's take a look at AMD. AMD is just like so strong. Like if this is an uptrend, I don't know what it is. This is like the textbook definition of an uptrend. Maybe 107. Who knows? Should we take that break? I don't know. AMD could collapse soon. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you want to bet against this right now, right? Like the market does look like it might pull back here, but the market's just so strong today after this move. I don't know if you do get short, maybe take a scalp or anything like that. Don't overstay your welcome.
Yeah, I'm just trying to build into an Apple short here because Apple seems to have kind of cooled off over here. If AMD market is cooling off, and AMD being a little bit of a stronger stock than Apple today, and Apple has been a little bit weaker for the past few days, regardless of anything. So Apple, we're trying to see if we can get into a quick little Apple short, not give it too much of risk over here. Average price 149.03, and it's trying to push down along with the overall market. NASDAQ showing us a little bit of a red candle on the 5-minute chart. Let's see where that candle closes on the 5-minute chart, and the same thing with the S&P 500. So trying to work with a weaker stock on the day and weaker stock in general in the tech sector for the past few weeks now. Maybe this stock will help us out with the short at the high day / pre-market levels, trying to build into that trade, as you guys can see. I also quickly want to go over to see what Tesla is doing. Looks like Tesla 777. Okay, lucky number 777 seems to have been the high day with the only a break of 37 cents past that. So if anyone was trying to build a short, you could be building a short here, give it the high day risk, and then maybe have Tesla drop for you. But obviously, why would you short something that's so strong on the day? Tesla is almost as strong as AMD over there. Their charts look the exact the same. A little bit of the market beta is sprinkled into that chart a little bit. So overall, man, Tesla is strong. I would just be hands off on trying to short Tesla. And Apple right now coming right back to the upside above 149 once again. Let's see if Apple has strength to stay above 149 and the market has strength to not go back to the downside, at least to VWAP or so. That's what we're expecting.
Someone said GME is kind of dumping. GME was sort of in play this morning just off of the earnings, but the consolidation, there wasn't much volume in the pre-market, and there was so much more going on during the day that GME kind of fell under the radar, and I don't think a lot of us were kind of looking at plays on it, but it did give a decent move, like 4.5% up on the day. It's not bad, but I was expecting at least to come in today and GME was going to be like up or down like 20%, and we were going to get like huge halt plays and something like it would be like super exciting, but it just didn't look that exciting this morning. Obviously, it's kind of turning around here, 132, 130 area, but yeah, if you take a look at the spread, it's kind of opening up, and it's kind of hard to get into this stock if you aren't already long, or if you're short up here, then obviously good hold. Let's take back a look at FB just because that's kind of bouncing off 195 here. I want to try to look at the daily just to see if there's any sort of, obviously 200 is a level. I don't know if we get there today, but who knows with this market. Obviously, it's super strong. But Yeah, we need like an obviously counter.
I'm counting. I'm
You're
counting. I'm
How
counting
many
right
times
here.
have you said it?
This sentence you said it twice already. Let's go. Let's keep on. Let's counting how many more you
Okay,
got.
obviously I'm going to keep
3,
saying obviously
4.
more. But yeah, no, looks like it's bouncing off 195 here. Doesn't really look like a level on the daily. 200 is clearly a level
Oh,
here.
he changed
I
the
changed
word.
It up. I'm losing synonyms now. But yeah, let's see if it breaks down through 194 and shows some weakness. But Facebook's pretty strong today, especially after yesterday's move.
All right, clearly the market wants to come down right now slightly. Let's see where the market
Maybe a little pullback. It's going to pull back eventually.
Yeah, a little pullback coming in from the high over here from the NASDAQ market. So looks like the 5-minute candle that we were looking at did close on the red. The next 5-minute candle also seems to wants to be red at the moment. So obviously, clearly, it looks like the market wants to help me in my direction. So let's see if the Apple trade over here can extend the losses for itself and give me a nice trade. Go back into the negative territory maybe for Apple. That being said, the market wants to stay green today, and Apple is fighting Apple's doing its battle to stay above 149 right now. Every time we dip above under 149, we just see it pop right back up. So let's see if it can actually stay in that place and actually start moving above 149. Stop me out. That way the longs start to cash out over here. Cash me outside. How about that? So I'm filling up. I'm actually putting a filter on my tape over here so I can only see size above 199 shares or more, so we can cut out the noise. We don't want to see the 10 shares, the 20 share trades, or even the 1 share trades. Sometimes the algos are doing just to move the market around, or even the retail order flow that is not significant enough of a dollar volume for me. So if we filter that noise out, maybe we can get a better idea of where Apple's trying to go. And I'm not really seeing any big greens come in on the board. A lot of mid prints on dark pool gateways. So once we see big greens come in, then maybe we have a reason to be scared like that. Like a 13,000 share order at $14 trying to punch the bids over here. So these orders are what we should be scared of. And I'm not seeing an inverse of those orders, which is a bigger red orders on the downside.
Some people talking about taking profits on AMD. I do like this. Obviously, it is sort of finding a wall here, some resistance, right? Before it gets to that 107, there's been so many even dollar breaks on AMD today. So, it's bound to turn around at some point. I'm not saying take off your full position, but assume some of your profits if you're already long. It's no one ever went broke taking profits. And if you take back a look at Apple, I was thinking, I kind of want to wait for 150. 150 is clearly a level. It's been a level for so many days in a row now. So I just want to be patient. Wait for like a 150 test, something like that. If it rejects that level, then we can kind of think about going short. If you go short now, the market is pulling back, but like we said, like we've been saying, the market is super strong. This could just be like a little pullback, maybe a scalp. I want to see 150. I want to see 150 tests, maybe reject or break out, give a false breakout and just reject, and maybe take it short off that. AI, yeah, we looked at AI earlier. I want to take, oh man, look at this. Like 16 broke out, tested. Never really broke down again. Now look, we're pushing 1650. Man, I'm kicking myself for this because I was trying to long so many times. I tried long 16, the initial 16 breakout, that was super weak. I tried longing off some size at 1560. That size got eaten up. I got stopped out there. And now look at the move, guys. 1650, 1656. Like this is a huge move. Let's take a quick look at NVIDIA. I just want to see if NVIDIA is moving kind of in sympathy with AMD. It is, yeah, it is. It's giving a nice move here. 194. I'm trying to look at the daily here, see maybe 195. That was like resistance the other day. So, NVIDIA could kind of bounce or reject off 195 potentially, but we got to get there first. Be patient. If you just got a short, make sure to take profits. Don't let your winners turn into losers.
Indeed, never let your winners turn into losers. That's the worst thing you could happen. Amazon has a split day tomorrow, so Amazon's going to be a big trade tomorrow to be watching. We're going to have tons of volume on Amazon.
Is that tomorrow? I thought it was June 6th.
June 3rd. Oh, is this 6th? I think it is 6th. You're right. Someone in the chat said tomorrow, so I just believed they were right. But you are right. It is 6th.
Oh, because tomorrow is the last trading.
Last trading day for Amazon before they split, so it won't trade for 3 days? It won't trade for 3 days? Oh, I'm crazy.
Tomorrow's Friday. This week has been so
I'm crazy.
short. I was thinking today was Wednesday.
Yeah,
like,
I'm thinking like Wednesday or Thursday today.
yeah. No, that makes sense. It was like you had to have the shares before last Friday or something to see like the split price in your account by
That
end
was
of trading day or something like that.
May 27th.
Yeah, that was last
Or
Friday.
29th or 27th. So last Friday,
Yeah.
that was the cutoff date where you had to buy Amazon shares to be enrolled to that split. So June 6th, when Amazon actually splits, it's not going to be tomorrow, sadly. But whenever this stock splits, which is June 6th, we're going to have a ton of volume, ton of reasons to be trading the stock, tons of eyes on there too. So on that day, make sure you come back here on June 6th at Trader TV Live. Watch the morning show where Neil, Sean, and Brandon will for sure be on that stock. And then later on, we will be on there too. So right now, though, today Amazon up 0.5%, where NASDAQ is up 1 full percent, and S&P 500 exact same as Amazon here, up 0.5%. Trying to stay into the green side of the territories, I guess, as long as the market can keep on ripping over here and put a smiley face on the investors' faces over here as Amazon. I guess you guys actually drew a smiley face pattern yesterday. I don't know what stock it was, but
I think it was maybe Apple.
Apple, yeah, the smiley face patterns coming in across the board for the stock. So I'm very happy that my portfolio is kind of coming back to life. And talking about my portfolio, let's quickly go over to let's check out Palantir, DraftKings, and everything else, man. Palantir today breaking $9, high a day at $9.20 on Palantir. Let's go, baby. Let's go check out DraftKings. I know DraftKings was green. This was part of the reason why I was like, okay, man, the markets are down, but every single stock in my tracker over here was almost in the green or barely red. So I was very confused why the market was down. Even cryptocurrencies in the green, baby. Let's go. Crypto was actually at 29K, but looks like we're back to 39K. And Apple, the money is pouring in right now. 20 cents in the money. Looks like market is finding a barrier near 4120, 4125 area on S&P 500. 12,680 to 12,700 on the NASDAQ, and Apple 149.20 seems to be the high a day. Yeah, 149.30 actually. So we built it into the short. We only gave it the risk of, actually I'm not even going to say how much risk I gave, but overall we're in a winning trade right now, 20 cents in the money for Apple. I'm not too excited about this trade yet. You know, I would like for the 100 period EMA and the 50 period EMA to go much lower than 148.50 or so for me to be excited about this trade, and then we can think about where to go from there on. Okay, there we go. A little bit more money pouring in, 23, 25 cents coming in. Let's go see what Ian's looking at.
Yeah, you know, Tesla's breaking out like strong here. It just broke out 780. The tape's starting to speed up. Some buying starting to come in. But yeah, this 800 obviously is going to be a level. There, I said it again. I'm never going to stop saying it. 785 maybe starting to reject. It's going to be interesting where to see like this market pulls back and what is going to move first, right? I was really thinking about Netflix. Like, Netflix is pulling off this 200, and you know, when I saw it kind of pulling off, I was just a little bit too late. So I didn't want to chase the move. I want to be patient, see if it can get a fill closer to 200, and just kind of risk off the high a day. Obviously, man, I gotta stop saying it. Clearly, if it keeps going down, then I'll miss the move, and it is what it is. But yeah, let's see if this can give me a fill lower, closer to 200, and then you know maybe the market kind of pulls Netflix down with it. BABA making me money. I haven't looked at BABA today. Let's take a quick look at BABA.
How you say it that way?
Which one?
Baba.
BABA? Baba?
Baba? Baba? It's Baba.
It's a, what is
Come
that?
on, bud.
That's like a short, no, a long A or a
No,
short
there's
A?
no long A, short A. It's Baba.
Someone who's an English
Get
major in the
outta
chat, please
here.
correct me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Alibaba. There you go. Why were you saying Baba?
You said Baba.
No, I said Baba. I don't know. But yeah, Baba making a big move today. You know, strong uptrend. So many charts look like this, man. Like, this is insane. Like, the V-shaped recovery today is just moving so quickly. You know, does this test 100 today? Who knows? Like, that would be quite the move. But yeah, Baba making a strong move today for sure.
Yeah, Boba Fett, man. Boba Fett, that's what it is, right? Boba Fett over here making a strong move. And we were talking about Chinese stocks not too long ago, so thank you for mentioning Chinese stocks, whoever brought it up. Boba. We're going to make up a new variation of everything now this time for Baba over here. But yeah, let's go, man. Pushing to the north side, 3.58% on this one. I also want to go take a look at the Pinduoduo and a bunch of other Chinese stocks, because why not? Once we are looking at one, let's go take a look at all of them. PDD up 6.2% today and at high day. Looks like we can just go look at FXI at this point to go get an overall idea of how all these stocks are doing. And there you go. FXI with almost 11 million shares traded, up 2.19%, and you guys saw what that's reflected in, how that's reflecting in NIO, Baba, Pinduoduo, and even other stocks across the board. I want to go take a look at some more low flows. So let's go through our list over here. Let's see if we can find any low flows to talk about. So upcappers, big gainers. You already talked about Chewy. I already talked about IMMX. So I guess we could talk about RTPX and Redbox. We always talk about Redbox. Redbox's relative volume today is actually less than what I remember it was yesterday. I think yesterday we were like 6 or something. 121 over here, 12 over here. This one has 423 relative volume. So it looks like something's going on that one. RPTX. Hopefully that's on NASDAQ. Let's go over to RP. Whoa, hold up. Apple, hold up. Wait a minute. Let me put some money in my bank real quick.
Flushing.
Apple's not
Not
crashing.
It flushed like 20 cents.
It's
like
giving
very
me money. It's putting me money. I was 50 cents in the money, so we can go quickly cover some shares over there on Apple. And now we can come back to that stock. I guess this was the stock I was supposed to pull up. RPTX and then Redbox. So let's go over to RPTX. 20 million shares on RPTX today. 36% up. Wow. Okay. I usually see like those stocks that are doing 400 relative volume that are up like 100%. So I'm pretty surprised noticing the stock only up 36, but even 36%. Woo-wee, isn't that a beautiful number to witness? So let's go check out. I already typed in, I already know what the relative volume is, but I want to go see what the float is. The float of 29 million shares and a short float of 7.44%. So not too big, not those 20% numbers that the meme stocks have, but still a pretty decent short float percentage with 7% of it being short. And I'm not sure what the catalyst is for this stock to be doing what it's doing today. RPTX, if I can quickly try to find a catalyst. Okay, so it's a biotech stock, maybe some sort of a FDA catalyst behind it. Not really sure what is causing it, but a big volume spike as you guys can see. And then really quick before I throw it on to Ian again, I want to go to Redbox because I did say I was going to talk about it. Redbox today with a little bit of a lighter volume than what we're used to seeing, but looks like it's regained most of the loss we had yesterday. I was expecting Redbox to have another losing day, if you guys remember me talking about it yesterday. But today, even though the stock is on SSR day 2, I guess the fact that it is on SSR day 2 is giving it that pop because it's a little bit harder to short said stock.
I just got filled on Netflix there, and maybe this is too late. It's probably like the third test on 200. Yeah, it looks like I might get stopped out here. I'm just risking the high a day. Small size. It was a feeler position. Just kind of want to see if if the market was going to kind of pull back and flush down with Apple or something like that. Maybe I could get the short off Netflix off high a day, but it looks like I'm probably going to get stopped out here. It is what it is. Yeah, I just got stopped out there. That's okay. Again, I still took the win on it earlier, so I had some leeway on Netflix there. So it is what it is. You take the L and you move on, right? I want to take a quick back look at Chewy. Yeah, Chewy's not really doing anything, kind of hovering around this 28. Yeah, it's not going anywhere. We already kind of talked about the play this morning. What else is here? Tesla. Let's take a quick look at Tesla again.
Tesla?
Yeah, Tesla, yeah, 785 it could test. Tesla's a really strong breakout stock. There was a little bit of size there. It happened so quickly. You saw that live. It got taken, but you see how weak the break is? It took it. It maybe flashed like, yeah, 785.46 is the high. So let's see if there's buying above there, but it doesn't quite look like it. It looks like it might have been a weak break, and this is why you have to give yourself some leeway if you do take these breaks with Tesla. You got to give it a little bit more space, but yeah, look how it's coming off. down testing below 784 now. So, that was a tough break to take. Obviously, a high a day break, markets potentially pulling back. Yeah, that was a tough one. And, if this is why you got to, use proper risk management.
Dominic wants more AMD, Tesla, Facebook, and Microsoft. So that's all we're going to talk about for the rest of the day, okay? Just make sure you don't talk about any other stocks other than those four. DWAC, really? Let's go check out what DWAC is doing. Is there DWAC doing anything? I don't think so. Yeah, DWAC's still doing okay. Whoa, wait a minute. DWAC had some nasty pop. I guess DWAC DWAC'd a little bit once again, as it always does, and then came back to the downside. Up 2.6% though for DWAC, so let's go on that side. AMD's coming off right now off the high day. Market's coming off slightly. S&P 500 up still 0.3%. NASDAQ up still 0.79%. Excuse me. But yeah, Apple, I guess Dominic only wanted us to talk about Microsoft and Apple. So let's go right back to Apple here. And Apple, as you guys can see, pushing right back to the downside, 45 cents in the money. Let's go to Microsoft. Let's go see what Microsoft's doing. 267 on the downside coming in right now. 268, 269 was the high on the move up. I guess 268.60 was the high a day on that move up on this. Hopefully you're making some money on this Microsoft trade, Dominic. I don't really usually see you trade Microsoft, but that's pretty surprising. Hopefully you're killing those Apple, Microsoft trades and Tesla trades, my friend. Let's go over to some more. What stocks are like halting? Is there any halting fund coming in? Because I haven't looked at a good halter in a while. And if you guys remember, DWAC was my best halt stock I've ever traded, baby. I put that clip on my Instagram. I'm looking over to see if Sean was there. That was a hype clip with Sean and Neil.
I just saw that recently. I don't know if we posted that or something.
Yeah.
I saw a little highlight. But I remember watching that live though. That was the thing. I used to watch a show and I told these guys when I got hired on the floor. And I remember watching that day live and obviously it happened during the morning and Sean was going off. And
yeah,
whatnot.
The best part was watching Neil though. But I know Sean obviously gets all excited and everything. Yeah. But the best part was watching Neil and his facial expressions every time the stock's indication theoretical auction price went up by 10, 15 bucks. This was Neil. Whoa, and his head just kept bopping in and out of the frame. I was like, yep, Neil, that's right. We're making money here.
What's exciting when, obviously these guys have so much experience. When they're getting super hyped about something, this is a very exciting time. But yeah, I remember flashing back and, watching you getting out of your chair and going nuts. Let's go. That must have been pretty cool. That must have been pretty cool to experience that. I'm giving Netflix one more try to this short. The market seems to be potentially pulling back here. I'm risking off that 200 break. If it tests 200 and breaks out again, I'm out. This is my last try on this. But yeah, let's see if this can pull back. And there's obviously a lot of space to the downside here. So the R&R is decent on this trade. So I don't mind taking it. And let's see where it goes.
Yeah, so right now I was going to look for some halters because that's what I was talking about for DWAC, those memories. It's been a long time since I've traded a halter ever since. I guess the last time I traded a halter was around the DWAC day. So I see BCAN halting today, IDBA, but I'm guessing the relative volume on that stock's not even worth talking about. So let's quickly go see if those stocks are even doing any volume. If not, then we won't even mention those stocks. BCAN, relative volume of 4.85. Okay, BCAN. I'm guessing this one's on NASDAQ. It is on NASDAQ. With only 24K volume though, so you're not doing volume, you liar. Let's move away from this one real quick, and let's go see what the chat is throwing. I know some of you are mentioning SIGA, monkeypox stocks back in play once again. I guess never really out of play yet, right? These stocks are going to be in play a little bit longer until we really find out what exactly is happening with that disease. Could I even call it disease, virus? I don't even know what to call it. A virus?
I don't know. I guess it's a virus.
It's a virus?
It's a virus, yeah.
And let's just call it a virus.
What did he
infliction or something? I don't even know. Affliction.
But that's a new word. Word of the day.
That's a school word right there, man. Everyone in this building is an English major, man.
Should we make that a segment? Word of the day?
Word of the day. I guess so. Neil goes, what are we, Sesame Street? That's right. That's a perfect one. I do know what Sesame Street is. Come on, in Indian, we had in Indian languages, bro. In Hindi, in Telugu. Yeah, baby. That's right.
That's cool. That's pretty
But
cool.
Sega being talked about in the chat, 12 million shares traded, still in play, not going to be out of play until we find out what exactly is going on in this world in regards with this fear in particular. So as you guys can see, up high of the day, near high of the day. We're only 10 cents, 15 cents away from high of the day, and I'm expecting support to come in around 12.20 on the way down, or even around VWAP, which is not too far from 12.20. So let's see $12 as a support coming in for SIGA for the rest of the week maybe, and we do have a clear bottom coming in around $11. As you guys can see, the low on May 23rd, May 31st, and yesterday the $11 base.
I'm just trying to watch the tape here on Netflix. The trade is kind of looking shaky here. Obviously risking off 200. Looks like 200 might stop me out, but you know it is what it is. Gave it one more try, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I thought the market would pull back, but it doesn't quite look like it. I'm just going to bring up Apple. Just want to see what Apple's kind of doing. Yeah, Apple looks like it's kind of making a bounce as well. So yeah, maybe this trade isn't going to work, but yeah, let's see where it kind of goes. What else are we looking at here? Yeah, I just got stopped out there on Netflix, so we'll leave that alone. I think I took enough trades on it today. I don't want to start over trading it or anything like that. GME, I want to take back a look at that. GME looks like it's kind of fading back towards VWAP. This 126 could be potentially a level. So, you know, it could bounce here, but it looks like it was like intraday resistance right at the open there and a little bit there around 10 o'clock. Looks like it's kind of bouncing here, but obviously they had the earnings. So it is an earnings play, but it wasn't really given like the explosive moves like we kind of expected from it. So, you know, kind of just left that one alone. Bear trap, yeah, I don't know about that. This bounce is like pretty strong, like, and the market has been bouncing. Like, you guys got to remember that last week was the first green week in 7 weeks, right? So, you know, the market was obviously super weak at one point, but now we're kind of bouncing and catching a bit, and you know, let's see where it kind of goes. Someone's screaming Apple in the chat there. I mean, it's testing the highs. It broke out 149 again. Let's see if it can kind of push towards that 150 again. Maybe that's the top today for Apple.
Yeah, Apple getting right back to the high day area near 149.30s or so. So I took that exit right when it came back to the 149. That way I didn't have to hold my trade for any longer than I had to, just in case Apple 149 is now going to be the new bottom, or not 149, but around 149. So 148.60s around where the EMAs are. The 100-period EMA and the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart is around 148.60 to 148.80. So as we can see, the bottoms are coming in around those areas. So I took my break even stop / in profit stop over here. And now if the high day on Apple, which happens to be the pre-market area, is going to be acting as a barrier, then we can think about, you know, taking another trade over here. But as Ian already mentioned, if the market wants to do what the market is doing right now, which is go for a second leg up to the north side and take out the high a day, then we might as well just be patient. Patient, not patience.
Pays, yeah. PAY, patience pays.
Yeah.
You know, someone said AMD again looks like it's ripping. It does look like it's kind of topping out here at 107. That being said, I've tried 2 shorts now. I've got chopped up on both of them. I don't want to keep over trading this. Clearly, you know, the market is breaking out. It broke out this like kind of consolidation area around 41.20. So, you know, the trend is clearly long, right? At this point, you know, the longs have been in play all morning. So, you know, you don't want to chase this move. If you do buy this move, you potentially are buying high of day. So that in itself is kind of risky. At the same time, you know, the short clearly wasn't really working. You know, maybe just scalps if you got a good fills or anything like that. But yeah, I think I just got to be patient now and, you know, not start to overtrade and give back my entire day.
This stock is insane. Tesla is at 788 right now. I don't even know what to say. Someone in the chat mentioned Tesla, please stop. So I just wanted to pull over Tesla and see what's going on. And my goodness, 790, 789.25 is the high of day. I don't even know if I want to be shorting this stock right now. I'll just be hands off of it. Let's move away from this one. UPST being put in the chat. Let's go check out what UPST is doing today. Trading near $50. Forex just now creating a new high day near $50, $51.02, sorry. But there is somewhat of a spread on the stock, so about 10-cent spread or so, and it's up 10% on the day. And if you also go on the dailies over here, you can see 54, 55 being a barrier on the north direction, and for supports we have somewhere around 45 and even $40 coming in as a support, or actually $38, $37 coming in for support. Real quick, just a trade idea, throwing out a trade idea. Ooh, maybe I'm gonna have to quickly do this trade idea for myself. Getting right back into the Apple short over here, just giving it that small risk of high a day where rinse and repeat the strategy that I took. So the exact same strategy could be applied over here on UPST for the risk to reward possibility. So you short over here and you're giving it maybe 10 cents of risk to the north side. Okay, Apple.
A lot of buying just came into Apple pretty much as soon as you punched in. Like, take a look at that. I was watching the tape, and then all of a sudden, as soon as Pratt punched in, it's like they knew, and then all this buying came through.
Okay, Apple.
Yeah, it's pushing, high day is that 75, but it looks like we can potentially take it out. That 150 test could come, but 150, it's a recycled level. It's a big level for sure, like psychological level, even dollar level, but it's been recycled. So I don't know about taking a break on it unless there's super size on the offer or something like that. But yeah, let's see. It could probably test 150. It looks like it might break out high a day here. So let's see where that kind of goes. Yeah, I was kind of looking at Tesla. Is Tesla going to be coming? Is this 800 actually coming into play? Like, it's so strong. Like, we talked about that 785 break initially being weak, but now look, it's kind of broken out above that. You kind of had to give it some leeway. It tested 780, didn't really break down below that, and now it's pushing 790. Like, is 800 really going to come into play by that point? It'll probably be up like, I don't know, like 8-9% potentially. But again, like, the market is so strong. It keeps breaking out new highs, keeps pushing higher. Where is this going to turn around?
Yeah, this is a beautiful, beautiful long day in the market today. Can't complain about these moves. So Upstart, as I was talking about it, even Upstart wants to go a little bit higher. So it looks like that 55 area maybe comes into play today. 11% up so far on Upstart, and market just keeps on moving. Let's go look for some stocks that are actually going in the other direction maybe today. Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft we know has been weak. They came out with the negative catalyst talking about how the strong US dollar might be a problem for themselves in the future, and they pushed themselves kind of down, and we thought that they would drag the overall market to the downside, which they did initially, but the rest of the market just found crazy buying coming in from across the board. Like AMD, man, what an insane move on that stock, up 5% right now, keeps on going. I think it wants to break the high a day near 106.86 and go up to 107, but let's see. Microsoft over here though is what we want to talk about. Possible short opportunities on Microsoft on whenever the market is getting ready to curl back down. So maybe shorting any pops on Microsoft, and when the market curls back to the downside, that would be your exits on that side. But make sure you're scaling properly. You're not putting too much risk on the table to the point where, in case Microsoft decides to randomly find buyers also and starts burning shorts on that side. So Microsoft today, down sadly 1.4% when the overall tech sector is up 1.2%. Let's see what happens at the end of the day for Microsoft. Does it manage to get back to flat or even closer to pre-market areas where I think there'll be more short sellers trying to load up on this trade?
I want to take a quick look at Facebook just because everything else seems to be breaking out. Like AMD is pushing highs, Apple's like clearly pushing new highs. But look at Facebook. Facebook was really strong earlier in the day, but now it's just kind of consolidating between like 194 and 195. Like it briefly tested 195 earlier, didn't break out, but it also held 194. So this is clearly a channel here. Let's see if continues to break out to the upside and show some strength. But you do want to kind of watch Apple at the same time, just because Apple is coming close to that 150. Is that going to be a level? Is that where the market's going to turn around and find resistance? Who knows, right? But let's see a test here. It could test 150 and give a potential breakout or something like that. But I don't know when this market's going to turn around. Like, even looking at the ES here, like, we're already breaking out pre-market highs. I'm having to like scroll back a little bit here, and it looks like we're making like new highs. Like, what day is this here? This is like, no, that was yesterday as well, 4160 area. Yeah, we're breaking up 41.30, so I don't know if we get there today, but yeah, there's so much strength in this market. It's kind of crazy. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, if you're in your longs, like, congratulations, keep holding until you see a clear a change in the tape or a clear change in trend or something like that, and you have a reason to cover. But yeah, be careful trying to pick tops.
Yeah, this market is showing clear violence, speed, momentum all the way to the north side, man. A 2-hour rally. Is that what we're looking at? Yeah.
Pretty much. Like, it's been like since, if I'm looking just at the ES, it's like 9:25 was, and this is a 5-minute candle. The first green 5-minute candle on the ES was 9:25.
Yeah, 2-hour rally indeed. Kind of beautiful of a rally, if you ask me. AMD on the daily EMA 50, I believe that's 50. No, 200 period EMA is at 108.25. We're sitting around 106, 107 areas. Let's see what AMD can do. You already talked about Facebook, so let's go look at the chat to see what the chat wants. MVIS. 3 million shares on MVIS today. It's trying to take out $4 to the north side. We have tapped $4, as you guys can see the high day right there at H. High day at $4. Not able to break the size on $4 right now. There's not much size on $4, so I'm not sure why they're getting blocked by that barrier over there. If any buyer was willing to take out that level, they could easily clean that level out and push it a little bit higher. But looking at the daily chart over here, I guess you can get a little bit of understanding as to why that barrier might be coming in. I might even just try a quick little short because then I'm only risking about like a penny. So I can't even short it because I don't have any shares available to short the stock. Awesome.
I quickly saw Apple flash on the offer there. It got a little bit high enough. There was like a few hundred lots at 150, but not too much. Maybe if it refreshes, we'll be able to see that a little bit easier. But yeah, there wasn't too much size there. So, maybe it just keeps like gradually grinding through and the market just keeps going higher. But yeah, no, this is definitely something to watch. Someone said Tesla is looking strong and still. Yeah, 790 kind of holding up here. I don't know if the 800 test is in the books today. The market could pull back, but we've been saying, like we said that earlier, and now look, right, the market's like clearly still strong and clearly still breaking out. But yeah, I'm just trying to find some sort of resistance level on any of these stocks to try to pick a spot where this can potentially turn around. What are you kind of looking at right now?
Someone's mentioning BKSY, so I'm looking at BKSY to see what this stock is doing. I know this was talked about yesterday a little bit, or probably the day before that. Overall, though, right now we're looking at the high day on a lot of stocks. The market's been on a tear so far, so high day on a lot of positions, and BKSY being one of them with almost 11 million shares traded today. Looks like we do have a little bit of a barrier maybe coming in around 325 to 350 based on how the stock traded on the 31st of May. And today, so far, we've been holding VWAP all the way to the north direction. So the fact that, there is some size on Apple, actually.
Yeah, there was a few hundred lots there, but not much. Not as much as we're accustomed to.
Yeah. It's middle of the day, low volume period about to come in. Only 10 minutes left for lunchtime, official lunchtime to kick in. Looks like volume coming down over here across the board. Even in the market, I can see that the candles or the volume candles are almost looking like a ski slope to the downside, just decreasing on the volume end. Same thing for AMD, same thing for Apple, and that's usually how it goes for most of the stocks over here. And that being said, now that we have a lower volume, that means the chance of a breakout is less. I mean, the follow through of a breakout is less than it did previously. Let's say if it was going to happen around the starting of the day around 9:30 or so. So because of those variables in there, and also AMD not really managing to get above 107 over here, still finding somewhat of a barrier near 106.86 or so, while the market has been taking out the high day and keeps on going higher. Not sure why AMD is not able to burn the stops at 107 and then show us that there's no more buyers above 107 or so. Right now, looks like sellers are just piling in, front running the trade in front of 107 for AMD, trying to scalp the shorts in front of 107, and then probably flip long after. Oh, there we go. AMD is now going to push down a little bit without me. The market's going to push down. Looks like Apple is also trying to do the same thing. Apple didn't really manage to even get to 150. 149.94 seems to have been the high of the day, and the market is showing us a tiny red candle. Tiny red candle on the 5-minute chart. Let's see if that red candle on the 5-minute will actually close in the red direction, bringing down most of the tech stocks that have been elevated right now so far to the north.
Yeah, I just took the Apple short there, and I could hear Luca talking in the background. I'm sure he was watching this as well. I just took a little bit of profits there, obviously risking off the break of 150. Yeah, we have a little bit of position left. So let's see if this still kind of works out for us. I just want to kind of quickly adjust my stop here. Brad, do you think you could just take over quickly?
Yeah, so along with you, I think as I was talking about it, so we're building into that one right now. AMD is what I wanted to build into, but AMD flushed a little bit faster than I was willing to throw that order, because I was just talking about the stock. I was trying to build the thesis in my head. I was also trying to come up with the sizing I wanted to take by giving 20 cents of risk and so on. And in the meantime of doing all that, it just dropped another 20-30 cents in front of me. So I'm not going to chase the stock right now. Maybe I could chase it with a little bit of a less size, because the stock actually seems to have been breaking the trend line that I have drawn. 5,000 shares, yes, is exactly what I'm trying to trade. So let's build into a position over here. Let's see if we can take a position over here on AMD and on Apple while the market's trying to start having its pullback on it. So there we go. Apple coming down slightly, not too much for us, but slightly. And AMD might try to follow down along with the market.
Yeah, we're about 30 cents in the money now on Apple, so this is clearly a decent move here. So I don't want to get too frisky with this. I think I'll be a little bit more patient. My stop's in. Let's see where it goes. Obviously, the market's kind of pulling back here. I quickly brought up Tesla just to see if that was pulling back too. Tesla looks like it is pulling back off that 790 area. So, this could be the turnaround spot, but who knows? AMD, I want to quickly bring that up as well, just to kind of see, I'm trying to find confluence for this trade, right? See if I have a good reason to hold it. If AMD kind of breaks down this 106 area, then the short could be looking good there. Obviously, the short off 107 was good, yeah, this could be the pullback here.
Yeah, nice little pullback coming in for us. 30 cents in the money for both.
40 cents in the money on Apple now, so this is a decent trade here.
Yeah, nice pullback coming in across the board for tech stocks. So if you are short, maybe do what Ian's doing over there. Have your stops sent out and try to cover some in the money while the market's paying you for your hard work and your mental and emotional stress that you're putting into the market. Neither of those are easy to put in. Neither of those come in cheap, so both of them are expensive. Pay yourself for that stress that you're putting into the market. Almost 40 cents on both of them right now. Now I'm almost a little bit angry at myself to not take that trade at 106.60 on AMD when I only had to give it 20 cents of risk. Sometimes, it's hard to do trading and being on the show, because you're trying to form your theses. You're trying to be able to, or be articulate for the show, and you miss out some trades. So I can't be complaining about that, but at least I hope some of you were able to understand the thesis behind it, and as to why sometimes I fight these stocks on the wrong direction, I guess you could say. The other direction in the market does, because a little bit of a reversal trader, a little bit of a contrarian trader, I guess is the other way to put it. And also, I like to look for those shorts. I like to look for my shorts. Know what type of trader you are, and build your setup around that. I guess another thing I need to do for that is involve a little bit more variables for my cherry picking tops.
Yeah, you know what? Always trade your own book, right? Know what type of trader you are. Just like Prad's saying, if you have a strategy, stick to it. Don't veer from your strategy. Don't get some sort of FOMO or anything like that. Stick to your strategy. Trade your own books, and stick to your plan, and make sure risk management is at top of mind as well. This Apple trade, guys, I knew that 150 was going to be a level. I knew it was going to be a level. We saw the size flash there a little bit. I'm about 50 cents in the money now, so this is a solid trade. This is good here. Obviously the pullback is coming in. Yeah, AMD still hasn't broke out 106 here. So maybe a bounce, maybe a little bit of strength coming in. But yeah, this is a solid trade. I'll put my stop and I'll just keep holding that for a bigger move. I said it to you guys earlier. I've been covering my positions manually too often. So I'm going to just let this one ride and see where it goes. I'm going to keep being patient with PAY. Thoughts on XPEV? Let's quickly take a look at that. Is that New York? I believe it is, right?
What?
XPEV?
Yeah.
Yeah?
No, XPEV is, yeah, New York.
Yeah, New York. Trading, I'm going to assume, in sympathy with NIO. XPEV is actually up 7% here today.
Yeah,
this
usually
is like
moves along with NIO.
Yeah, it usually moves along with NIO, but yeah, this is a strong move. I think that NIO chart looks a little bit different. Like NIO had same similar charts, but NEO and XPEV had their delivery numbers posted yesterday, and they were pretty strong. So
something that Neil mentioned this was like way back in the day when NIO and XPEV were actually popping off, and there were millions and millions of trades to be taking on them was, and that theory still continues till this day. Is XPEV is obviously the sympathy trade to NIO. XPEV also follows NIO a little bit, and the spread on XPEV. It's just dangerous sometimes.
Yeah.
The spread on XPEV is a little scary sometimes.
But hey, take a look at this. Like the spread right now is only about 2 cents, but sometimes it does open up.
It's scary sometimes.
At the same time, NIO can sometimes be a little overcrowded.
Yeah.
Like NIO, like a lot of retail likes to pile into NIO. When I was trading at home, I used to trade NIO like almost every day, right? So it is what it is. But sometimes you kind of just have to pick your spots and know what you like to trade. If you don't like to trade spready stocks, then stay away from them. If you don't like to trade more expensive stocks, then stay away from those. Trade the easier trade, that's for sure.
I'm just smashing the table here because I punched out of my AMD short because I saw buying coming in around 106. So I got annoyed, punched out of that one, and now I see right away after I punch out, it's at 105.85. So like, it's almost like these market makers are just waiting for me to punch out of my trades at this point. They know exactly where I'm sitting on the books and everything, So I'm just annoyed. Damn you, market maker. Please pay me sometimes instead of just trying to pay yourself.
Order flow.
My sophisticated order flow is getting pegged, man. These $1 million EDGX orders that I'm throwing out there are all getting caught by these market makers.
When you post up $1 million there on the offer or the bid, they chase you. They run to you, eh?
Guys, we're joking. Listen, I'm not throwing no $1 million orders out nowhere. Okay. Apple. Okay, we're talking about Apple over here. Apple coming to the downside, and it's been trying to come to the downside. 149.50 also happens to be pre-market bottoms or so, showing some support for Apple. Let's see if Apple can hold up over there. Not hold up over there and push back to the downside a little bit more so we can add that money into our account. NASDAQ NQ. NQ still up 1% on the day, trying to maybe find support at the previous consolidation highs, and the same with S&P 500 at the moment. I'm not sure when the contract changes, but whenever that contract changes, we got to be on top of that and move over to the N22, I believe. Is it even live? Is N22 should be live? No, it's not even live yet, but it will be.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too sure when the
changes quarterly. And a week before the quad witching or a week after the quad witching?
Okay, yeah, the quad witching is June 17th,
it's either before or after.
Yeah, so it'll probably change around then. Look how this AMD here on 106. 106 did break down briefly, but it's trying to reclaim the level now. Like, there is a little bit of buying coming in above 106. So, this could be a potential dip buy again, but, be careful with the dips just because the market did pull back there, and that was some pretty strong selling momentum to the downside there, right? So, this could be potentially a bounce play here, but I rather not. I rather just, hold on to my short, let that kind of work itself out. If that stops out and the market makes a new high, Apple makes a new high, AMD makes a new high, then, you just live with it, right? We've already kind of taken profits on that. Pratt took his profits in front of 106. Now that trade doesn't look too bad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, right? Just stick to your books. If you see something, don't hesitate. Just take it, make the execution, maybe take off a little bit, keep some size for the rest of the move. But just trust your books and don't be mad at yourself because you missed a larger move or anything like that. We said it earlier, no one ever went broke taking profits.
Sorry, I'm just trying to process things in my head without saying stuff too loud. So I see a message coming in from, okay, there we go. Brandon put in our work chat too. Square moving on Apple partnership rumors. I don't know about that one. So I see Devin put that in there too. Square plans to bring tap to pay onto iPhone. Tap to pay on iPhone to Square sellers. So obviously Apple's, I don't know if Apple's gonna even do anything close to that. This is just a rumor from Square, looks like, because it says Square plans to bring their tap to pay to iPhone. We already know iPhone is working on their own payment systems on their phone to cut out companies like Square, so they don't have to, middleman for them. They don't have to be the middleman. They can be the supplier themselves. Oh wait, I have an order which I don't want to have at the moment. So let me cancel that order real quick. So instead of being the middleman, they can go directly be the supplier, cut out the middleman, be the supplier. So why would Apple sign up to give Square the ability to, Apple is known to be a black box company, not a white box company. By that I mean you can't, unscrew their phones and, revamp them or anything. So on that one, I think this rumor might be a Square-based rumor, might not really have much substance to it. I want to wait for Apple to come out with that news themselves and be like, yes, we're teaming up with Square. We're actually going to go through with this. Then I'll be like, okay, there's something happening over here with the block. I guess that's a new name, right? Blockchain? Block?
Yeah, block, but their symbol is still SQ, which is kind of confusing, but I guess the same thing with FB.
Sorry? Apple should buy Square.
Yeah,
I think that's one way that they could do with that.
I was trying to, quickly look at the Square chart and, compare that to the Apple chart. Apple wasn't really pushing up like too much. Like it was like kind of pushing up a little bit, but not with like the momentum that you kind of see here on Square. Like some buying momentum and lots of buying volume did come in here on Square. But, the similar move on Apple didn't quite happen. Kind of looking here at the daily, 90 could potentially be a level on Square. Nice round number. So, potentially play off that. We're still a ways away from that. But, huge move today, up 7%. I don't know if there was some sort of momentum based off of this potential news earlier in the day. But, Square definitely made a little bit of a push there.
So actually, Brandon put in another message over here. Square working with Apple to enable tap to pay on iPhone. So it looks like that's what we were talking about, is that they need to be working with Apple. Maybe Apple buys out Square, was Sean mentioning that too. So, okay, maybe if Apple comes out with the same sentence, I will be a little bit more, less rumor mentality on that side. But right now, looks like this is looking a little bit more confirmed. If they're just partnering with each other to help create the software for the NFC-based tap on the back of the phone, instead of having those little Square attachments that they give you to plug into your phone, I think that's actually a big thing for Square overall, and that partnership might be a big thing for them. So we can't wait to see how that one will end up being in the future. Looks like that news is now looking to be a less rumor in my mind, at least. But I would still wait for Apple to come out for that deal to be announced, because that's when I think we'll see a bigger move on Square. This move that we're seeing on Square off of that news, it looks like a little bit of
it looks like a little bit of buying just came in on Apple. I don't know if you were watching that.
No, I'm not watching it. Go ahead.
Let's quickly bring it up. I didn't get stopped out there, but the bid was around 60, maybe pushing 50s again, and then all of a sudden just rapidly climbed up to the 80s, and now it's back down to 60s. I don't really know what's going on. Maybe there's some sort of momentum picking up just because of this rumor going on. My stop is in, so I'm stress-free here. But this is quite interesting that we're watching this live. Wix on Apple. I don't know. We're talking about this. We're watching it live. I don't really know what's going on. NIO is grinding higher.
Grinding?
Yeah, that old song, yeah. NIO is grinding higher here, pushing out to 1850. The high of day was close to 19 yesterday. The high of day here, 1864. So, it is going to test that, but potentially pushing or pulling back. The market is pulling back a little bit more, and I'm trying to catch a quick look at all these barometers here. So quickly looking at Tesla, that bounced off 790. Pulling back below 785. If that breaks below 780, then maybe the short is really in play. Maybe this is the top of the market today.
top of the market, top of the morning, top of the everything. But yeah, it looks like the market top might just come in around these areas. AMD, man, that was such a good read on AMD, I guess, right? Market kept making new high days. AMD didn't really manage to make a new high day after the first initial move that it made at 106.86 and just started capping off over there. So we got into our short, we got out of our short. Now my short looks bad again for the exits because AMD's back again.
Back below 106, you're kicking yourself. Every time it goes above 106, you're like, oh yeah, best trader in the world.
Yeah. But you know what I actually want to do? I want to show this real quick. So while I'm pulling this out, I want to say thank God that the NBA Finals are back because I was bored for the last few days. No betting, nothing to do, falling asleep at 9 o'clock.
We always joke
right?
around like this is Prad's life. He'll come trade. He'll come trade all day. You know, obviously trading is super mentally challenging. It's a tough job, and then after work. He'll go and start doing all these crazy parlays. It's like he's got 2 jobs.
Listen, man, no risk, no Rari, okay? You want to drive a Corolla, that's up to you, all right? I'm taking buses, saving money so I can put it in these parlays so I can get a Lambo or
What's
a Rari.
What's wrong with Corollas, man?
Nothing. It's up to you. You want to drive a Corolla, you drive. I'll be taking buses until I can parlay my way to a Lambo, my friend. Parlay my way to a Lambo. But here's what I want to talk about. So par 3 golf course yesterday. Your boy actually did pretty good, man. Front 9, I don't know, you can't see this is pretty blurry. Front 9, I got a 42, a 43 front 9, and a 42 back 9. So pretty good job over there. You know, if Ian's 74 and I'm 85, come on, I killed it.
Okay,
I killed it.
I played really bad, man. I played really bad yesterday. You can ask everyone who went. You know, usually I play a little bit better. Yesterday was a little bit embarrassing.
Spencer was the best with the 66.
Yeah. Spencer's a great golfer. He's been playing for a while there, but I've been playing for like I think 5 years, and you know I think I'm decent. Like
You're pretty good.
I try to shoot like bogey golf, which is like 1 over each hole. You know, that's not bad. But you know, I was really proud of. We were all really proud of Prad yesterday. His swing just looked a lot better than it has been, and you know maybe that day at the range the other day last week.
The range was the worst day for me. Like I missed 1 ball, 17 tries. 1 ball, the same ball, 17 tries.
You know what I like about you golfing though is that you're super honest with yourself.
Yeah.
You're super honest with yourself. Prad's not out there like scratching the
not
golf
cheating.
cart. He's
I'm
not
not
cheating or
cheating.
anything like that. Giving himself extra strokes.
Yeah.
He wants to like genuinely improve at golf, which is amazing. And you know we always kind of talk about how golf slightly relates to trading here, but. Yeah, you know, hey, I love putt-putt golf too. Yeah, that's a good way to kind of work on your short game. Do you guys get free haircuts for the show? No, at least I don't know of. I don't know.
Only Brandon does. That's awesome.
AMD pop. Let's quickly take a look. Oh man, AMD just kind of consolidating around this 106 area. It doesn't really know what to do. You know, the market doesn't really know what to do as well. And I've just been kind of watching this Apple trade. Obviously, I'm in it here, so you know, I'm just kind of watching to see if it plays out. It's kind of holding above this 149.50. Real selling hasn't really come in below it. There was that huge spike up with some buying volume that came in. Into the 80s there, but nothing really came from that, right? And, you know, we're keep hovering around this same sort of area. So, you know, I think I'm just going to keep holding my position. I'm not going to make any decisions right now. Let's just kind of see where this goes. Just be patient. Maybe the market does kind of turn around here, but we also are coming into the lunchtime. So, you know, volume could die down. It could, you know, drift lower, could drift higher. But, yeah, momentum definitely dying down now.
Something that popped up on the board over here is NU. So if you guys remember, biggest gainers, it was IMMX, Chewy, RPTX, and RDBX. NU was not even close on the list. At least I don't remember seeing it that far up the list. And NU is now up, looks like what's the change on this? 11% on the day to the north side. So let's go check out NU. We do know that Papa Buffett is invested in this one, right? The Brazilian bank. So up 11% today. Beautiful move off the open itself. So off the open, pre-market Pre-market high breakout, pre-market high breaking out, going all the way up to $4 and even going higher than $4 up to $4.33. Looks like we were trying to go back into these ranges near $5 to $4.50 on NU. Let's see how the stock trades for the rest of the day. So far, though, the fact that we are holding VWAP on the way down and trading above VWAP, I think the stock has enough strength to keep doing this for the rest of the day and then consolidate sideways once the volume evaporation event comes in, which is should be already here. It's 12:14 p.m. PM? Yes, PM. It's 12:14 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it's about to be lunchtime, and markets looking for that volume decrease time right now. And as you guys can see, as Ian said, I don't know what the market wants to do. I don't think the market knows what it wants to do because there's no trading coming in for the next probably hour to 2 hours. This is going to be algorithms fighting against algorithms. JP Morgan AI is going to be like, I'm better than the Goldman Sachs AI, and Goldman Sachs AI is going to be like, I'm better than the Wells Fargo AI. At the end of the day, they're just going to be fighting each other. Let them have that fight. Don't go into the battle. Wait for the volume to come in and then put your helmet on, get your sword ready, and charge right in there.
Yeah, it was exciting there for a bit as the market was kind of making a top. But now, the momentum's clearly died down. The market doesn't really know what to do. It's clearly hesitating. So this is the period of time where if you do see something, I'm not saying don't take it, but, size down, risk appropriately. And don't risk your whole day on a midday move like this because volume is clearly dying down. Someone said GME is kind of making a move. It did test 130 there briefly, but it just kind of fell back below again, right? There's not much momentum, like strong momentum, other than the opening drive, of course. But I was really expecting GME to make like a huge move, potentially get myself into a halt play today or something like that. I've actually never been in a halt play like you guys yet, so I've yet to break my
cherry on that one.
my cherry on that one. So we'll keep waiting for that and see where it goes. CrowdStrike, is that New York? I believe it's
NASDAQ, CRWD.NQ.
Yeah, let's quickly take a look at CrowdStrike here. Similar chart, guys. Up 7.5%. It is pushing high a day, 174. Man, look at this on the daily. Like, it's making new highs on the daily, so clearly really, really strong. Not looking like there's much resistance up here, like 195, 200, clear psychological level as well. But not much resistance. So if you are in this long, you just keep holding, keep riding the wave up to the upside.
All right, quickly wanted to scroll over to a couple of my messages. I think Dominic was talking about a CL flush. I did remember someone mentioning CL flush. I think it was Dominic or maybe someone else. If I got the name wrong, I apologize. It was Frank Jones. There you go. CL doesn't look like it's really flushing. It's up 1.62% on the day. It is up almost right back to a couple days ago's head and shoulders level, I guess. We'll see how this one ends up behaving over here real quick. I also want to scroll down to another message somewhere. Where did the other message go? I forget what I was even going to talk about. So if it does come back to my head, we'll take a. Thank you for the super chat, Dominic. Always appreciate the continued support. He sent the super chat. I didn't even see it. What was the super chat? I don't have the. Since we're like not looking at the chat all day, and it disappears. Miss V is the one who usually looks at that, so I forget to check the chat. You have it. Pratt Apple made the announcement back in February for the team to bring tap to pay to their phones with Square. Okay, back in February. So it is going to team up. That rumor is going to be there, looks like. That's not going to be a rumor anymore.
But this is like what? Like, does that mean it's like old news and,
just being disseminated? Yeah, so I don't know. In the end.
Oh, that was a really disseminated?
Disseminated? That's not a big word. Everyone knows dissemination. Come on, bud.
It's a bigger word than I've heard you kind of say recently, at least.
Come on, you're breaking my balls here. Oh, I know what it was. Rolling Record. Rolling Record said, I have the lightsaber pulled. That's hilarious. I find that funny. I was watching the Obi-Wan episode 3 yesterday. The one thing that I actually dislike about that series is Darth Vader's suit. I think there's changes made to Darth Vader's suit that I am not agreeing.
Is that out already?
That I'm not agreeing with. Oh yeah, it's out.
It's out? On Disney Plus?
Yeah. I don't know if it's on Disney Plus, but it's on Internet Plus.
Oh, okay. I just We won't talk about that. I just got wicked out of Apple there. I just put my stop to break even, stopped me out, took profits on it early on, so live with that. Market looks like it's going to test the highs again and push higher. Looks like that maybe is a bounce. Obviously 150. Look at the size on 150, guys, there. You can see it there. Is this going to break out? We're watching it live. It's kind of testing it, but it hasn't really like pushed up to it and started taking out the offer. Oh, there it goes, right? So you guys saw that. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Gave you like 19 cents right away. I could hear Luca clapping in the background. Hopefully you had that trade. Yeah, look at this guy's up
we're
to 30
going.
cents. Did you take that long?
No, I was short and I got
quick enough
stopped out.
Oh, okay. I wasn't quick enough to get my order in, but it looks like that was a decent break for Apple there. So you guys got to witness that live and see it live, but that's exactly what we're kind of talking about. You saw that huge size on the offer there, and once it got taken out, the price just exploded above it.
Yeah, so Apple indeed taking out the stops right now, going up higher than 150. Let's see if the momentum can come in to the north side over here. Buyers clearly want to maybe prop up the stock above 150, keep it above 150, and keep on taking it higher. Let's see how high can we go. It's not how low can you go today, it's how high can you go. NASDAQ about to take out the high day. S&P 500 sadly looks like it wants to reject the high day. No S&P 500, keep on going, don't stop. Because that would be more fun to watch at the moment instead of you stopping yourself. And I have to do it. I have to do it. We're going to go short real quick, take a tiny short and give it the risk of high day. We're only about, 10 cents from my entry. So I'm not worried about giving 10 cents on a stock for a possible 50 cent, $1 per share trade on a stock. So Apple 150, we know was the level for the longest time. And we're giving it a little bit past the high day, maybe 41 cents or so, which will end up being just, 15, 20 cents for me, not that big of a problem. And the risk to reward game is what we're playing for. So right now, the overall idea is Apple popped up to 150.38 because they were burning stops. And now buyers are not really piling in above 150 unless they feel like 150 is a great spot to start buying Apple, even though it's been weaker compared to the overall tech sector. So if all those variables come into play, then Apple 150 short over here where I am should be a pretty decent short. We took the short not too long ago on the live stream for you guys. I think it was a couple of days ago. I said if I want to be short Apple, it will be right here, and that short was an absolute mint short for myself. So trying to rinse and repeat the same trade from 2 days ago in the same levels as then. Looks like I think it was somewhere around here, maybe. Maybe it was yesterday if I said that, or maybe it was here that I said that. I forget.
Wasn't 150.50 the level the other day on Apple? Or
No, that was 140. I was AMD. I was trading.
Oh, okay. I think maybe 150.50 was the level from Apple yesterday there. But, that broke out, and there was some buying above, but eventually broke back down again. And, this is the thing here, guys. If you take that trade, it's a scalp. It's a quick scalp. You're supposed to take it with, bigger size and then scalp it out. Sean was kind of talking about that earlier on the morning show there. It's a different strategy, but you can't be too lenient with it, right? If you see it go against you, or if you see something that you don't like, you got to cover your size. And, you are okay to hold a little piece for potentially a bigger move. But the Apple is kind of pulling back here. Maybe Pratt short works out. I'm looking at the ES2, and that's kind of stalling out here at the high. But this is a high a day from Apple, so just want to be careful with that. If there is selling that comes below 150, then the short maybe off that high a day is in play, but we will see. AMC kind of made a push there. Some people were kind of talking about it.
You're gonna have to cover real quick.
Yeah, for sure. AMC kind of made a push there. Some buying momentum came up. It broke out of this consolidation, right? It was just kind of trading through this channel. 13 kind of held, broke out through this channel, and now it's pushing a high a day, right? So AMC is obviously the sympathy play with GME, but I kind of want to take a look at GME just to see if that's, GME is kind of pushing out high a day as well. Broke out eventually that 130. We kind of talked about how that rejected earlier, but now it's testing 132. High a day is 133.59, so it hasn't quite met the high a day yet. But let's see where this goes. Is the buying momentum going to come in during the midday show here? That's going to be quite interesting. We were talking about how we wanted this to kind of explode in the morning and didn't really give the move. And obviously there's so many other things like going on today, and you know, so many other things to kind of put your money on instead. Tesla, I just want to take a quick look back at that. 780 kind of held out, 790 breaking out and pushing the high a day as well, right? So a lot of things pushing high a day. I'm looking at the ES now. The ES is pushing high a day as well. Sean is saying go AMD, so let's take a quick look at that. Let's bring that up here. Yeah, it retook 106, and now there's a lot of buyers testing 106.50. So the high a day on that is 106.86. So a lot of things pushing high a day here. The market is clearly super strong. If you are in a short play or something like that, it has to be a scalp, right? And you know, I'm looking at Apple now. Apple is breaking out high a day as well. Like there's clearly some good strength in the market, and you know, we keep pushing and pushing higher, right? So you know, what can we do here? We always talk about participating, not anticipating. That's why, you know, when we are taking a short off like a high a day, something like this, we're risking off that high a day. We're keeping risk tight. We might be sizing down and going for a quick scalp. But at this point, I talk about not chasing a move, you know, buying high a day. But clearly, it might be the play, right? You know, I'm waiting for this 800 level on Tesla. I think that might be the true tell. You know, 150 broke out on Apple yesterday, so maybe that wasn't the level for the big turnaround. It was clearly like a psychological level. But, you know, maybe the 800 level is what turns the market around. Let's go to Sean real quickly.
Yo, what's up? Yeah, thanks, Ian. Great job here. I just want to talk about a couple of those plays because I was telling them to you, and it's outside of your wheelhouse there. You don't have an earpiece in. So let's go here. We are getting an earpiece, though, I think. I think that's on order. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
We'll figure that out. Okay, AMD, guys. We took that break. So positions what we have right now. AMD long 106.08. We just took that rate there. We were short out. I don't know what that was, but then we're long. Oh, yeah, because we went long there. So shorts, we got out. We got taken out at the top. We reloaded it at 106 the first time. Got it out right there at 106.60. Then just reloaded it again. And oh, yeah, the bangs are on the midday show, baby, as that's starting to go to the upside right now. And by the way, Square, bang again. We took that 88 break, so we're long on Square right now as that's starting to go back up to the upside. So that's 20 cents in the money. Ford, hello. There's another one. Ford up to $14. And I'm just hitting all the graphics, just get them over with. And then, of course, we are still long. You can't see the positions, but we are back long into Palantir. Palantir was a little bit of a tough trade. We went short again there at 10s. Got out when we left you on the midday show to go over to the midday show. But then we went long. You see, we doubled up the long rate in here. 2 longs. Out here at 22, 23, out again at 24, out again at 28. So we got Palantir long, we got AMD long right now, 70 cents in the money. We just took it out. So it's like 25, 50, 75. We still got a quarter left on AMD. As look at this move. What a monster. We didn't even start getting involved until 104, 105 there. So we kind of missed the boat on that one. And then what was a good Apple, like Apple was, just to review, because we were short here Apple against this 148.50 or whatever it was. Once that broke, we went long. So we got long here at 148.20, out at 148.60. The last piece out at 149. That sucks because it went all the way to the upside. Then we just sat back down and we were just hammering this short up here at 150 short, out 149.50s around there, short again until that one worked, but the last one did not. And this is what I want to talk about. I know Ian and Prad do a good job here of risk management and talking about their plans and their trades, but this is exactly what you have to do. I mean, here's me doing it. I believe Ian or Prad probably had this break, or maybe they didn't. Oh no, Ian had it. You were short and got out, yeah. So there it is. So that's what you got to do. You got to listen to your plan. Like we're short 149.90 here on Apple, right? There's the out, 150.09 or something on the break. So we wind up taking 20 cents worth of a hit while this was cash. Like these are the same price, 149.90. Some of these outs, 149.40, 149 and change ahead of the 50-period moving average. We should still be long. I should have pushed along there. We didn't, but there goes Square as well. Let's get another piece out here on Square as Lucas is fixing up those guys over there. So we'll just continue with this. Wow, okay, Square, you're at 40. Come again. We'll take a piece out right there again. for that 40-cent win. So now we'll see. We're out of 40% of Square. This is still going to the high day. Uber, I mean, look at this. What's up, Frank Jones? PLTR, Rivian. Yeah, we're not short any of these names. We're barely short anything today, except for that Apple trade. It sucks about AMC. We got in and we got out real quick. Now AMC taking out day's high as well. C3 AI, we are in that to the short. Believe that or not. Look at that blow to the upside, and we're still positive on C3 AI. All right, and then Facebook was, again, another good trade. Yeah. We actually had the 194 break. That took to 195. And I'm going to throw it back to Prad in a second here, but right now we are at, right, some of these levels for the sticky note. We talked about that over and over again, right? We have Chewy on the sticky note here. We have Facebook. We even have the 194 break. Right there, talked about that. We're lucky enough to get a great trade on that. We talked about Ford as well, 1340 base. We're long 1350. We talked about C3 AI. Watch out for the short, but then watch out for the break on high short interest. And then SOX L, we didn't trade that, but that was a mistake because you see what's happening right now with your boy AMD and NVIDIA. Keep trading the best names, man, and you will not be upset. Look at this. We're $1 in the money on AMD. Like, we just took this trade 1221. And it's nothing but some upside love. So there we go. That's a little recap. I hope you enjoy it. Back over to a superior midday show.
Whoa, okay, those are big words. Superior. Oh, I almost thought I was looking for my the stretch mic, the SMB mic.
Oh yeah.
I was looking for that. I forgot we had this mic over here. Is that the mic? What was it? SBM?
I wanted to call out one thing here because I saw the chat calling out 107 AMD, 107 AMD.
Yeah.
I really like that, guys. Keep doing that. That's exactly what we do on the floor. When we see like a level coming up, a big level, we always call it out just so that everyone's kind of aware. And you know, we can potentially take a trade off of it. I didn't see the size there. Clearly the break wasn't that great, but yeah, that's exactly what we're kind of talking about, Prad. And I think Luca is going to get ready here to come on and finish up the midday show with you guys. So just kind of want to quickly say thanks for having me on as always. And you know, it's always a pleasure to be here and talk about these trades with you and trade live on the show. It's something special for sure. And you know, I'm still a trainee. I've yet to graduate, so it's a good learning experience for me, and hopefully I can graduate soon with you guys on the show. That would be something.
Let's go, baby. You got this. You got this. Let's send it over to, we'll give it a second over there. So let's come back to me real quick because the market is still in play for us. Obviously, you guys are talking about AMD 107 areas and the Apple 150-50 areas. So just patiently waiting. I got back into my short here, giving the same risk of high a day to build into that short. Let's see if we can do that. And now let's go check out what Brandon has for us at the Big TV.
Hey guys, yeah, nicely positive so far. Let's get a check of where we're at 12:30 Eastern. This has, changed a lot since the last time you saw this board this morning. We were talking about a dead flat market. We were talking about it never being as mixed as it was at that point, but not the case now. Lots of positivity coming through here. Consumer discretionary stocks leading the way right out of the gate here. We mentioned Under Armour, both the UA and UAA shares up 4% and 5%. Around midday, but continuing anyways. All of the travel names, RCL, NCLH, CCL, MGM, Hilton, all of them having really nice days. 2+% right across the board. Financials are strong. Materials, far corner there, also very, very strong. Back in positive territory. Quickly want to show you tech stocks. Remember, during the morning, tech was about the middle group, was definitely not the strongest, definitely is now as far as leaders are concerned. Just HPE here standing out back to the downside. Microsoft, 1.5% in negative territory still after a forecast revision. Hey, that's not bad at all. Healthcare stocks still about flat. There is some strength coming through in the equipment makers. Some of the pharmaceuticals names still negative on the day, but overall, what an improvement. Now 1% to the upside for the S&P 500. Let's go back to Trader Prad. And Luca is now here.
Yeah, Luca is just setting up. I have Lucas in my ear telling me to tell Luca to turn his mic on. Listen, Luca knows, bro. It's on mute on purpose. It's mute on purpose. Lucas over there screaming at me on the microphone. No, it's all. He's about to come turn it on himself. He's about to come. Look, you don't mess with the production guy, okay? You don't mess with the production guy. He says turn it on, Luca. You turn that thing on, boy. All right, you better turn that thing on. AMD, man. Let's go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say what's going on, everyone. Hopefully, everyone's having a great day. I was dying of laughter listening because clearly things today are obvious and clear because that's all I heard Ian saying. I had to write it down. Let's show the camera here. Which one are we looking at?
Let's go main front camera to you.
Main front camera.
Yeah.
Look at this. I have a tally. We got it is what it is 5 times. Clearly 6 times. Obviously another 5 times. And I'm not too sure. That one's obviously 3 times because Ian's he's a good guy. He's definitely sure. But sometimes you're not too sure. So it is what it is, right? So, but I had to tally that down. We're just laughing in the background. But hopefully you guys are having a great day. I had a little bit of a frustrating day to start. And, this market is definitely not conducive with what I'm doing. So I'm just kind of sitting back now and saying, okay, where did I go wrong? And trying to learn from it.
Bro, what are you doing to the chat, man? This guy went, or it's a girl, I don't know. This person went 3 spros, hot outside, want an affogato. What is that?
Affogato.
Affogato.
So affogato is essentially you put some ice cream in, whatever ice cream you want, and then you
in the coffee?
So you put the ice cream in like the espresso cup as an example, and then you make the spro. And so then you let the spro melt it, yeah, but then it's not melted, and then you kind of like eat it with a spoon, and then you drink the rest.
Okay.
It's very good. Yeah, it's amazing.
All right.
Definitely summer spro season is here.
Yeah.
So,
I want to talk about AMD. So AMD, man, what a monster. I had the 104.50 short. I was doing good on that. Then I had the 105 long. I added on the 106 areas. I got stopped out for profit on the breakthrough of 106 to the downside. Then I started going short again. I got some winners and some losers on that. And now look at the stock. It's almost like I didn't need to do all that over trading on the stock. Just go long off of the 105 break and just hold it on the 106 break, hold it on the 107 break. This stock is just non-stop ripping to the upside today. What a beautiful move, man. Beautiful move. Apple is now in the money for me on my long-term account. AMD's in the money for my long-term account. We're loving today as an investor. Like NASDAQ up almost 2%. Where's my mouse? Hello? NASDAQ up almost 2% on the day. Like, what a time to be alive once again. Bottoms might just be in on the market, Luca.
Bottoms might
be in.
Oh, yeah, it kind of feels like it. I mean, we're just kind of moving higher, inching up. We had a nice, beautiful V-shaped recovery today in the market. On the way down, I said to myself, shorts are good. Shorts might be good here. But then obviously looking at my screen, it's like we had that sort of pitchfork action and then the pop, drop, and creating the V. So add it to the playbook. Another V-shaped recovery. Another V-shaped recovery. This market's definitely interesting. And even that Apple break, that 150 break, like I was looking at it in the back. I know you guys were chatting about it, and I'm like, okay, yesterday it popped, couldn't break. End of day popped, couldn't break. I said to myself, if this breaks, this is gonna be awesome. I'm ready. I'm sized accordingly. Let's go. And I think this thing just instantly 20 cents in the money. I didn't get the fill. So I'm just like, wow, in the back. I don't know if you guys hear me. And it is what it is. But I wouldn't be surprised if the 150-50 area, like where we're at right now, is sort of like, I want to believe it's like kind of like a short-term resistance. But again, like market's moving higher. Like I wouldn't be surprised if this does make a push to 151. Definitely keep my eyes on that. And yeah, guys, AMD today, I know everybody's talking about the same names, but guys, AMD up 6.3%, just moving higher. And what I saw on the tape on AMD, and you know what, today is a frustrating day. Frustrating for me, I don't know how you guys are doing, but frustrating because, I see the tell on AMD, I see the size on the bid, it's reloading, there's a lot of dark pools going off, there's a lot of selling into dark pools that are holding, and I'm like, okay, you know what, like this looks good, this thing's gonna trend up all day. But my problem is I did not size accordingly. I took way too much size because I'm like, this looks amazing, and I kept stopping myself out. And I'm not in a big loss per se, but it's more so just kind of I'm chopping myself even though I have the right direction. So in today's market for my type of trading, I would say I guess less is more. So like definitely should have sized down there. But yeah, seeing it at almost 108 right now, I just can't help but say, damn, that's the one that got away. Because I was long like 104, 103, then 105. I was like, okay, let me, I don't know, it's so high. Where's this really going to go? But like, are we on the road to 110? I mean, this is definitely good for the market. Chips like AMD, Nvidia up, Apple pushing up, now back above 150. So it'll be nice to see, like books are looking a little bit more healthier, bids are stepping in. So hopefully we get that continuation move to the upside and break 4,200 on the ES. I think that's definitely next level of interest for me there.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Luca, for that outlook on AMD. And obviously, what am I going to do other than talk about the same stock real quick? Because AMD, man, that 108 level is very interesting. I'm pretty sure everyone's keeping an eye out for that. That 200 period EMA on the daily chart is at 108.26. So I think around 108, we might see some barriers coming in for AMD. I want to talk about AVYA being called out in the chat. They asked, the viewer asked, what's the possible catalyst for the stock to be doing this? I might have to look around a little bit, but real quickly though, AVYA with 15 million shares, is that even anything on the relative scale? AVYA on the relative volume, yes, it is 10 times more on the relative scale compared to what it usually does. So clearly something is going on over here for Avaya Holding Corporation, for allowing it to get up to almost 30% on the day. High day near $5.61, and it's trying to curl to the downside right now. Let's see if it can curl right back to the upside as the market keeps on going higher and higher. S&P 500, I think Lucas said 4,200. That would be a crazy number to come into play today. Let's see if it does. I think Ian mentioned 4,160 is what we're waiting for. That was the high, I believe, from yesterday or so. But if 4,200 does come into play, that's going to be a crazy trade for a lot of people, because that means AMD is probably not stopping any time at 108, and that means Apple is most likely going straight to all-time highs at 180s.
Are all-time highs coming back into play? That is the question. That would be insane. Guys, look, AMD, I take a long. I literally sit down. I take a long. I tell myself, like, this is strong. It's probably going to test 108. So I bid down here, holding trend. Get the fill. Beautiful, get the fill. Now let's see if we can get out in front of 108. The mistake I made yesterday is I was too busy explaining myself to you guys that I didn't have my orders out on the AMD bounce. So it's literally running in the money, and I'm looking over and I'm like, yes, it's in the money. I'm like, oh yes, I did not take anything out there. I was like, I must have forgot to put my orders. So too busy, giving explanations and not taking the money when it's there. So, I have the orders out. Let's see if we can get filled here on AMD. We got some size. There it is. Beautiful. So we take the fill. I mean, that was awesome.
Rinse.
That was a 40-cent win. I just sat down. Can't complain. Guys, life is good. Life is good. Let's see if we can get that same action going on Apple. But again, guys, Apple is a little bit slower. Obviously, AMD up 6%. Apple only up 1.2%. So, nowhere close. But yeah, definitely something I'm keeping my eye on. I mean, it's interesting how the bids are just like stepping up, but then they're just kind of slowly moving. And again, guys, this is like, it's like the market I love fast moving markets. Like I want to see it, like I get into a trade like this trade for me on AMD was literally textbook. It's like you get in, it's holding trend, it instantly runs in the money. I get out, I make my money. I'm like, okay, that was sick. That was sick to start the show for you guys, But things that are moving slowly, I'm like, it's moving a little bit too slow for me. Like maybe, I'm the type of guy I like to see fast movement. So that's kind of my specialty. And when things aren't moving, I get worried, right? But this is something that I need to work on and kind of get better. And I see somebody saying CVNA. Did you look at that? Yeah, no. CVNA. I'm assuming this is a small cap. It sounds like a small cap.
Yeah, Carvana, I think. That's Carvana. I don't think that's a small cap, but let's take a look at it.
Okay, yeah. I have no idea.
CVNA, 99 million float, Carvana Co. Relative volume was 0.91. So Carvana, I believe these are the recreational vehicle makers. Let's just make sure what they are. Retail trade specialty store. Maybe someone in the chat can put in exactly what Carvana does. If I remember, they make recreational vehicles, used vehicle intact, consumer demand. Let's see what Sarvana CVNA good short now ? So let's go check out what CVNA is even looking like. today. So real quick though, I did get short in above 108, as you guys can see. Well, not above 108, before 108, giving it the risk of the 200 period EMA on AMD. Was in the money slightly, but now out of the money, but then most likely going to go back into the money as NASDAQ and S&P 500 both are showing me a little bit of a downwards moving candle coming into play at the moment. So let's see if we can work with these trades. But the viewer asked for CVNA on New York. So Carvana, question mark for a short right now. Yeah, it could be, man. Look at the high of the day at $30.50, coming back down to $30 right now. This stock is up 13% though, and I think I saw some sort of a catalyst over there on this platform. So June 1st, consumer demand for used vehicles intact despite rising prices, Oppenheimer says. So that means, I think these guys sell used cars then. They're a used car salesperson.
I see everybody going off. Used car, online car sales, vending machine for used cars. That's kind of funny. And I see here Frank Jones.
Vending machine for used cars.
That's a good one. I see Frank Jones. Luca, what's with the -2 font? Is it that small? Can you not see? I mean, maybe it's small. I'll try
Probably for this.
Okay. If you're, I don't know if you're referring to like the bottom left or like the tape. I can make it bigger for you guys, no problem. I'll work on that there. And guys, also looking at Tesla, like it made a push towards the 800 level, but it just couldn't quite get there. I honestly thought, what I was looking for, I was wondering, so obviously, Friday being tomorrow, what's expiry? Are we going to get a sort of push to 800 because gamma squeeze? But we didn't see anything on the tape today. I was watching it like a hawk. We did not see anything on the tape that confirmed that. So it was very tough for me to build a position into it because what I wanted to see was like, it's kind of trending upwards, some size pop on the offer, instantly get taken, or bids not getting kind of hit. And then I say, okay, this is kind of confirmation to like really add size for conviction for that push. So we didn't get it. And I said to myself, you know what, I'm not really going to kind of add size.
Wait, bro, they're not joking. It's an actual vending machine for cars.
Dude, I got to see a picture of this.
Bro, I got to see a picture of this myself.
Yeah, this is actually hilarious.
The chat goes, we're not joking. It's an actual vending machine. It's pretty cool. And now my brain's about to explode. What? All right, I'll let you go on over here. Sorry for cutting you off. Let me find a picture here.
And guys, I see people saying GME pushing. So something I was looking at, GME, there's not a lot of options, but there was some. So to start the day, obviously options expiring on Friday, you had earnings. I think the level, I want to say the level was like, it was 125 to like 130, right? So like within this range, it almost feels like dealers are hedged accordingly, like nobody's offside and things are just not going to happen. If we start to push, and I even told myself this today, it was unfortunate because there wasn't enough volume for me to get involved, but I was watching it and I said to myself, if we get above 130, we could get an interesting push higher because that's where like, calls, I'm going to look on the tape, see what I can see. And essentially what I saw is as soon as we broke the 130 level, as soon as we broke this level, that's where we had like volume picked up, we had a nice squeeze, and then it kind of died off, right? And so it's kind of weird because, it was like it opened, it was like in around this range, like in between 120, 125. And as we got towards the 130 level, bids were stepping up, trying to get filled. And like, again, I'm making these bad assumptions, right? But I'm making this assumption, I'm like, hey, look, who's stepping up here, who's buying? Like earnings was okay, but like not amazing to kind of chase this up. And so I say to myself, maybe we get a squeeze. But again, guys, look, there was no follow through. It's like you sort of kind of like rally from 125. Like if you're in from 125, great. If you take the high of break here, great. But I caught it at 130 and I was like, I don't know. I don't really want to chase this. Where's it going to go? 5 points maybe. But like, is there going to be the steam? I think the better trade was the initial break through 130, and then you kind of take the short there and then add on confirmation because it doesn't break high of day, and then you kind of cover towards VWAP. Like that would have been solid. But again, guys, like you got to be careful with this name because spread is like 50 cents at sometimes, right? So it's like, you got to factor that into your risk. And for me, it's kind of like I stay away because I'm like I can't really like size up the way that I want to on this. So it's like kind of I just like stay away from it.
So these are the vending machines, my friend, right here. It looks actually pretty cool. I thought you guys were joking when you said it's a vending machine, but it looks like you go into one of these places, you check out what car you want, and it looks like somehow the robots or something, they end up coming out of here, and I guess you buy used and new cars or maybe even rent cars. This is actually a pretty decent idea. I've never really seen this. But then also, Maybe I was gonna say maybe why not just have a car lot like they usually do? But I guess this takes less space because they have to build it up and a little bit out. I don't know how this model is better than other models and whatnot, but clearly something's going on over here. And obviously Oppenheimer mentioned what was going on, and that was the car sales price not really gone down as people would have thought it would, and it's still doing pretty good on the car, even though prices of cars are going up and inflation and everything being considered. Carvana right now actually breaking below 30 on the bids. Asks are still above 30. It says we're on SSR Y over here, so that means we might have dropped 10% in pre-market, or maybe it's because of yesterday. Yeah, it was. I see the yesterday's move over here, which kind of explains why we're on SSR today on day 2. Looks like.
Irish Max saying Carvana looks good on paper, but is a train wreck operationally. It's kind of funny. You know, that actually reminds me. I was in Germany around Christmas time. And the Mercedes factory or whatever over there has an advent calendar. They literally have something like that. It's an advent calendar, and every single day they like release a new Mercedes. And it's like a massive building, and I was like blown away. I was like, wow, this is like so cool. I'll try and find it for you guys now, but like that's something that like I was just like, oh my God, like I did not expect this, but it was so cool.
So let's get back to, let's see what the stocks you guys are talking about. I see SIGA being thrown in the chat one more time. Let's go right back to SIGA. And if I'm screaming, it's because Lucas is making me wear this earpiece where I can barely hear myself talk. So I have to kind of adjust my volume based on how I feel like it's going. But yeah, SIGA 7% to the upside, 16 million shares traded so far, and doesn't want to stop taking out the highs. So yesterday I was talking about the possible move to the 1364, 1365, but I also did mention the volume yesterday was very light on the stock compared to what we're usually used to seeing. So I don't know if we're actually going to be able to get to those prices that we were talking about. But today looks like the stock is already doing the amount of volume we did yesterday. So as you guys can see, we're halfway through it, and we're not even at okay, wait, never mind, we're almost at 1 o'clock. Time's flying by, man.
Time flies when you're having fun. So guys, look at this. Like, look at my screen here. Like, this is amazing. So it's in Germany. They have all of these things covered, right? And every day they release a new car. So it's like it's covered, and then they release it, and they just got cars in the window. I think it's the coolest thing. When I saw it, I was blown away. At first I looked, I was like, ah, yes, that looks pretty cool. And then I was like, wait a second. And my friend was telling me, she's like, oh yeah, like this is like an advent calendar. This is like they release whatever, show a new car every time. I was like, wow, that is absolutely awesome. Like, I've never seen anything like that before.
You know why? Because that's Mercedes. Ferrari's not smart enough to ever come up with something smart like that.
I almost feel like this is the German the German way of thinking, like just the
German engineering.
German engineering and think outside the box. But yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. I wanted to share it with you guys.
Waste of space, says Mr. Kieran. All right, Mr. Kieran. Listen, you know what a waste of space is? Amazon having a small billboard outside a Toronto condo just because they want to have their name being blasted out there. That's a waste of space, okay? But no, there is, if they want to spend their money however they want to spend it, why do we care? Pride is such a Ferrari hater. Listen. I know what I like and I know what I don't like, and Ferrari happens to be one of those things that I do not like. Do not like. I almost dumped my Palantir shares because they're helping Ferrari, okay? That was a joke. I'm not doing that, but still. Right now, we're talking about the market maybe kind of cooling off its jets to the north direction. Maybe, just a maybe, not 100% guaranteed, because NASDAQ did try to come down over here on the 5-minute chart, but instantly the next two candles closed green, or is trying to close green for the next two candles. Let's see if the market manages to actually push back to the downside to at least the 50-period EMA or the 100-period EMA or even the VWAP, which would be great. The fact that as NASDAQ is only 200 points away from 13K is a wowza factor for me, honestly. Was not expecting 13K to come back into picture this quick. I think I was honestly expecting 10K to come into the picture before 13K came back into the picture.
I think we all did, yeah.
We all were, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that is the other way around, I guess, makes me happy for everyone's long-term accounts and everyone's portfolios. Luca needs to change the camera because I have to move myself a left over here for being in the dead right. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Right now, AMD short, not really paying me the dividends I want from it, but it's also not burning me the way I think it would burn me if it wanted to. So overall, that level, that 200 period EMA, 108.25, 108.30 areas is what I'm leaning on. If that stops me out, then I take my loss, I go home crying, I move on from it. But if I do win on this, I cash out on AMD one more time to the downside after multiple wins and multiple losses throughout the day on the stock.
I see somebody saying, yeah, can we look at AMD level 2? So like something I wanted to actually point out here is like, look, you have that run up, right? It goes from literally 106, the whole market pushes, we hold trend the whole way to 108, and then we kind of go sideways, right? So something I always tell myself is, look, I want to capture that move, right? This is the move. I want to capture 20% of the move, call this 20% is what it is, great trade. And then as soon as it kind of goes sideways, like, am I really holding? I mean, look at it now, like we're pushing like 30 cents higher, but like, am I really holding when it's kind of going sideways and volume is dying off, right? So like, as a trader, look, I want to capture the move, I want to get in, I want to get out, and then I wait for the next trade. And something I'm looking at actually is Facebook pushing towards 200. Obviously, Facebook up 5% today, and kind of the low looks like it was around 188. So it's like, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we get there, but it's a stretch to say like, oh, this is gonna like easily push to 200. Like it's already up 5%. But again, like, that other day where it's like everything, like AMD was like 7%, Nvidia was like 7%, like post earnings when Nvidia like saved the market. But yeah, like, so I mean, I think Facebook 200 is a level. And obviously yesterday we had that news where Sheryl Sandberg is stepping down, and this thing just kind of tanked to 185 and then instantly rebounded, and look at it now, back at 198. So it's like, it's insane. It's like, these moves are crazy. It's like, I don't know what to expect. I just keep telling myself, size accordingly. But yeah, guys, 200 on Facebook could be a level of interest, could be interesting. I think Nvidia pushing to 200 as well. I think Nvidia 200 is like, less psychological for me in my mind than Facebook 200. But, could be an interesting level there as well. And Tesla 800. Tesla 800, ways away from it. Maybe we get that end of day final push that brings it towards there, right? We're up so much. And like, guys, remember, on days like today, a lot of people, they think a lot of people are contrarian. A lot of people say to themselves, like, look how high it goes. I want to short. But what I'm telling myself, I used to be like that, but what I'm starting to tell myself, what I've been telling myself is, look, on days like today, when it's so strong, it's up 6%. I mean, look, there's going to be good shorts right here. Like you could have got like a nice win. You could have got a nice win right here. You could have got a nice win right here. But how much easier would it have been just to buy the dip, 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 right? It just be on the right side of money flows, and your job becomes so much easier, right? So your job becomes so much easier. So yeah, so those are a few names I'm looking at. Microsoft, they revised guidance and kind of dropped and now back towards the 270 level. So, I was hoping that I could catch a 270 short in the morning. I didn't, but now look, we're back at 270. And again, guys, these moves are like very, very slow. So it's like, if you are long, be patient, hold on to your longs, I would say. But, and if you're getting into position, you need to let it work for you. So yeah, it's something that, just kind of be patient, and hopefully you guys have better patience than I do, because in this type of market, I'm getting in, it's not showing me what I want to see, I get out, and then it goes in my favor anyway. So I'm like, okay, I had the right side, but I was wrong.
That's the story, man. That's the story of the day.
Story of my life.
Story of the day today. Looks like I had my stop out exactly the last price that AMD printed, stopped me out, and now I'm debating if I even want to be in it anymore. And looks like that's the shorts are going to be coming in from here, ladies and gentlemen. If there is a place to short AMD, it's got to be around these levels. And now I'm just having an absolute battle in my head as to what to do. But Luca mentioned it. Just buy dips. Just buy the dip. If it dips, buy it. If you want to go short, these would be the areas to short it. Give it the risk of high a day. Right now, I am in a future short near 41.50. So let's see if the futures are going to pay me at the moment. Pushing it to the downside. Bears versus bull in the chat. Putting in the rules. So it looks like some of you in the chat are misbehaving. Does Pratty Daddy need to pull out the ban hammer again? Because I know Bears Bears versus Bull is very nice to you guys. He just deletes the comment and he puts in the rules over there, and he's very, very nice to you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly check out the chat rules down here. If you scroll to the downside a little bit, help out Bears versus Bull. Check out the chat rules. Be positive. Respect each other. Respect other hosts. Respect other viewers and so on. And, don't do something that might get you kicked out of this community, because we're trying to grow a positive, fun, enjoying community here. And anything that might hinder it might be a big problem over there, right? So help out your fellow community leader, Bears versus Bull, by being nice to each other. And also help out Trader TV Live by smashing that like button. We have 3,500 viewers with us right now. Let's get that like count to at least 2K, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get that button going. There's also some other ways you can support us over here on Trader TV Live. You can become a member. You can join a member, but get some cool emojis, some cool custom badges right next to your name, like how Frank Jones over here, not sure what emoji that is, but he has a cool little emoji next to him. He's been a long-time supporter. Hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell too to get notified of whenever we go live or whenever a new video gets posted from the content guys over there, Neil, Sean, and Brendan, and everyone else. So those are a few ways you can support us. And last but not least, you can go to the home page of YouTube for our channel, which is right here, youtube.com/TraderTV Live. Go to the store and you can buy some fun merchandise to support us. And if you do buy any merchandise, tweet at us. We like to see people wearing our merchandise. We got some tweets not too long ago. And look at this finance bro over here. Absolute finance bro. How do I open image in a different tab? I can't. But yeah, look at that vest.
Vest, I got the smile.
Yeah, only thing that's missing
need.
is a Spro in your hand, baby.
Yeah. I wasn't ready for that one. I already had 2-3 Spros that day, so I wasn't going to have another one. So I said to myself, is what it is. But I see here Brandon with the super chat. And take a look at GEVO. So guys, GEVO up 16-17% today. I'm not really sure the news on it, but this looks like it is starting to trend. I've traded this name before. I haven't had success with it. But what I've noticed is, Brandon, I don't know how often you watch us, but I say this every single time. When you're looking at these names, pull up this free website. It's called Float Checker, right? I'll pull it up for you guys here, Float Checker. And what I like to do is I want to know the float of what I'm looking at, right? So a stock like this, taking one look, it's got 190 million float. It's a like a $5 stock. Something like this, like the odds that this starts to run and just go and break levels like $5, $7, $10, $20 is probably low, unless the catalyst, the reason why it's moving, is very, very good, right? So if the float is very high, obviously there's a lot more shares floating around. And so people, let's say there's an active shelf, let's say they're going to raise money, let's say people have big positions that they want to dump, there's so much float going around, so much shares can come on the market, so it can sort of hinder that, assuming that you're long, it can sort of hinder that upside, right? It's going to go up, it's going to move very slowly. But again, I'm not really sure the catalyst on this one, but just, these are the things that I like to look at. What's the institutional ownership? What is the float of the stock? What is the market cap? How does it trade? What did the prior runs look like? If you're in at the bottom, if you're in here and you were buying dips and now you have that breakout, is volume increasing or is it kind of staying the same? What I like to do is, if I'm in a small cap and then it sort of moves and I'm holding, it's like a swing trade. When it has that that extreme amount of volume, I like to take my profits, because I say to myself, look, volume is the tell. It did a lot of volume over here. This could indicate a potential reversal. I'll take some off and then I'll hold some for the dream, whatever it is, what it is. But again, thank you for the super chat there.
Yeah, super chats are also another way you can use to support us, and we appreciate everyone who do that on a daily basis. Another super chat that I see right now from Mard, basically asking if Miss V is still trading, and if so, is she trading Tesla? Can we ask her? The answers to those questions are going to be, I don't know, my friend, and sadly I can't. She doesn't work with us anymore. I don't know where she is anymore. Probably at her house and enjoying her time off at the moment. She's been working very hard with us, and we miss her, sadly. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if she's still trading Tesla or not. Moving on from that one.
Somebody asked here, said, can you please explain participate, don't anticipate? So that's actually a great quote. And I think Greg initially told us this quote. Basically, as a trader, you don't want to think you know what you're doing. You don't want to say to yourself, I know that this is going to go to this price. Therefore, I'm going to anticipate that it's going to happen. So I'm going to get in over here with no confirmation on the tape, with no confirmation on the level 2 or whatever. I am going to anticipate a move, and I am going to take the trade accordingly. So that's what you don't want to do, because if you're anticipating something that is not there, you make the job more challenging than it is. So participate essentially means, maybe you have a bias. Everybody has a bias. You say to yourself, look, I think AMD is going to 110. Right? But unless the tape confirms that for me, I'm not taking any trade. So essentially, look, you're watching AMD today, it bounces off 100, it starts to run, the bids are stepping up, it's holding trend, right? You're looking at the chart, it is holding trend. The tape is showing a lot of green. There's a lot of selling, it's doing a lot of selling in the dark pool, but it's holding price, it's not going lower. Like all these little tells are telling you, okay, I feel that now, I have my bias, but now I can participate in the action. I am not anticipating this move that is not there. I am participating in what is actually happening. The biggest thing as a trader is you want to react to things that are happening. As a day trader, you want to react. So you don't want to participate, you want to anticipate. You don't want to anticipate, you want to participate. You want to be reactive to what's happening on the tape. Like you have your bias, but don't let your bias, don't trade something that's not there.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Don't force the trade. Wait for the trade to come. Wait for the response to stimulus kind of action over there. Someone in the chat started spamming Chewy, so let's go check out if Chewy is doing anything fun for us. And it is indeed. Chewy's taking out the high day one more time, up 25% today on the stock. I remember not too long ago it just destroyed to the downside for Chewy. I think it was Chewy. Let me just quickly go over here. Maybe it was during this earnings day that I remember it just dropping to the ground. Yeah, dropping all the way to 22 bucks or so, forming a nice base at 22.22. That's the 52-week low. That's a nice number to just take a look at it. But bouncing off of 22.22 over here goes Chewy right up to 30 bucks almost. I think we might see a little bit of a barrier coming in around $30 for Chewy. A nice, even significant number. And you can see over here, yesterday it looks like we broke 30 to the high side slightly, went up to $30.43 or even 50 cents or so, and pushed right back to the downside. Now Chewy today off the open pushed down to 25.80 being the low a day, and is trying to reclaim the same levels that it claimed yesterday to the north side. And AMD.
AMD can't be stopped. The money machine. I'm not sure who said that, but yeah, AMD money machine above 109, probably making the push to 110. I wouldn't be surprised if we see extreme amount of size at 110, and that's kind of the top. But again, guys, I'm not calling tops, not calling bottoms. It's just like, this is like, it's gonna be up 10% today. This is insane. And whoever was reloading the bid, that was the tell. And why could I not hold on to my longs? I don't know. But live and learn is what it is. You can't hate yourself. Just try to get better every single day. But yeah, guys, NVIDIA also moving higher as well. I see somebody saying NVIDIA high of day. But guys, keep in mind, NVIDIA, AMD, they are going to move together. If AMD is doing a lot more volume, 74 million, NVIDIA at 40 million shares traded, pick the easier stock to trade, right? I say pick the easier stock, pick the stock that's at a level, right? So it's like if AMD is at a random level and NVIDIA is at 200, you want to play that break. You say to yourself, okay, NVIDIA 200 break makes more sense. But obviously AMD today at 100, that was like kind of the perfect dip buy. I wonder if anybody held that the whole way up. That would actually be a perfect add for your portfolio, I think. I'm sad that I didn't add there because, guys,
I was just about to mention that. It's like, man, I did mention AMD. I want to buy AMD around 80 bucks for my portfolio, and guess who bought 0 shares of AMD near 80 bucks for his portfolio? This guy. Guess who also didn't buy more shares of other stocks he wanted to buy when it went to the downside? Like, I wanted to buy Microsoft. Thankfully, I can buy Microsoft cheaper than where I wanted to buy now. So that's something I'm taking a look at. Amazon, Google, when the split happens, Amazon split for sure on day one. I'm buying some shares from my own account over there and sitting on that. Dave has a comment over there. Dave said, every time someone mentions Greg, this sounds like a lot of knowledge is being poured on. We need to have him on. He's actually been here on a couple of times, and he's the same mentality as me, which is we're scared of the chat bullies, man. The chat bullies are out here in full force. They're just making me cry. And the same thing happened to Greg one time. I remember that he came on the show and he got bullied by a couple comments comments, like the Luka got bullied one too. But the difference is Luka took those punches on like a champion.
Oh yeah, I mean, guys, you know, like the comments that I read make me laugh. So like, I would say keep them coming. Like this is like pure entertainment for me. But yeah, I see somebody else saying, I think it was who was it? Stop Console Wars. We're gonna have to start a counter on you as well, Luka. With the is what it is. Yeah, guys, I say that a lot. I say that a lot, and that's why I started a counter on Ian, because I'm looking over at Spencer, I'm laughing. I'm like, oh man, this guy's saying the same thing over and over. I was like, I hope nobody starts a counter on me, because I'll probably double those numbers. Those are rookie numbers. I could easily top those within like 5 minutes. You know, we all have our go-to kind of slang and sayings, and you know when the pressure's on, when you're entertaining you guys, spending time with you, but also trading. You know, it's tough to not like, say the same things, right? Say the same things. So, getting better every day, both in every aspect. But yeah, always a lot of fun. And guys, I took a small NVIDIA long here for a push. I mean, if this breaks trend, I'm out. I'm not too worried about it. But I think we can get a push up. We did get a small push higher. I think we could get a 196 test. Everything seems to be pushing, and one of those kind of like buy the dip, like. Wouldn't be surprised if AMD makes a push as well. We're seeing like 100 lots at just 109.08 area. If you see here on the tape, 109.08 area. So depending on how fast we take those, then it kind of gets interesting, right? But I also want to imagine that like people are paying themselves. They're taking profits. So essentially, what you have is you have very strong moves up. People are paying themselves, kind of trends down, and then do buyers step back in and make a move higher, right? So keep an eye on that. But yeah, this NVIDIA trade, we'll see where this goes. And keep an eye on Apple as well. Cannot make the push as fast as I thought it could towards the 151. We're sort of just like barcoding, like going sideways. So like this is something that like I'm not really interested in getting involved in just because we're barcoding. So like unless we start to show some strength and make a move, then I'll make a decision there. But yeah, I think I think there could be some more upside there on the chip names. And guys, Neo as well. I think you were on the show and you had that and you called the size on the bid. And, that was actually interesting.
Yeah, that stupid size on the bid baited me on a trade, man. Yes, sir, go ahead.
No, that baited me on a trade, too.
That baited me on a trade.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, I love this. Let me take this short. So I take it short. It literally breaks, and it does nothing. I was like, okay, I'm out, like flat trade. Then it goes lower. I was like, I'm not chasing here. We're not, how much lower we're going to go? We're going to break VWAP. But seeing it back up at like 18, almost 19 right now, makes me feel good because, I was definitely, that was not a good trade and I got out quickly. So, can't complain about that one.
So Apple seems to has cooled off his jets a little bit. So how SpaceX starts collecting those booster rockets back onto the landing platform. So maybe it's time for Apple to have the separation stage of, where's my aerospace engineer friend? He's not here. I was hoping that he would nod his head for me from what I was saying right now. So, Apple's got to separate the booster rockets. The booster rockets got to re-enter the atmosphere, got to reignite the engine, I guess, reignite the engine and start landing a little bit. So what I'm trying to say is let's bring Apple back to the ground a little bit over here. Below 150 is what I want to see Apple because we have seen it be a lot weaker than the overall tech sector. I want to see the same thing for AMD. AMD 109.45. Let's have those booster separations. Let's have the boosters land back on the ground over here and not just rip off to the north side. I'm only saying this because as a day trader, but as a long-term investor, I'm back in the money on AMD. I'm loving it. I'm going to be honest, I thought about actually taking some profits over here at 110 on AMD on my own account just because I saw AMD go to 140, come back to 100. Then I saw it go to 110, come back to 100, and then I saw it break below 100. So because of that, I'm thinking about, paying myself for a little bit of the emotional stress that the stock market has put me through on my long-term account. But that being said, my long-term account is for the long term, not for the small term, not for the short term. And we're aiming for, we're looking to dollar cost average all the way down. The next time it does go to 80 bucks, I'm not going to say I'm saving money to go buy Amazon and Google. I'm just going to go buy it at that point.
Guys, speaking of Amazon, I am so excited for Monday. Monday is day one split.
Luca's going to be here at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Guys, I am not a morning person. However, I will be here bright and early
6 o'clock.
Monday morning to open the doors because I am so excited for this. Like I can't
Not
emphasize.
even Neil's gonna be opening. You're gonna be opening the doors.
Bright and early because I am super excited because look, Amazon obviously not a tradable stock. It's, huge spread. It doesn't do a lot of volume. And yeah, let me pull it up for you guys. I mean, like, I think it's a 20 for 1 if I'm not mistaken. It's a 20 for 1 split, right?
Yeah.
So the $2,500 level on Amazon right now would essentially be 125. And the $2,400 level on Amazon would be 120. So that's probably where it's going to open within that range. And I'm assuming there's going to be crazy amounts of block orders. There's going to be crazy volume going off. Guys, also remember, to have any option on Amazon, the options aren't as liquid because it's a 100-to-1 multiplier. It's a huge position. Nobody's really trading it. So as soon as this thing splits, just imagine the amount of covered calls going off, right? So I could see this thing just trending up in a low vol environment. It could be a good way, could be a good swing trade, which kind of drives price up. So this is something that I'm looking for. But again, guys, react, not predict. I'm not predicting anything. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to be here. I'm going to watch. I have no idea what I'm going to do, but I know I'm going to do something. So that's why I'm excited, and we'll definitely
Yeah,
see
you're
what
gonna
happens.
participate, not.
I'm going to participate and definitely not anticipate. I
There we
have
go.
my bias going in. But I'm not going to let my bias affect my trading. My trading
you
is always
go.
reactionary. And, so we'll see what we get on Monday. But for sure, guys, Monday is going to be super exciting. So keep your eyes up for that one.
We have a question here. I guess both of us can answer, and maybe we both have the same answer. Maybe we both have the different answer. So the question is from Sidjo. Hopefully I said that right. Most probably stocks will go down after a split. Should we short? So the way that I'm thinking, I'll give my answer, and then I want to see how you structure your answer and see if we have a confluence. That's another big word that Ian used today, Mr. Dictionary. Confluence. So my idea is I've not seen a lot of stock splits actually take place in front of me. Maybe they did, but I just not traded it that much. But when it comes to Amazon and Google, where these are big companies that people have not been able to invest in, when I say people like myself who have been missing out on Amazon and Google because we weren't in the market early enough when the prices were low. So when people like me are going to be watching the stock price like a hawk in order to invest in it, I think when the prices drop, you're gonna have a lot of buyers. Instead of buying one share at 2K, you're gonna see maybe traders buying 5 shares at 100. So those 5 share trades will add up eventually, because a lot of them will probably be there trying to do the same thing, and the volume is gonna start coming in. Now, where does the market go? As Lucas said, I'm not gonna be here and predict it, but I'm going to be there for sure, being ready to take advantage and participate in that move when it does show up.
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, my assumption is, a stock split is good, right? Stock split is good. The reason why companies split, I'm sure most of you guys know this, the reason why companies split is because there's not a lot of volume on their stock, right? So they say, okay, I want more volume to come in to the stock. I want more trading to happen. So let's split it. Let's allow more investors to be able to purchase this, because now you have fractional shares on some of these brokerages. But how many people think, they say to themselves oh, I don't want to buy half a share of Amazon. It's only half a share. I'll buy something else. Right? So it's more attractive to have that split happen, and then people say, okay, at least I'm buying 10 shares, or at least I'm buying 5 shares, 20 shares. So it brings more volume into the stock. As per if the stock's going to go up or down, I have no idea. The only thing I know is there's going to be probably more volume. So more volume means more interest. So definitely keep your eye on it, and again, just participate, don't anticipate. I don't care if it goes up or down. If it's doing a lot of volume and there's a lot of volatility, there's a lot of liquidity to play off of, then it becomes interesting, and it's a good setup. It doesn't matter if you're long biased or short biased. Everybody can make money. So that's why most traders keep their eyes on it. As per up or down, I have no idea.
Guess.
It's anyone's guess. Your guess is as good as mine. I have no idea.
When exactly is the cutoff time? 4 p.m. or 8 p.m. tomorrow to own a share? I think it was actually May 27th. You had to buy 1 share on May 27th, no? What was the date that you guys confirmed then? Then what was the date? May 27th that the chat threw out and Brandon confirmed. I think it was 2 weeks ago. Okay. So it looks like, yeah, you can just own it then, I guess. I was wrong. I thought May 27th was the last, but no. I thought that's what the chat was talking about. 27th was the announcement. That's what that was. Okay. Yeah, the 26th, I think. It's not a dividend to have it before.
Yeah,
All right.
guys, just to confirm, so obviously, stocks that have dividends, they go ex-dividends. So it's like if you don't own this stock before this day, and normally it's like 3 trading days or 2 trading days before they actually pay the dividend. And so if you want the dividend, you have to be an owner of this stock before it goes ex-dividend. Like you cannot buy it the day of the dividend and receive the dividend. You might receive the dividend, but your brokerage will hold it back and pay it to the person who owned the shares. So that's basically dividend. In terms of split, yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, if they're saying that they're going to split on Friday, because obviously there's options that are expiring on Friday, so like they're going to kind of clean that up, and then Monday it's going to go live. That's why they'll do it on a Monday, because of options. They want to make sure they clean everything up.
So
and
according
then make
to
it go
that
live.
question,
Yeah.
Friday 4 p.m. they own the share, or 8 p.m. in the aftermarket they have to own the said share to get the split?
So if you're an owner of the stock, it'll show up on Monday split.
But
This
what
is my
time
assumption.
of the stock are you have to own it though? Is there a cutoff time? Like
No,
4
there's no
p.m.
there's no
Friday?
cutoff. Like if you
So you
own
can
it
own
before
it in the
close,
after hours before Monday when the stock opens.
Yeah, yes. So if you own the shares on Friday at any point, to my understanding, if you're trading in the after hours with most brokerages, you pay more commission. So don't do that. Don't pay more for no reason. But for me, I would not be buying this on Friday to then say like, oh, they're going to split it for me. Like it doesn't, just like it's based on a level, right? It's based on levels. Like if you like a certain level, you get long or short, whatever. But like I'm not buying this on Friday to like receive the split. But yes, guys, if you own this stock Thursday or today or tomorrow, like Monday it's going to show up and it'll show it split in your brokerage account. And if you're lucky, because I was a part of some splits in my own brokerage account, sometimes like the quotation of the P&L in your brokerage will be misrepresented. So it's like I was long, I think, the score, and they did a split, and then my P&L was just like insanely large, and I was like, for a day, I'm like screenshot, send to my friends. I was like, I am legendary. Look at this P&L, like it's not real. So if you see
Millions
that,
of dollars.
yeah, millions of dollars in profits. Oh my God! But no, guys, like just let the brokerages clean it up and report it accordingly. But obviously, like 20 for one split. So the $2,500 level on Amazon is $125 on Monday. So, I think that'll probably be an area of interest. Like every even dollar, most likely, like 120, 125, 130. Like it's pretty self-explanatory.
This guy's a paper account trader, right? Just to show the boys?
Just
to show the boys.
Yeah. Get the. Oh yeah, guys. A paper account.
Like
and
what
then
Adam did to us a couple days ago.
Oh yeah.
Log into the TMS account. So one of our good buddies logged into a TMS account, which is a paper account we have over here, and I think it was not the quad witching day. It was the rebalance day, just to mess with us. Took a ridiculous size long or short on this trade, and he posted a picture at the end, and the number that showed up, and we're like, no way you made that much trading this stock. There's absolutely no way. It's impossible. And then he sends the next half of the screenshot that shows us that he's on the fake account. We were losing our minds.
And guys, this is the best part of being a part of a community. It's like you have a bad day, okay? Like today, it's not a horrible day, but I'm frustrated today. But then I look over at Pratt, I start laughing, I'm chilling with you guys, chatting, and my day just got so much better, right? You have a good day, you want to share these great experiences with everyone. Like, guys, look what I did, this is what I learned from it. Like, we're all sharing, trying to get better. So, like, obviously, being a part of a community is awesome. I love being a part of this community. It's amazing. And something I saw here in the chat, like from before, Mike Jones, it doesn't matter how many shares you have, even fractional shares, it's all the same percentage, exactly. But I think a lot of people don't think like that. They think, oh, I don't want to have, like I was speaking to some of my friends, and they're like, I don't want to own half a share. I would rather own 10 shares.
I'm like that.
And I'm like, but it's the same percentage.
Listen, if
So
I
I would
want to
love your
own, I
reasoning
want to
on
own one share. If I can't own one share, I don't want to buy it.
Okay.
I don't want a fractional share.
Okay. I have no words. I have
I
nothing
don't
left
want
to
a
say.
fractional share,
I
man.
got nothing left to say on
Come
that.
on. But
Yeah.
no, you are right. At the end, it's all percentages. The numbers all add up at the same day. I think the best way to explain it is it's, what was it? Sean was explaining, it's like you buy SoFi, X amount of shares, and you buy one share of Tesla. They both go up 10% at the end of the day. You're making the same amount of money, right? It jumped up 10%, it jumped up 10%. You made 10% of your investment. Now, how much you invest is a whole different question.
Exactly. And guys, keep in mind, you buy like a $1, this is going to be an extreme example, but you buy a $1 stock, you buy all these shares, it skyrockets, you make all this money, now you're trying to get out of your position, and guess what? You got all this size, how are you going to get out? You got to think about it, it's more difficult. You got half a share, you send that to the market, boom, you're filled right away, no stress, no worries. Obviously, extreme example, like you're always going to get filled, just be patient.
I like this one. Can you own part of a car or part of a house? I guess you could be a roommate.
You could own part of a house. I mean, if you invest, like, obviously some REITs on the residential side, like, you're owning, like, a part of, like, all of these different homes. You don't own one home, but you own, like, a kind of ownership in real estate. Cars, being a liability, like,
I own the door of my dad's car.
Yeah. I own half a car because I split it with my roommate.
Yeah, exactly.
So maybe that's how you get it done.
Yeah.
But, actually imagine creating, like, some type of security based on cars. It's cool, actually, like, the car rental, like, the high-end car rental business, It's like a lot of people, I'm like, if I was a multi-billionaire and I'm like, I don't know, do I want this car? Do I want that car? Maybe I'm not going to be in the country. I would rather just apply to these car services and be able to drive anything I want. So yeah, I own a part ownership in all these fancy cars. Yeah, that'd be nice. I think I saw that was on Suits. Suits. He's a part of that. And I was like, that's a great lifestyle. I think I could see myself doing that in the future. So we'll see. But for now, no need for, in the city, no need for a car, just walk around, enjoy the weather. Summertime now, things getting better. But yeah, guys, back to the market. AMD slowly pushing to the 110 area. And how many times have we seen this today? We make the push, we come back. If you're fortunate enough to buy the dip, making the move higher. But 120, 130 right now, midday, not a lot of volume. Like, I'm not sure we're going to see extreme amounts of follow through. Things are going to slow down. Maybe we kind of go sideways. So for me, I'm just hanging out, having a good time. And also looking at Facebook to see, look at Facebook, right? Like, we made the push higher, and then we just started barcode. We push up, we instantly slam down, and then we kind of go sideways, and now we're going back up again. So I wouldn't be surprised if this pushes towards 200, but, you got to be very, very patient. It's not something that I really want to chase up here, in terms of risk to return. So, yeah, just keep my eyes on those.
Yeah, market trying to push back over here to the upside. So I'm trying to think about re-entering my future short. Let's see if I can do another scalp over there. But maybe, as Luca mentioned, if you were fortunate enough to buy the dip, just buy the dip. Maybe that's what I should be doing on the futures also. I was fortunate enough to buy the dip, but I wasn't buying. I was exiting off my short for a profit. So maybe it's time to buy the dip on the futures also and go long, because the Apple was holding up at 150 to the downside. Wrong box. Where's my mouse? Apple is holding up at 150 to the downside. AMD is still above 109 and holding up pretty strong. Netflix, NFLX, $200 on Netflix today. Unbelievable. Not too long ago, we were screaming to the downside off the earnings report, and then we saw Bill Ackman, who bought the shares of Netflix at $400 some odd, ended up dumping all of it for a big loss, I believe. Well, maybe not big for him, but big enough for me. It's all relative, right? It's a big enough of a loss over there. Why do I have two orders? What the heck?
I'm looking here in the chat. I think it was Mimi Rothschild. Amazon said shareholders on record as of May 24th will receive 19 extra shares of the group. Trading expected to happen on June 6th. That's actually pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So they're basically saying, you believe in the company, you're holding us, you're going to get some extra shares. So that's actually really cool if that's true.
Amazon?
Yeah.
It's not just a split?
Well, split, but if you're holding before a certain day, maybe they say, thank you. As a thank you, here are these extra shares that we're pulling.
Like goodwill or something?
Well, it's not like the theoretical term, but it's just kind of like it's a nice gesture.
Right.
Where they're getting these shares from, I have no idea. Are they just kind of printing more shares and saying thank you so much because we're gonna use this?
From the S8s or something?
Yeah, as an investor, it's good, right? Yeah. As an investor, you say to yourself, oh, I get more. That's great.
More. More is always good, right? More is always good. Where are we going to? It's a special kind of dividend, Pride. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, they're just giving it. I don't think it's going to be stock dilution. They're just going to be able to find it from probably from the split within itself, right? Or is it going to be a dilution event?
Well, sometimes they have, so like obviously you have like shares authorized, so how many shares can this company create, right? Most of the time it's unlimited, but they're very responsible in how they issue those shares. And so if they have kind of some shares, think of it like a bank account, if they have shares in their bank and they have extra shares and they're like, okay, or if it's like, okay, we're going to do a special dividend, like people are saying in the chat, you know, it could be that, special dividend in the form of stock, right? In the form of stock. We're not going to pay you cash. You know, we are a growth firm. We want you to believe in the company, but we'll give you more shares, right? So it could be like one of those two, most likely is. But yeah, that's kind of cool. You know, as an investor, you always want to see you know, companies doing good things for you and paying you, whether it's cash or stock.
Yeah, it's great sitting next to this guy, not only during work, but also on the bus rides home, because I get to learn a lot, talk a lot about, you know, we call him the finance bro for a reason. You don't wear a Patagonia vest and a dress shirt unless you're a special breed of mankind, right?
Guys, for the record, not Patagonia. I'm thinking of putting.
You don't have to say that.
I'm thinking, no, well, you know, like it's, I don't care about brand names. I would much rather have nothing, but I'm thinking of putting my own brand, which I have no idea what it's going to be. You know, we love that word, sophisticated.
Sophisticated.
So maybe something along those lines, but we'll see what happens.
No, I think for you, it's unlimited size. Carvana, bid on Carvana. A question got asked real quick was, are we setting up for free fall Friday? I don't think so. The market's pretty strong today, man. Market's looking very good today. So because of that, I don't know if we're actually going to free fall tomorrow. Neil called out Carvana, so CVNA, the vending machine company. Let's go check out. He said bid on Carvana. Yeah, I see that bid. 48,000 shares at $30.11. I hope you see that too.
I see that too, yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm going to make a trade out of that, but keep in mind, this is not the same trade as the NIO having size on the bid. NIO size on the bid was a New York book, and it was 100,000 shares, whereas NIO already traded about 30 million shares at that time of the day. This stock has about 48,000 shares on the book. It's an inverse order, so it's a sophisticated order, right? And 8 million shares. They could wipe out that level if they want to easily, but let's see how Carvana holds up right now. Looks like some buyers are trying to prop up. Wait, did they just move the order from 311 to 309? Did you notice that?
They did, yeah. I think
so. They moved the order to.
But yeah, guys, keep in mind, you know, this could actually get interesting. We'll see what happens. Keeping an eye here. You know, kind of volume is kind of light, but interesting if they move that down.
Yeah,
and
it was at 311. Now they're at 309. Are they at both? Do you see it at 311?
I see it at 309, not 311. So
yeah.
They did move it down.
So they did move it to the down. So I don't know what the reasoning would be. He started at 15. Oh, so he's been moving it down from 15 to 11 to 09. So Neil actually saw him from 15 over there. Looks like they clearly want the size if they're moving it down, but they're willing to haggle for their price over there a little bit. Let's see how that story ends up panning out, if they end up taking the whole size, if there's a longs coming in front of 30 over here, if someone's trying to prop the stock up in front of 30 and not let it go too far to the downside. That would be almost a GPS kind of replication trade, because there is the stocks on SSR.
It is on SSR, right?
No one's going to be able to punch that order unless you are long and you want to exit for a trade, for a winning trade.
Exactly. So it could get interesting. Unfortunately, didn't get the fill. That's always my issue. Mr. No Fill. That should be my nickname.
Mr. Never Catches Fills.
Can't get filled. Why? I have to find the dark pool on this stock.
Roblox keeps bunging, like bungee jumping, I guess is what you mean. Roblox on New York. Let's go check out Roblox today. Oh my gosh. Whoa, Roblox, what happened to you today? It looks like Roblox is on an absolute tear. Never really came back to the downside. Roblox? Yeah. They're crushing it? Yeah, it looks like, so Neil was mentioning there's so many stocks outside of big cap today that are crushing it. I want to go check out a firm then in that case. UiPath? All right, let's go check out UiPath. UI on New York, I believe that's the one. And New York, yeah, UiPath. Let's go check out. Wait, this one only has 23,000 shares though. Oh, Path. Okay, that sounds better. Pat on New York, 11 million shares, and this one also on an absolute tear apparently. Let's go check out the chart. Yeah, it looks a lot like a firm's chart over there too. So yeah, all the growth stocks kind of bumping up today. What's the growth stock that I always talk about? Luca, you want to take over while I find that stock?
Yeah, sure, no problem. So obviously looking here at CVNA, we have the bid there, right? So that's interesting. And UPST, I see somebody in the chat too was mentioning UPST, puts on UPST. You know, you got to be careful. You got to be careful on days like today because that sounds like you want to anticipate what might happen and not participate. I mean, this is up like 14% today, right? Ripping to the upside. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a push towards 53 high of day test. Like that's sort of what you see, right? You have the UPST right here and like literally holding trend the whole way, kind of dips, can't even get close to VWAP and now pushing higher again. So I wouldn't be surprised. And UPST, day 2 SSR, right? Day 2 SSR. So you're not really going to get those shorts slamming the bids, which kind of adds that follow through to the downside. So it sort of makes the upside that much better, right? It's same thing that we're seeing, you know, on like Prad mentioned on the GPS trade. It's, you know, CVNA, same thing. SSR ripping to the upside. UPST, SSR kind of ripping to the upside. So I guess that is the trend here. It's like trigger SSR and then, you know, hold on to your longs because that's it. And okay, now we have size here on the offer on 3040 on CVNA.
Oh, wow.
661 lots. And interesting when, you know, this is, you know, I just watch because I say to myself, like, nothing is filling. I have no idea what I'm doing. But this is definitely interesting. Getting the reps in, guys. Getting the reps in, seeing these kind of, you know, I'm used to like the fast movers, everything fills. But yeah, keep, you know, size right there, 30. You're seeing it here. Let me put it up on this one here, CVNA. You know, size here, 3040. You know, 600 lots. 600 lots. That's a duplicate gateway, so it's only 662 lots. But yeah, let's see what happens. It's getting filled very, very slowly. So maybe this makes a push and breaks. What was the high here? 3050. 3050. So, you know, wouldn't be surprised if we break that to the upside. But yeah, definitely keep your eye on that. And I also see, oh, and that just went right there. So now we make the move higher. You know, I also see somebody saying, you know, don't sleep on the Apple bounce at 150. Yep, slow bounce over there, very slow. I have no idea what's happening, but holding, you know, seems to be holding long-term trend. So yeah, keep an eye there. And are you anything interesting on your side?
Yeah, I'm looking at GME. I think it was Neil who called out GME high a day. Maybe it was someone else, but GME, man. Earnings report. I know you guys were watching it. You, Ian, and everybody else over there. You guys are talking about GME earnings day coming up and so on. 10%. So GME obviously did increase the losses. They widened the losses a little bit, sadly, but they did mention that their sales are going up in stores. So that means people are going into GMEs again. They're buying products, whatever they're selling, because I don't know why people will go into GME to buy video games. You can just buy them online. But at the end of the day, though, it looks like they are going in there. They are purchasing, and GME is looking for a positive outlook off of that catalyst over here. Obviously, used it to be up 10%. And let's go check out what Amy is doing off of that news. GME/NY. Oops, sorry, wrong box. MES/M22CM. And then Amy is what I want to go here. AMC on New York. Let's see if Amy has any similar move that Jimmy showed us today. Usually they kind of move together, you know, sympathy trade from back in the meme stock, height of the meme stock days. They have slowed down trading in a similar way for a little bit, but you will see them still kind of follow each other. So AMC today up 5%, and for the most part has been going to the high side, also near the high a day, pretty close to the high a day for Amy, and Jimmy over here trying to see if we can retake 134.50 and get all the way up to 135 or so. But right now we're getting a little bit of a barrier over here. Let's see what happens. And futures right back to the high a day. NASDAQ actually broke the high a day and created a new one near $12,816. I guess you could. How do you mention a price point on futures? Do you call it dollars? Like point?
Points.
This is like so the 12,816 point.
Yeah, that's actually good. I'm
Like-
not a
like,
futures
you know how
trader, so
AMC
I mean, yeah,
go
you
$10 or whatever?
Well, normally, like you say, like points in terms of like,
Yeah.
you know, points is 1 point is $1.
Yeah.
And I'd say, I guess you could use dollars. Yeah, 42.
Yeah, so we'll just say dollars over here. And the last but not least, we have a viewer asking us to go over to MDB to take a look and give an opinion. MDB, I'm guessing, is on New York. No, okay, NASDAQ. 3 million shares traded on MDB today, $290 stock. Let's go check out what the relative volume is. MDB relative volume 3.6. So clearly there are eyes on this stock even at this time of the day. It's 137. Volume came back into the market in a clean way, as you guys can see already. And we're waiting to see what MDB can do, which is pretty much near high a day. If you were to look for some levels, I guess right here near 290 would stand out. We do have a couple days of highs, May 13th and the May 16th high near $295, $290. I think if we see rejection, it would be around here because it's also a nice, even, significant number. We did get an 80-cent break though, and the spread itself is about 50 cents or 40 cents, sorry. So I don't like the spread on this trade, because I don't like the spread, most likely not going to be taking too much size on it, but I do like the risk to reward. But you know, the stock is up 20%. Why would you even bother shorting it? Just wait for the dips and have the dips come in and just go long off of those dips.
Guys, I'm looking at Facebook here. Maybe we get that push to 199 that we've been looking for.
Jesus.
I mean, 200, you know, it is 1.5 points away. But I wouldn't be surprised if this does make a push. Like, market's looking like it wants to make that push, made the high. And what you tend to see is these things, they make a high, right? And then they reverse. But if they hold, then maybe we get that nice push higher. So I'll keep my eye on that. You know, you know, maybe we get the 199. I'm not sure if I'll be patient enough if we see 200 today. But if we set up for 200 tomorrow, that could be extra spicy. So keep my eye there. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Man, NU just keeps on going up on my scanner. So remember how I said it was IMMX, Chewy, RPTX, Redbox, then it was PDST or some other stock that I can't even see on this board. So it looks like PDST, that stock completely reversed on itself, or maybe it was PSTG. And if that's the case, I still see it right here. But look at this, man. NU all the way to the top of the list for the biggest gainers. Thank you, Trade Ideas, for giving me this account. Well, Sean gifted me this account, and thank you to give this stock to the upside. 43 million shares traded, 14% up overall. And I did mention, I don't think we see the $5 level today, but looks like the stock wants to head towards that direction. Volume started picking back up after lunchtime closed, and we are getting that slowly inching towards the north side for NU. Snapchat up 8% apparently. But Snapchat still has that range that it's kind of stuck in. So we have that $16 to the upside. We have that $13 to the downside. Tomorrow, if $16 comes into play on Snapchat, I'm going to be heavy short on that trade. I know it. And I'm going to try to take advantage of that short. But if also 16 manages to break and go to the high side, I think there is a possible... what's the word I'm looking for? A possible breakout long for a gap fill trade all the way up to maybe all the way up to $20, which is a $4 move. Today we went from 13 to 15, which is almost a $1.13 move actually from yesterday's close.
Yeah, guys, look at Facebook. You know, patience pays, right? Patience pays. I may have gotten a bad price there, but I said to myself, you know what? I'm willing to average into this if it gets closer to trend, 13 EMA. Unfortunately, wasn't willing to bid there. Was hoping that we'd get a nice flush and bounce. And this is what I'm talking about, you know, in terms of candles. It's like, you know, it's kind of goes up, goes sideways, and then down, back up, closes, down, back up, closes, down, and then we get that final push higher. So I'm holding on to the last piece, you know, holding for the dream. But I mean, if we break trend down here, then, you know, it is what it is. I'll get out there. But yeah, we got that nice push. And the high 198.95, wouldn't be surprised if we push through 199. Wouldn't be surprised. And again, guys, big level, 200 level. So that'll be fireworks. And, you know, keep in mind, guys, yesterday this was at 185 on news that Sheryl Sandberg, COO, steps down. And, you know, things were going wild, completely sold off. And now it's 200. Where's this going to be tomorrow? And speaking of tomorrow, I saw somebody in the chat saying, look, I'm shorting everything because tomorrow is Friday. And I think I know where he was going with this.
Free fall!
Free fall. But, guys, keep in mind, like, I'll pull up the daily on the ES for you guys. like, looks like obviously, these names are up. Like, look, Facebook up 5%, Apple up, Microsoft up, all these names up. Or I shouldn't say, I'm not sure if Microsoft, but Microsoft reversed the move back to the upside. Guys, look at this, right? Remember, we had the pitchfork formation down here. Now we have the 2-day rally, the stick, the sort of consolidation. And now are we going to get that kind of push, right? It is holding trend. It came down in the morning, made the low. Now it's going to probably close towards high of day. Are we going to get another, Friday push and then Monday to start, Amazon volume picks up? If Amazon flies, if Apple breaks 150, if these get going, if Facebook breaks 200, like the market, it's off to the races, and we could easily see a 100-point move going into the Fed. But again, this is not something that I'm trying to, predict that's going to happen. These are my biases and just something I'm keeping my eye on.
Redbox, Datadog. All right, let's go over to RDBX and then check out what RDBX is doing. Oh, real quick, I had Carvana up here because I wanted to thank our Discord moderator. Where did my YouTube chat go? My YouTube chat closed. I want to thank our Discord moderator, Blind Jedi, for hooking me up with a little bit more information. So it looks like Carvana, the vending machine, you actually book the car online and you just go and get the car. So you don't go in there, and what I was thinking is, you go in there, you look at the car like a proper dealership and you sign the paper and everything.
You look at it from outside.
Yeah.
You say, that's the car that I want.
That's the car I want.
I like that one.
Window shopping. But also another thing that I found fun about our buddy Blind Jedi is right here. Buying dips and shorting rips for a living.
Buying dips and shorting rips. I like that.
Buying dips and shorting rips for a living. Oh, no. Okay, thank God. I did the little shake feature in Windows where all my screens closed, so that was scary. Thankfully, I shook it back, and now we're right back with all my screens. So let's talk about Carvana real quick. Carvana looks like it's still above 30, so that buyer we don't know if it's legitimate or not because we haven't seen that size get tested, and it's going to be hard for that size to get tested because no one can punch the bids if they're trying to go short. Only the longs who are trying to exit out of their already entered long can punch the bid. So that being said, Carvana is still being propped up to the north side over here. Good trade. Maybe that's what I'm going to do now, man. I'm just going to look for stocks on SSR. And I'm just gonna look for size on the bids and just go long on these sides.
And guys, this is what I say when I mean, playbook your trades. Like, that's a great example. You say to yourself, look, I've seen this pattern over and over and over again. I'm not sure how long it's going to last, but clearly it's lasting. It's been 2 weeks. It's been 3 weeks. Let me try to identify this, and let me try to, start very slow, size up, and then it stops working. You take a loss, is what it is, and you say, okay, I'm done with this. And guys, look at Facebook. I cover, this thing's going to 200. It's coming into play. It's probably going to be a magnet. Who knows how many calls are expiring this week at 200. I wish I knew that off the top of my head. But guys, look, it's going to act as a magnet. Like, the closer we get to 200, the more likely that we test 200. So I had the long there, took some off. Unfortunately, covered everything. Is what it is. Is what it is. Don't hate myself. But guys, 200 coming into play today. And I literally start the show. I was like, yeah, maybe 200 comes into play tomorrow. Hopefully you guys have the long and are holding. Like, this thing, let's see if we get any size here at 200. That's where it really starts to get interesting.
Yeah, this market just made a new high on both NASDAQ and S&P 500, but AMD not managing to get back above 109, so let's see what AMD does there. We wanted to talk about Carvana. We did that. Let's go to Redbox because I said I would talk about Redbox after. Looks like Redbox is actually getting pushed to the downside for some reason. I expected it to hold up at VWAP, but obviously we do know Redbox has a pretty high short float, around 30% or so for RD. BX and up 17% today on the continuation day of SSR. It's on day 2 of SSR after what happened yesterday on Redbox. Let's go to Datadog, D-Dog today has been up, baby. This rippity rip after the dippity dip, right? 18% to the north side goes Datadog. 8 million shares traded so far today, and the relative volume is probably pretty insane. I'd guess the relative volume is at least above 5 on this one. Ooh, I was wrong. It's actually only 2.3, which is still good. Anytime the relative volume is above 2, you know that there's clear eyes on this trade, and there's people watching the stock at the moment, and you guys can clearly tell just by looking at the chart, a beautiful upwards trajectory, almost like the orbit to the moon is basically orbit to the moon. You go a parabola kind of thing. Is that a parabola? Whatever. Luca, you looking at anything fun?
I see people saying look at SPY 415 level. I'm not sure if there was size there or you mentioned there was size. Guys, I take the level 2 on SPY with a grain of salt because, everything fills and like size isn't really size. But I see Peter G. Thanks for updating. So initially you mentioned 51,000. Oh, 51,000 volume. Okay, 10K open interest. Yeah, 10K. So 51,000 would have been 5. So I want to say it's like $1 million, $1 million in calls. It's not that much. It's not that much. Like if this was like extreme amounts, because again, guys, 200 is a level that's already been in play from before, right? So it's like, so that's not kind of like, I wouldn't say it's gamma squeeze worthy, but at the same time, like we are close to Friday, we are inching up. We were at 185 yesterday. Like who anticipated 200 today? I did not, right? And that's why I like to participate the way I did here as opposed to anticipate. It's way easier. Make your job easy. Why not, right?
Make your job easy. That's the number one part over there. I like the way he put it. I like the comment over here. Sadly the comment got hidden, so most likely none of you saw it except for myself over here. The comment said Microsoft's only down 50 cents after that negative comment. What garbage move is this? I added the garbage part myself. I paraphrased it a little bit. What kind of move are we looking at? Like the stock is only down 50% after that negative comment. Like imagine anyone who went short off the open and are holding it for that big move because they got used to big moves in the market and they're watching their stock literally retrace back to zero. I would be annoyed as heck too. So I understand the anger that you have there, but overall, man, I think it just goes to show how strong Microsoft is, especially in the market like today where NASDAQ is up 2 beautiful percentages and S&P 500 up 1.3%. It just goes to show like a negative comment, we're not too worried about that. We love the stock. We love the stock. And Microsoft just getting elevated over here. The stock that was down, I believe, 2% at one point, now barely even down on the day, about to get green. Let's see if we can actually get green and stay green, lean machine on Microsoft.
Yeah, guys, if you're looking for a dip buy on Facebook, keep your eyes here, kind of coming back towards that 13 EMA. Maybe we get the bounce and the push higher. On days like today, you have the quick fall off and the quick rally back up, right? So like you get that. So like looking for this here, keep my eye here for sure. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I cannot believe Microsoft. It's like I'm on the way to work and I say to myself, okay, this is bad news. I have all my downside levels mapped. I know what I want to do. And like now it's like, 272, pulled the Uno reversal. And like, what's the saying? In a bear market, good news is ignored and bad news is over amplified. We are in a bear market, so I thought, but I guess bad news is still ignored. Let the good times roll. So maybe we make that push to, could you imagine highs before the end of the year? That would be the biggest. Obviously, different environments. So like, that's not something I expect, but I wouldn't be surprised because anything is possible. Anything is possible. And someone's saying, hey, can you check out Mullen stock, please? Sure, I'll take a look here. Just give me 1 second. Mullen stock. So you've done 60 million shares today. This is a name that I haven't traded in a while. Like when it was really in play, I was on this name. It's sort of slowed down. There's not really much range. I think when this is the daily that I'm pulling up here. It's like you had the big fall off and then the kind of call this whatever, like a dead cat bounce type thing, and now it kind of died and now it's sideways. I wouldn't be surprised if a name like this just kind of stays sideways for a long time. So like if I was an investor, like I wouldn't be loving the upside here. And as a trader, the book is very thick, like the range is very small, too small for me. So like it's not really something that I'm interested in. But I guess you could play off that $1 level. As we get below $1, I think these names, or no, it's not $1, but it might be 50 cents. You go below 50 cents and they trade in fractions of a cent, right? So but we're well away from that. So yeah. But perhaps playing off that $1 level, like looking here, it's like it really was doing nothing, and then it kind of rallied, right? So are we going to come down, give an entry for like a maybe, like a move back up? I have no idea. But again, guys, this is something, it's SSR today. Everything's just SSR. And, not something that I'm like super interested in with all these other things moving.
Yeah, I'm just looking for some levels on the S&P 500. So that 4165 level, I already have a box drawn out over here. 4165 level stands out. Let's see if market can push even more to the upside. Turning Microsoft into green, taking Apple right to 110. Sorry, not Apple. AMD right to 110. Taking Facebook. Where's Facebook at right now?
Facebook at 199.
199, so let's take Facebook to 200, and all we need is another 10, 15 points on the NASDAQ market to see that 4160 level coming into play, which would probably put the market up a little bit more higher, obviously put the market up a little bit higher than where it is currently. Just waiting patiently to see what we can do in the next 10 to 8 minutes here on the Market Mover show. Stay tuned though, don't go anywhere, because this Trader TV Live is not done anytime soon. We're gonna go over to the trade of the day, the what other stocks are moving throughout 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, all with Neil, Sean, and Brendan. So let's go find out what happens at 2 o'clock over there. Don't go anywhere. And for anyone who hasn't smashed the like button yet, go over to the YouTube side and smash that beautiful blue button. I believe I think it's a blue button, at least for me, because I'm on dark mode. It's a blue button. Smash that. Okay, we did hit 2K, awesome. But keep on hitting that like button for anyone who hasn't. Smash that subscribe button also. And for everyone who is a member, we already love you. We love your support. We love all the things that you do for this community already. Where we're going to UVXY, back-to-back doji, 30 minutes, no trade. UVXY, yeah, today has been down quite a bit. I do remember a question from earlier on in the day. Someone asked me, are you trading UVXY today? No, because UVXY looked like it was going down, obviously, and it was going down, and we don't have shorts on UVXY. We have to pay for shorts, so it's almost impossible for me to trade that trade to the downside unless I pay for it. Or I could go long SVXY, I guess, which is basically the inverse of UVXY, but there's not enough volume on that for me to trade realistically. It's a little illiquid, so I just stay away from that one.
Yeah, I see, guys, people say, things are slowing down, SPY at that 415 level. Guys, if you love the long, what you want to see is that nice cool off, that nice slow, sideways action, getting ready for power hour, then you get that nice push. If we just continue to rip, how far can these things go up without kind of cooling off and giving you a dip entry? Who's really chasing the top on a lot of these names, right? So the thing that I'm loving is that hopefully we can kind of get back down, get that nice cool off period, and then have that final push into end of day, and maybe put the free fall Friday on ice.
What is this push notification? Fed Chair Brainard says it's hard to see the cause for Fed pausing rate hikes. So you're even thinking about pausing rate hikes?
Is that what they said?
That's what it says. Is that even on the table? You guys are even considering pausing rate hikes?
Oh my God, I wouldn't be surprised.
All-time highs, man, all-time highs. Market's flying to all-time highs. You can forget Free Fall Friday if that's what they're thinking about. But obviously, the comment says it's hard to see the case for it, but the fact that you're even thinking about that is insane to me. And I don't know how Luca processes that information over there. And I was just wondering why I'm getting push notifications. Obviously, Bullard was supposed to talk today at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, guys, look, on the last Fed meeting, what we had was they said we're very hawkish, right? They've communicated that they're going to be extra hawkish. And then they came out, they're like, okay, we're going to raise 75 beeps. Then they came on, they're like, okay, no, 75 is off the table, 50 beeps. And it was super bullish. It was super bullish. All large caps started to move, market moved up, all the bids were stepping up. And, that was the surprise to the upside. So the fact that you're saying this, and I would love a confirmation on this. I got to take a closer look at this after, because I was thinking, going into the Fed meeting, there's not going to be that much of a surprise. Everybody's extra hawkish. I think, they've communicated it well. And now if you're saying that, that's kind of huge to the upside. That'll definitely give this market some steam.
Yeah, maybe you can give push. This one a read over here real quick.
Yeah, Fed Masters inflation.
Just read it out loud.
Yeah, Fed Masters. If inflation were to continue to stay high and expectations get unanchored, the Fed would slam the brakes. We don't want to be in that situation. Interesting. Inflation stay high and expectations get down.
Yeah, maybe next time we throw it to Brandon for information like that.
Trying to
Brandon,
process this
are you
information
ready
in real time,
for
like,
a throw? Maybe
yeah.
you know what? they get on in like 4 minutes, so maybe Brandon will talk about it in 4 minutes, hopefully, and we don't have to force him to be earlier on camera before he needs to. So we'll just wait for 4 minutes over there. We tried to process that information. My brain blew. I don't know about his brain over there.
Yeah, it's you're trying to do 100 things at once, but yeah, Brendan will come with the heat for you guys, and then give it. He will digest it and then provide you value. Not me trying to go on the fly. But I think that's definitely interesting. That's definitely interesting because they've communicated that they were super hawkish. We have a sort of bottom that is in. Inflation is still high. But now they're saying, oh, we're going to slam the brakes on, increasing. Because, I mean, guys, you go to the CME website, and it'll literally tell you, like, the percentage that we're going to see 50 basis point increases, the next meeting, the next is high, right? So the surprise would be no rate hikes. And that would be, obviously, bullish for the market. But I don't know how good that would be for the economy, but that's a different story.
Yeah, the one who knows all, the all-knowing, the omni-knowledgeable. But when he comes on at 2 o'clock, someone in chat said, what's happening in 4 minutes? Luca and I go on our lunch break. I think Luca already had his lunch. I get to eat my lunch finally. And then lunch. Sean and Neil, the guys from the morning show, the top-tier traders who you're really here for, will be back at 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, and you'll be able to watch them see how. Whoa, yeah. You gonna throw to Brandon right now? Let's go to Brandon. That was loud.
It's not seamless at all. No, I just wanted to clarify, guys. It essentially means the last thing they want is high inflation and rates continuing to increase, right? So what they're saying is if what they're doing doesn't work and inflation is still rising or rising at a higher pace than expected, they'll have to reevaluate, obviously. They don't want to continue to raise rates while inflation continues to increase. So it's a comment, but it doesn't really mean a heck of a lot, just on the lines of what you guys were saying before.
Awesome.
Good to know. Good to clarify there. Yeah, so that's, that's not as bullish as I think, a surprise, right? Because again, if inflation is increasing and they're, pausing the rate hikes, then it's like, it's a tricky situation just in general for the economy. So it doesn't really sound that good. But, they're going to do their best job to make things great. And hopefully, they do.
Yeah, let's go see what we can do over here. We'll only got 1 minute left. Let's quickly wrap up a couple of the stocks that we've been staring at all day. Microsoft very close to being flat on the day. Come on, Softy. Just get back to green and then prove all those short sellers today that they are wrong. AMD, man, what a clean long on AMD all day. Slightly under 109 right now. Facebook still under 200, but looks like it wants to get up to 200. Luca, you got anything you want to summarize before we head out?
The last thing I'll say is, guys, keep your eye, Facebook 200 could be fireworks, could be interesting, and Neil and Sean will bring that to you live, and it'll be incredible.
Yeah, stay tuned for the trade of the day also, so don't go anywhere. Make sure you stay smashing the like button all the way through to 4 o'clock. Have a great time, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you tomorrow. Hopefully it's not a free fall Friday. Peace out.
Peace out.
Hey guys, welcome back. Yeah, 2 o'clock, couple hours left in very, very positive afternoon. We're at session highs. Market trying to hold, at least the S&P trying to hold very, very key level, that 4150 area. For S&P futures, back to the upside right now. It is the NASDAQ leading, though. Really nice day, 2.25% right now for the NASDAQ, for tech stocks. All in positive territory, 1.3% there for the S&P, 0.7 for the Dow. Positive top to bottom. I was trying to think just before we came on here. The last time we had an entire board all in positive territory, all looking to get at least minus the Dow, 1% or more to the upside. Almost 2% now for Bitcoin, did retake 30,000, so we are moving in the right direction, obviously 1.4 there for Ethereum. We'll get into a few things. Just watching, Microsoft now positive on the day, if you were wondering, after that move that we saw in the pre-market. Pretty impressive, back to the upside. News on Square having a nice day. There's a lot of those beaten down stocks that have had a very rough ride over the entire year, in fact, going right back to January 1st. that are catching a bid today. Datadog, an amazing move, up 18%. There's Square, as I said, Block having that move off of some possible Apple news. Just saw Space, Virgin Galactic's up 8% today. Apparently there's a deal coming with Land Rover where you can win a trip to space through Land Rover if you have a Land Rover. It's going to be marketed to you. I want to show you this as well. Very green board to kick off the afternoon. HPE, we mentioned off earnings, 6% to the downside. Regeneron, LLY, Amgen, Gilead, all 3+% to the downside. Everything else now positive. What a difference a few hours makes. Industrial stocks lead, tech stocks lead, all very positive. Communication stocks, look at Facebook, 5.8% after what happened late in the day yesterday. Netflix up 5.6%. Take-Two as well, having a really nice day. A little bit of weakness in consumer staples. Otherwise, though, a pretty good afternoon. Welcome to the final 2 hours of a Thursday. It's been a quick week, obviously coming off the holiday. Hope yours has been a good one. Hope your afternoon is going well. We'll have Danielle Shea coming through in about 45 minutes to talk a little bit about GameStop, to talk a little bit about what she's been looking at this week. So make sure you stick around for that. Before we get to that, we'll get into what we were looking at the open this morning. There's been 4 or 5 different short calls today. For some reason, today was the day. Zoom Info, one that I want to get some opinions on as well. Before we do that, let's get into one specific trade. Sean's here. He's going to lead the way today talking about one trade from him this morning.
So we always talk about, hey guys, what's up? We always talk about being prepared and knowing what you're going to trade and having your levels all set up. But today, here we go. We get a headline that comes out of nowhere about what time was it? I don't even know what time it was. This says 9:26, but it was earlier than that. This is the headline here. And it was Microsoft lowers, I think it was, and you're going to see it in a minute on the chart, but Microsoft lowers their fourth quarter guidance, right? Talking about unfavorable foreign exchange, right? So that's going to affect a lot of the tech companies. And let's go over to the charts right here if we can, and let's look at what we started to trade. So as we were sitting there, we were actually looking at Facebook. We had AMD bids. We were all over the NASDAQ, and I was even saying live on the show, okay, I'm expecting the NASDAQ to have a rebound day. It was looking like it was going to be an up day. You can see here some action that happened on this report. So here it comes right out here, and let's look at what Microsoft actually did. So, oh, this is actually moving over here. So as the day goes, I had this all set up nicely, but it's still fine. Microsoft cruising right here. Then at about 9 o'clock a.m., the report comes out, and we just get a huge tank down. Now, we don't really know what it is. We wait for the story comes out, right? Then when this move happens, you see these bottom wicks here, and I put it down here to 261.50. As you notice, we're not involved at all in this whole move to the downside, right? We're not involved here. We're waiting to hear what this news is all about. When the news hits, it flushes. Now, you can look this up on your charts as well, but there's 2 bottoms here. I didn't go long until I was happy that we found a bottom. I didn't wait for a candle to close or anything. The first bottom comes to about 162. The next bottom comes to 161.50. That's where I see that bottom and I see it start to go, and you have to be real quick, right? This is one of the only times where like I hit a market key basically to get into this trade. Why did I do it? Well, I just wanted to buy this up to 162, and that's about where we got. I think we actually got like a 161.80 or something like that. I immediately, as soon as I get the shares, I hit my key combinations, put out the stop. My stop was going to be, believe it or not, right there. 261.50. So we're like, all right, we're in this position. We have a decent amount of shares because we have this out. Like if I go long in here on some of these dips, just trying to average in, then I can't get out how I do. Now where I get out now is going to look a little bit silly, and this is part of the reason. Look at the NASDAQ today. We called it an up day. It's up 2.3%. Wow. Just acceleration. So you see the end result here on Microsoft is going to look like, wow, I got out and didn't make any money on it, but we actually did quite well. It comes back up to the upside, and we just start getting it out because remember, the news is minutes old. So as we have shares, like this is going to look crazy, but the first out is like $1 in the money, 262.50. This goes up here to 263.50, keeps on climbing, and this very out right here is about a 265. So we only wind up, I think it was a little bit more than that. I think we wind up taking about $3 or $4 on that play, and then there's our final out back at the 50 period where this consolidation was again around 267. So our best out is about a 267 flat or so. And why we got out of that, we let it run to the upside. The minute it takes out the 50 period at that time, we were able to get out of the last piece of this trade. But it's Microsoft, and again, it's a name that we like. You know, the NASDAQ's going to the upside. If the NASDAQ was down 3%, then you would just see another move this way, right? But obviously they guide, and then now today, you're seeing Microsoft's up. So they reduced. They went from, I think it was 234 a share down to 224, 228, something like that. It's in that article. But we didn't really care about the news. We had the bottom there. We wanted to go long, not short, because we saw that bottom. Explosion to the upside. And again, getting out, I'm not happy with them looking back, but at the time we were. It's still my number one stock today. And again, that's a $6 winner. And then you can see what Microsoft has done. The one thing that I want to talk to you guys about quickly, this is a 50-period moving average, and this is volume-weighted average price. I find that for my style for scalping, I like to see this 50 period, because if you went long anywhere here where we tested the 50 period, you wouldn't have to get out until we see a clean break back down through. So you would still be long. This is at 273 right now. My earlier trade, and we have them on Facebook too. Facebook long 190, it's at 200 right now, right? So there it is. There's the bottom right there. Nice little move back to the upside. Wish we still had it. If we did, that's a 261. It's a 272. It's a nice $12 move off the bottom. The important thing to note from here is Neil and I, Brendan, we all talk about, you know, having our sticky note, having the watch list, having trade ideas. But sometimes you have to have that newsreader open, and this is why you're watching us here at tradertv.live. As soon as this happened, I remember interrupting Neil because he was reviewing the futures, and I was like, oh my God, something's happening, and boom, we had it for you live. I was able to make some bank on this. I hope you were as well. It's Microsoft, and it's your trade of the day.
Yeah, amazing. Back to positive territory for Microsoft right now after that move. We were wondering if it was going to drag down the entire market all day long. Not the case. Now positive on the day, positive day for the overall market. A lot thanks to the move back up for Microsoft. Wasn't on the watch list this morning because, hey, it happened after we came on. But so many good ideas on the watch list once again this morning. Make sure you grab that every single day, absolutely free, before we come on at 8:30. We're just looking at, I mentioned this when we came on, Space as well, up 8%. Virgin Galactic, there was a promotion that was sent out apparently to Land Rover owners, suggesting that they can win a trip to space. But remember, they had put on hold any further flights. So it did catch a bit of a bid up to day highs anyways for Virgin Galactic. Huge area for the market right now. We'll see if we can continue. But yeah, no stopping the tech rally today, guys.
Hope not, because right now I just sat down like a monkey and was put in some trades right away. I'm short Facebook right now. So Facebook, I come back and I sit down and Neil's like, oh man, these guys are going crazy behind us. I'm like, for what? He's like, Facebook is at 200. Yeah, here's a storytelling time. Okay, let's get ready to go around the campfire. But I'm like, okay, I'm going to go short right now. And here it goes. This is not going to be a long time as Facebook. I'm going to go short in front of 200 all day. But we've already had we've already had longs in Facebook here. This is the embarrassing thing. We're actually long at 190 there. Then we're long again right here at 194. This was all over the sticky note, but here it goes. You break through here. I mean, it's going to break right now. You might as well watch it live.
Yeah, it's going to break.
But the size, no. Pun intended, but size doesn't matter here because, you know, 200, it could have 1 million shares here. It doesn't matter. It's going to chew that up no matter what if it wants to go through. There's algos, there's HFTs here that aren't going to care about the size of the shares there. So we're going to go short right now. Well, we are short right now. And trust me, if this breaks through 200, no hesitation. The order's already in. And I do have a bid a little bit lower right now. We'll bid some in the 70s if we get picked up. So here it comes. Hopefully we can fade back down. But there's no stopping the meta train. I said this before, this and Google are honestly, I mean, we've already picked up Apple at 137. These two names are two of my favorites. We had this live yesterday on the Sheryl Sandberg news, and now it's just like, whatever, man. They said, Sheryl Sandberg, hold my beer, because you're up 6% today after disastrous move yesterday on that news. And there we go. I was going to say I'd blow up my chart for you to show you it, but there it is. So just as fast as I'm in, I'm out. That's like a 20-cent hit right there. Nothing worried about that. I don't want to go long right now because I haven't really sat here and analyzed anything.
Market's at the high. That's
just came back. Yeah, you know what? That's a funny thing, Neil, that you say that, because honestly, highs haven't really mattered. Like breakout highs have been good because the market's continued. Now, I don't know if I believe.
You know, my problem is, you're talking about I was reviewing the futures, so obviously I am abreast of some of the levels that Arun had, but another trader on our floor, or former trader on our floor, was talking a lot about 41.6 as a big level on the ES, and I know a lot of people have been talking about it here too. Now, Arun says 41.75, so he thinks there's 15 points worth of room on the ES up here, but it's tough to take a breakout long when a stock has gone this parabolic. Look, man, I had a 194 target on Facebook. I didn't think it was getting 200 today. But we're here anyways. It's just tricky because where's your risk to reward? You can do that really tight stop trade maybe and then just try to scalp it. But it's been a crazy, crazy run here. There's no way I'm going to see 200 and not make a play at it. I mean, if Tesla got to 800, I'd probably have made the exact same trade. But it looks like it is trying to put a bit of a fail break on, which usually means I'm going to jump back into it, which I always do.
I don't know what we want to talk about now, but I mean, I have lots of trades on if we're talking about big cap tech or anything like that. We'll just throw it over to Brendan, but yeah, what a crazy day. You can even see I'm $3 in the money right now on AMD as well, and that's part of that game. Like me and Brad were talking about going long at 105. It's huge now, 109 right now for AMD. These stocks are going nuts here, Brendo.
Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit coming up here, guys, on bear market rallies. What a good day to do a little piece on bear market rallies, because is this one of those? We'll see. GameStop. We discussed GameStop right out of the gate this morning because that was the biggest earnings play that happened after market yesterday. Ends up being dragged along with I mean, begrudgingly dragged along with the overall market here. 8%. Remember, market's at day highs here. GameStop, not so much. But, I mean, a nice day, don't get me wrong, was up 10% early on.
Yeah, well, there is something that isn't at the high. It is GameStop. Now, I had one level I cared about for GameStop at the open, and it was 120. And when it started failing that level, it wasn't a blowout report great or bad in either direction, realistically. So you really just had to play off the level, and it was at 120 from yesterday. So it was a short until it broke that level at the open. Then it was a reversal to the long. We had the long into 25s. We then did the 130 break. That got to this 134 high. And then you got a double top when the market made its high. And then I was basically just playing off of that. And if you go back, to yesterday, the afternoon spike, you also had the same 133 as a wick top. So once it failed there once, and I saw it fail break that, I said, okay, well, let's just start shorting that level because that's the only trade to be had. Like if you're not, as a day trader, if you're not usually holding on to that long, maybe you could have bought that little dip there like I was buying Tesla dips, but if you're not holding on to that long, you got to look for the next trade. Just like it ended up being Facebook 200, that didn't work out. It did work out off this 134 level. I'm not still sitting in it because it capitulated, then found a bid at 130. And the second I saw that happen again, this is right at 2 o'clock, pretty much right when we came on air. Like it failed the first time, it just bounced on a dime off 130. And once it did that again, I said, forget it. I'm just going to take that out because it's too bullish here. So I'm now out of GameStop. AMC had some similar moves. It broke 13 even, which was pretty strong. I think it was just a sympathy thing with AMC today. Well, I mean, the entire market was really strong, but I just really had the 13 break and nothing else. And this happened when GameStop was giving you a break as well. So, it's been a good day for the memes, even though it started out with no volume pre-market on GameStop. Once it opened up, had some catching up to do, and it did.
That's hilarious. Like, let's just go bang on this one. Forget about GameStop for now. Neil just covered that. I didn't trade it at all. We just went long Facebook because I was just like, enough is enough on this one. So like I'm long $200.20, and it's just like, okay. And I put this on 3 minutes ago or 2 minutes ago, and it just keeps on going to the upside. And I know we were just talking about breakouts, and I was like, you know what? Breaking highs have just been working all day anyways. So tried to follow my own rule there. Took some out in the 70s. 63. We just got some out there off this long. So that's continuing to work as well. But yeah, GME, AMC, look, a little disappointing today, obviously, off that report. There wasn't anything so exciting early. We talked about how it was, 56,000 shares or something by the time like 9:20 hit. So not too much there. But yeah, crypto's still going back to the upside. The NASDAQ right now just keeps on climbing. So I'm excited to start to talk about these next little bit. Chewy coming up there, Brendo, the high of the day.
It was testing high of day, not so much anymore, but another one, guys, looking really, really good this afternoon, 23, 24%, depending on when you look at it. But, it gave you a nice flush off the open. After that, it's been nothing but back to the upside for Chewy off earnings.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot. I mean, everything sold off at the open, and it was one of those like crazy flush outs. And sometimes when that happens, if you get back above your support and the break prices, you should re-engage in some of the longs. I was looking at Tesla maybe too much because I was in the pre-market because it was above this 27 quarter area, and then with a break at 28. And you can see the upside of the channel here that I wanted to see it hold above, right? Like it's a bit of a range top, but once it was breaking out on decent earnings, not great, but decent. In terms of at least not having that loss, this unexpected profit. The guidance wasn't great. But once it got back above that price the second time, that's when it was clean sailing. And there's a big difference between pre-market and post-market. This is around lunchtime when it finally reclaimed those same levels. So instead of winning, then losing, essentially you could have just come in and taken that break, which got you to 29.50. I don't think it was a mistake to have been trading Tesla at that time or trading some names that were a little bit stronger. But it does give you the notion that, if levels get violated in the morning and you get these wipeout bottoms and you're looking for a place to get back in, well, just jump right back to your significant levels from before because quite clearly, they were pretty good. It just took until the market showed some strength for them to become valid again. It's now pulling back. I'm not sure I see a trade in Chewy. The volume really tapering off now. So this might be done for the day, but certainly even with a mixed report, sometimes things are beaten up and they got a short interest and they have a chance to rally with everything else. Because there's some impressive names overall, but most of the big ones over that 10%, for the most part, unless you're AMD, are some of the most beaten up names over the last little bit, or the short interest names that have had the biggest rallies today.
Yeah, so Facebook, I mean, believe it or not, we're out of that trade, so that was fast. We got a third out there at 63, another third out there at 85, and then we just got some out for flat when it broke back down. Like I had the 25 offer there. Unfortunately, now it's at 50, so we just cost ourselves 25 cents, but we're out of that one. Look, Chewy for me was pretty easy. It's a positive stock for me, but it's only easy because I got a great fill up here. Well, actually, not really. I mean, that's actually, it was another stock that I got the great fill in. But here we go. We talked about this early on, Chewy. We liked it. It was the number one stock there. It was 4 cents versus minus 14, so a nice surprise to the upside. But we do understand. I mean, we talked about this right here, 24% short flow, right? So watch out. Sales up, 24% short float. If the base of 27.50 broke, then we wanted the short, right? So this is what I'm trying to do a little bit better. Here's 27.50, here's the short. We cashed it out. Believe it or not, I have a 25.90 fill here. So short, out at 27 flat. You saw me take that on the show. And then it tanked off the open. We got out. Then it tries to break back above 27.50. We get out at 27.40. And then the move happens to the upside. So, we kind of called this by the fact that we identified the short float, but didn't take enough advantage by going long. And there's a few things here on the sticky note that we've talked about. And thank you for watching the show, by the way. The one missed trade for me is this SOXL. I have 24.50 going long right now on SOXL, and that, of course, is the semiconductors triple levered long. Watch where this thing is right now. Obviously, as the market blows up, it's 24.50 long. It's right here, and it was a little bit of consolidation, so we picked the right spots, just no clean break. But when it started to go, wow, AMD and the rest of them up 9.5% today. SOXL to the rescue for some of these semis, man. Again, it's just an ETF, but NVIDIA kicking it off, man, up 7%. I don't know what Intel's up, but AMD is up nicely, probably the same for Micron, Taiwan Semi, but there we go, man. Beautiful day for some of these ETFs.
One we haven't mentioned for quite some time, just popping up here, XELA, which is that Zila Technologies. Wow, this thing's a penny stock now. I haven't looked at this in a long time. 21 cents, but yeah, straight to the upside here for XELA, up 15% today. Not seeing anything on that, but heads up, that just popped up on volume. Let's continue along. We discussed Meta already. Yeah, as you were for Facebook and then some, up 6% now. Ford got everyone excited in the pre-market, talking about some monster announcement that was coming at 9 a.m. Turned out to be a couple billion going into Michigan, whole bunch of jobs, 6,000 in fact being created for the UAW in that area, which is obviously very, very positive, guys. So Ford with a nice day.
Yeah,
Randy will be happy Ford.
Yeah, Randy will be happy for Ford, but no more happier than me. So we'll go, yeah, for that one, because we're still in this name. There it is, man. Ford off that note. And again,
It's on the sticky note today, but we had Ford into 1340. We wanted the long into there. We only took it once. We were actually waiting at 1340 for the rest of those trades. So Ford comes down here, rocks to the downside off disappointing. They had various different pieces of news today, as Brendan just mentioned, but it was disappointing auto sales, which actually brought this thing back down after they had that announcement to make at 9 a.m. So right there, we hit this long, then it just started to go up. We were able to hold on to a lot of this, so as it started to come back up, we really believed in it, up to 1380, 1384, 85, so 30, 40 cents on that, and look where we stopped. I'm still holding a piece in case we broke through 14, but that never happened, so there's that level. Why do we like 14, you say? I mean, if you look at a daily chart, it's pretty clear. We bounced off of up to 14 a couple times, bang, bang, bang into here. So nice little job there. If it takes out 14, I really like it. I think Ford's a buy at these levels. It's going to take, I mean, if the market opens up tomorrow, this is going to open up north of 14. So if you like the space, I suggest you get into it ASAP. But right now, Ford, good little name. I am long this name, so, but, you know, lower than these prices. We didn't get enough out up here near 24, 25. Part of this was the Rivian bump as well. And then as Rivian comes back down, remember they have 100 million, well, they had 100 million shares, 98 million or something like that. And I think they've divested out of 30 million, 20, 30 million of those shares right now. So Ford working its way back up and couldn't be happier with the way this one traded today.
Yeah, I mean, the Ford, it was weird because when the news came out for Ford and it kind of got sold off a little bit, and then the Microsoft thing happened, it kind of blew away some of the levels that I was looking for on Tesla because it started drifting away lower and lower, just away from that 750 area, unfortunately. And then we ended up bottoming at 725. I didn't really have any entries on Tesla, which is what I've been favoring for that trade. There was probably a shot at 735 at about 935, but I decided that, you know, once I had missed out on that trade, let's just wait around for the prices that we liked, so at least we'll get something that we feel good about. And it ended up being just scalp holding from either 750 and then 755 a couple times. The mistake that got made was yesterday, 770 ran into resistance, and I didn't take it out. And, you know, and then what happened was we had that economic number come out at 10 o'clock, and I was sitting there in the same breakout style trade, and then you had a huge flush at 770. I was sitting there holding for the 780 level, and then it flushed back into the downside. And I was like, let's not have that happen to me again today. So I then scalped back in at 55 and played it for 10 bucks into 765. And next thing you know, I had all of it out, and then we did break out to 780, which was the target today. That's the first time that I tried it short, a couple of tight stops. And then it got to 790, oddly enough. It was just, I thought it was going to 800, but the futures hit a high, and it just started showing you the rollover at 790. It worked a couple of times. The second time I was in it, and I was like, no, it feels like we're going to 800, so I took it out flat, but it would have worked again. Now I think it's a bit of a nothing burger on Tesla, unless we push maybe to that 800 level, pull back into 770, something along those lines. But I don't want to diddle in the middle with this. That's why I haven't really traded it outside of the longs in the 50s, and then the shorts up at 790.
Just reading about Zila. Apparently they launched a new product today, something called Lynx, which is an end-to-end learning management system. So there was a product launch, but I mean, this just happened going back half an hour or so. So heads up on XELA, former runner, obviously, so it'll be familiar to those who used to trade it. AI, C3 AI, the last one on the list there. Yeah, huge day for C3 AI off of their earnings as well, guys.
Yeah, this was the only reason this one is frustrating because I basically said above like 1530, I should be reversing in this because it can squeeze. And then of course I do get out and then I don't get the reversal. You can get out of the trade and be like, okay, well that's fine, but that should have been a long off 1530. It's the same thing as Gap. I literally wrote the same note twice on both of these and then adhered to the stop without actually reversing the trade. And then you get a clean break to the upside. Eventually, it did make a turn at 1750 that we took advantage of. But overall, like this stock was pretty much just a long, and then 1530 ended up being that support. It then had a re-break of that 16 even. But it was a squeeze. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's nothing good about the quarter. And it takes the prize as being the probably least successful IPO in the last couple of years, at least in terms of share price anyways. Like I can't think of, and if there is something, you can try to shout it out. I just don't really think, if I zoom back far enough, it's like you think it's bad, and then it's like, yeah, it's just the daily chart just keeps loading further back. No, that's right. This was $175 at one point. Oops, no, it was $180. So, I mean, that tells you the story of what C3AI has been. Maybe there is something worse.
There is. I'm pretty sure. I can see it right now. I think it's going to be context logic because because it went to $33 and it's $1 now. So here's context logic. Just thinking, and again, I think it was a SPAC to begin with. So this came out there in December and then went up to 32 bucks. And then context logic was the low was 120. We're at 195.
Yeah, that wins.
Breaking higher right there. So I think just from I didn't even the reason I thought about that is because we had that super chat.
Yeah, but that's not even close.
33 to $2.
That's not even close.
Yeah, that got smashed. But context logic, okay, right there. I think that takes the cake. But for me, again, C3AI is on the sticky note. We had the same thought as Neil. We obviously take a page out of everybody's book nowadays by looking at the short float and things like that. So we knew that there was a short float into this and the fact that it was so hammered down that there was going to get some covering today. It's nice, obviously, that the NASDAQ is rocking. That's helping out this tech stock. So C3AI continues to be the one. And then for me, this is the trade that I was talking about that I wasn't in early that all of a sudden popped in. And I was like, okay, we'll take it. And it was just this short off 16. So it's on the sticky note. We wanted that short into 16. It was just trading down here like 15, 20. It opened up. It wasn't super exciting on the open. It was kind of just back and forth here. Never really tested that pre-market bottom, which would have been another short for us in there, but it never tested it. So we don't worry about it. And all of a sudden it pops up to that 1580, which for me is close enough to 16. This is what I do. The thing is, if you take a short like at 1590 or 1595, it's going to break because it's already up there, right? When I take this at 80, it gives itself a little bit of wiggle room so it can dance in here. It doesn't dance at all. It just tanks. So when this starts to come in, and by tanking, I mean it goes down. That's 1580. We started getting some out here because we're noticing it's strong. Like it's definitely opening up. I didn't even expect to get this fill, and it came in. I forgot that I had it because we were watching Softy and everything. I don't have to tell you about the market today. But that fell in. I was like, okay, we got to get out. So we just started getting out of this ahead of VWAP. And then again, there's that last hit. We actually got out when it took 16, so that's 16 there. And then it punched us long an extra couple shares, so we got out right away. So that's why you get the in and out. But C3AI, definitely agree with Neil, man. We missed that one to the long. Should have been there on this 16 break. It does break 16 and falls all the way back down. So that was a false break, but it's the second break there of 16 that would have worked because you're seeing where it is now, 1738. So a lot of opportunity there. What's the next one? Quickly, we'll have all these things that go Meta, Ford, all this stuff. But quickly, just because I'm in AMD, I'm almost out of AMD. So I just want to give this one to you guys. 10 more cents and we're out. If it takes down this little wick, 108.37, we're out of AMD. We're already long this thing. It's $2.50 in the money. Like we only started going long right here. Out, out, out. Then we danced with the short, which the short was actually a grenade. It was actually great. The short printed nicely for us. And then we went long again and out and long again and held it. We should have got out. There it is. Now we're out to conclude that trade. But wow, another banger for you right there on AMD. I'm thinking about going short now. Maybe the run is over. The the NASDAQ right now finally starting to look at its 50 period. Again, look, we danced there, broke a little bit, didn't hold, came back. Didn't break at all. Forget about the breaks early. It doesn't mean anything. Right now, the trend is already in, and it's going to have to, I want to go short, but I feel like we need to break this 12,800 or something that's a little more obvious than that. So right now, we're out of AMD. It might be a mistake. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. But we're at the highest spot we've been at all day, and we're pretty happy with it. Why are you shaking your head over there?
You don't even want to know what these guys are doing.
Who?
Fahad and Lucas.
Fahad is already on thin ice.
These two
guys. So you tell me what else he's doing.
They messaged me and they're like, we have this song stuck in our head, but we can't figure out the title. And then in my ear, he's humming it to me so that I can tell him what it is.
So what is it?
It was Bad by Michael Jackson.
Oh, come on. Okay, well, at least finally, I don't know if that was the theme song of Grown Ups or something there, or Lil Bow Wow's movie there that Fahad really likes.
I'm like, Market's moving. I'm like trying to listen to Sean. This guy's humming in my ear. I'm like, really Bad by Michael Jackson is what you can't get?
Good choice.
It's a good song.
I mean, Thriller, that album is hot fire. But
these guys are awesome, by the way. Like, if you guys don't get a chance to meet Fahad and Lucas, but man, they make us look good.
Fahad
and it's
right now is wearing a hoodie with headphones over the hoodie.
And it's like 30 degrees outside.
This is how gangster we are around here. So we're trying our best to entertain, and I hope
you are entertained, people.
Before we go back to Brennan, there was a really good question by Jason. It was Jason in the chat just now, and I was going to answer in the chat, but actually I'd prefer if we got a second here just to go over it, because he said, on a day like today, like, how do you avoid the temptation with a given trading style of fading moves of not just shorting major resistance? And they use Microsoft 270 as an example, and the easiest way to think about this is, if this had snapped back into 270, and I said this in the pre-market, if it snaps back into a level like that, that's one thing. But when it puts a wipeout bottom, then you've consolidated once off of this here, like 267 and a half. It makes a higher low, another consolidation break. When it gets to 270, there's nothing about that that's significant. It's not wiping back up to this level after the news and giving you an entry point. There's nothing about that level that caused it to be significant. You're essentially looking at it as previous support maybe turning to resistance. On a vacuum, I'm all over that. Like Facebook 190 yesterday, that 100% worked because it came back up into that vacuum. Otherwise, you're looking back to 275 as your true significant level. And when you're counter trend, you should have no trouble talking yourself out of, no, that's not the level, it's the next one. No, that's not the level, it's the next one, because you should be willing to miss the move. That's just the reality. You got to be willing to miss that move, and we're right back at that 4160 level. So we'll see on the ES. It's a pretty big level for the S&P.
I see Bears versus Bulls here has blocked this, but I don't care. I'm going to read it anyways. Am I the guy on the right? I must be, because right now, what do I look like on the show? I'm on the right. Okay, good. It's me. All right.
But I'm on the right.
I don't know who it is. I don't care. But the guy, look, this, I don't know, some joker put this, and thank you for blogging Bears versus Bulls, but it's okay. The guy from the right side is dangerous. Very true.
That's another Michael Jackson.
Very impulsive trader.
That's a Michael Jackson song.
Yeah, very impulsive, right? I tweet this out at, 8:20? Very impulsive trader. Be careful. You will be chopped. Bang. Watch out, man. Please don't follow any of my trades. Like, I don't want you to be chopped up. I'm very, very impulsive.
Well, I think
so. I just want to let you know. Thank you for that. I will try to be better.
But if you scalp trade, it's a very different style. So I mean, it's just
yeah. No, I'm fine. I mean, I'm fine with those kind of comments, honestly. Like,
I just find it interesting. We're just talking about Michael Jackson bad, and then you just said dangerous. I'm like, that is
it's
the last good album by Michael Jackson.
Yeah, well, Michael, R.I.P. to that guy for sure. Yeah. Okay, so thanks for pointing that out. I'll try not to chop you guys up a little bit more on that. But, I don't want to read all the other emails and texts that come through about opposite of that. But thanks for the conversation. We're trying to do better here. And I'm not trolling anybody. I just think, I didn't even know if I was the guy on the right. I was going to say, for either one of us, be very, very careful. We are both very, very dangerous individuals here. So you want to watch out for that. But so I think it's just what Neil was saying there, and I think that it's very true, is that you got to trade your own style. And it's like, I've said it over and over again, we will hold on to trades. I mean, we just took that AMD trade. I've only really been long for that big move. On these shorts, when we get out, it's for very, very short periods of time. Like, the biggest loser I've had on is probably a couple dollars, and you've seen me that. I mean, I had Apple the other day. I lost probably $2 or $3 on that trade as well. It goes back and forth. I think, no negative months this year. I had six negative days last month, and we'll see about what we're going to do this month. But so far, so good. And again, it's your own trading style. We feel blessed being with Day Trade the World, to be honest with you, and just the fact that we're able to flip positions. We have pretty much like an unlimited buying power situation here. So we could throw around a lot of shares, and we take a lot of risks. So it might be a little different than you. And again, the fact that we don't trade under PDT can also be completely different, right? Like, when I was saying buying NVIDIA at 161, you could take that for what it is, buy it or not, hold it for the day. I think I got out at 168 or something like that. It's at 190 right now, right? So you got to sort of trade your own book, trade your own plan. And I know even for you on Tesla, like a $3 winner. I mean, I was battling for $3 the other day. Like, for us, that's great. For you guys out there, you may be looking for $10+ something like that. Trade your plan and plan your trade, and you'll be all right.
Quickly, just here, I've been in this Carvana trade, so I should probably explain it. If you weren't watching the midday show with Trader Pratt and first Ian and then Luca, well, first of all, you should. But second of all, you might have missed out that there was someone playing some games on Carvana up at it's squeezing here today, and I might get stopped out through the high. But essentially what had happened was I just did get stopped out. You'll see it there will automatically go through. But as it got through to this high, right at about $30 into this 30 and change area, there was a buyer putting 50,000 share lots on the bid, and then if it came close to their bid, they were dropping it back, not willing to take the fill, but they were pushing it into an offer. And then they pushed it into this offer that they got filled for like 66,000 shares on the offer. And I'm saying to myself, okay, well, the market's near a high of the day. I'll just sit in the short. That bid is fugazi. That's a big player just trying to get a sell order. Once their sell order is filled, maybe it'll actually have a chance to drop back down there. But instead, it just held the range. And I could have scalped it. You know, obviously, I did get some entries at 30, 40. I could have taken it out at 30 even. I decided not to because I felt like the risk reward was that it didn't take out the high and then flush back in and can give you like a bit of a dollar winner. So it's all different styles. Like that was definitely scalpable in this range. If I zoom in on my 3 minute, you'll see it's like, oh yeah, for sure. Like you could have been playing off this range the whole time, but that trade off of the size and the games I was seeing, I just wanted to play it a different way, and that's why I was sitting in that the entire time. It has gone through the high of the day, so I'm now out.
Lots of opinions this week on bear market rallies. We'll talk about what to expect going forward here and whether or not this is something that will continue, will hold, and is there a bottom in already, guys? Here's just one opinion this week. Yeah, Bloomberg giving a warning, saying, yeah, don't chase bears in a forest, I guess, or something along those lines. I mean, the message, obviously, guys, you have to be careful of the fact that in a bear market, which we are in, the NASDAQ, anyways, still in a bear market, rallies get sold. Historically, if you go back in time, that is the message. So has the all clear been given for this current rally?
I mean, for me, if you're saying current rally, meaning it's a relief rally, then sure, like relief rallies are going to happen and they'll be spectacular. And the reason that they're spectacular relief rallies, even if they're temporary in a bear market, is simply because of the percentage moves. Like you'll have stocks that are down 70 or 80% from their highs, 50% from their highs. Well, if a stock goes from $100 to $25, right, it's been absolutely crushed. And if that happens in 1 year, and then in 1 month the stock goes up like 30%, let's even say, even 50%. Like that 50% up is 37.50. Like that is still 60% down from those highs. It's just simple math, right? So they'll always seem impressive. And the truth be told, you will have in every single time we've hit bear market, just about bear market territory, you will have had 20% rallies and then fresh lows, and then 20% rallies and then breaking the lows over again. So, we just got QT coming in from the Fed, which is, obviously the quantitative tightening, which is a new phenomenon from 9 billion to 6 billion. That's likely to weigh on the market in the second half of the year. So I don't think that the all clear is in. If you just think about where the SPY is right now, sure, you have another nice little bounce exactly at this 380 level. You've pulled back a nice little 10%. Could we go 20? I mean, that's what it would take to get us to the 200 period moving average. We're not even at the 50 period here. So the trend is still pretty clear to the downside, but it's a spectacular rally. There's no question about it. You're just likely to see these types of things. And at the beginning of QT, I don't think that that's a time to be like, oh yeah, everything's fine. We're going to go back to all-time highs. It seems highly unlikely to me at this point. But you have to enjoy these rallies while they can, and they're great trading vehicles, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, I feel like the bottom could possibly be an answer to your question. I mean, I feel like we just had some unemployment numbers come through. There's no problem on that side of things. Obviously, the big worry is going to be on inflation. And so if that can get controlled, then we'll have a different story coming through. And maybe the Fed, turns a little bit dovish from that if inflation gets under control. We know this is like the first time that many of us have even been in a rate hike environment. So yeah, get ready for some slippage coming up here. But the one thing I want to talk to you guys about is like, if you really think that, the bottom's in, or I don't know, it's getting close, I really feel like you just got to go over to names that you trust. And like AMD has just been such a rally. When the market wants to go up, it goes up pretty hard. So I just want to show you like some names. Oh, shoot. I'll have to zoom in a little bit more to show you this. But like this goes all the way back here. This is September. Like where we are right now, only
like it's taking out these highs right now, but we only really went down and just broke a little bit lower than where we were back in September of 2021. So right now we're just in June of 2022. Like this move down hasn't really even happened yet. Like if you want to talk about, possibly, I mean, we can look at a lot of different stocks. Apple would be another one. Neil talked about the NASDAQ or the S&P there, looking at some levels. But again, if you look at an Apple chart, like does this look that bearish, really? I mean, from the top, sure, fine. 180, 182, first $3 trillion company, yada, yada, yada. It made moves down, but it only really just went down to 138. Again, back where we were back in October, September of that 2021. You're going to have to zoom back even further than that to see some real damage. Like even if you go back to May of 2021, that's $122. So what I'm trying to get at here is this the bottom? I feel like it may have been because we tested so many times and now we're back up. If the Fed doesn't do anything dramatic, like change their course, they've sort of already given to us what they're going to be doing. So I really feel like, although there's been nice rallies here, we just ended, 7 straight weeks of downward moves in the S&P to finally finish up last week. So I'm wondering if there's a little bit of a tide turn. Could we see lower bottoms? Maybe. But I'm feeling like a move back in a stock like Apple by the higher quality, back like into 138. That's where I was buying, 137 right there. And I'm feeling like even a move back down here to 120 still really isn't the end of the world, right? The NASDAQ, a bear market down 20% or more. So we have that. So are we in one? Yes. Are we coming out of it? Yeah, I feel like we are. It's a little naive to say we've seen the bottom, but the worst days of some of these stocks going from like, you look at a Square, you look at some of these names like Affirm and these other names that are getting absolutely killed. I really feel like how much more downside is there going to be? It's going to have to be from Apple and from Microsoft and some of these big stocks that have held the weighting up on these markets. And I just don't see that happening right now. So we're going to still hold long, look to pick up some good value names and sort of stay away from those lower quality ones.
At the end of the day, price tells the truth, and a lot of these stocks are responding very positively to a continued narrative, guys, from the Fed, suggesting that their timeline, at least, is going to be on the longer end. They are prepared to sit on their hands and wait and see and act accordingly, but the market is still acting very, very positive. Was that the bottom? Only time will tell. I wanted to mention Boeing here real quick before we move on. Another one having a huge day, guys, up 7% for Boeing. There was a monster volume spike there that just happened at 140, the price, obviously not time, 140. Some stops maybe got run there on Boeing, but another one with a huge day.
Oh, don't trap me into. I know, like it probably like a big block could have gone through there because usually you see it move a little bit. Like I saw it go through that 140 level. It only got to like 14s on that break. So it has every sort of, I guess, indication of a bit of a wick off top there. And I look at it on the 15-minute, and you'd say like it is trying to sustain a breakout at next level. On the daily chart, it is trying to sustain a breakout on the daily as well. And that's more like 139, let alone 140. So I'm a little hesitant because I would have expected just to see a little bit bigger of a move to the upside as it broke 140 on that kind of volume. And then you'd have like a bigger wick top, and then you'd just be shorting off the high of the day. So I'm going to stay away from that. Like I feel like if that had spiked up to like 140.30 or 140.40, then that would actually mean that there were some longs that got trapped up there. It just feels like maybe a block print went off at 140. It's these round numbers that can get a little bit tricky. But yeah, strong day for Boeing like everything else.
All right, so right now, Boeing, we could talk about Boeing. You just talked about that a little bit there. The Kramer bottom was what, 123 or so? I don't even know, what is it at? Oh, okay, so it's not even close right now. There's people that are trading the inverse Kramer index, and I believe, and we'll have to find out what day it was, but Jim Cramer got everybody out of this one. I thought it was like 120 or 130, so sorry about that, minions, if you're following that. That guy maybe is dangerous, but we'll see here what goes on. Look, we all make bad stock picks. I mean, PayPal was one of his as well. I'm long Palantir. You guys know 13th, that. I think. The 13th it was for him.
I think. It
what day was that?
13th. Yeah, so that's right. Yeah, so right in here. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I thought it was 129. So that's about right. Yeah, 128, 129. So up to 140 there. Stock picking is a hard game, man. That's why I was saying about getting into SMH as something, and I actually changed up my strategy. I told you guys this: buying the Qs, buying ZEO like the XLE instead of individual oil names, things like that. This is a stock picker's market if you can find the right names. They're hard to find. Like, Boeing had some crazy bad news, and then today, and I'm long Boeing as well. Like, I'm long Boeing somewhere up here. So that hasn't been working out. I'm long all these names pretty much that I'm talking about. I'm a long only trader in the long-term account. I don't trade it with any options or anything like that. Okay, so I just said right now that we were short Microsoft, and I don't know. This name's obviously had its bottoms there today. We've been a monster. It's my number one stock here. We're just going to go a half position on this short. If it takes out 273.50, we're gone. I just feel like the NASDAQ there was starting to dance a little bit. I wanted to take something on in case we broke down through this level. We tried it there. We talked about that earlier, and then we just did it right now. This is, again, a 1-minute chart, so we just tested it 3 minutes ago to the downside. I need to be short something in case this move does happen. I just feel like the NASDAQ has been way overextended again today, and I feel like tomorrow might be bearish a little bit. I don't really have any reason for that. It's just this has been such a strong move to the upside. I wonder if there is going to be a little bit of profit taking. A name that's really surprised me. I mean, AMC, first of all, nice trading today for sure for AMC. We got long here early and we were able to get out. It just didn't go when it broke this 1325, but it did go up to 1350, and right now it's hovering around. I just bring it to everyone's attention because we've bounced off 13 a couple times. So if you want to, I'm thinking about taking positions here that, might have a chance to sort of move more aggressively here into the close, and maybe that's just going to be the long side. I looked at this chart and sort of said there was so much room to come down that might be a possibility here. And I also think that Apple, which has been strong, I mean, we were short. It blew up to the upside. We were able to get some nice longs, and then we hit the short again through 150. We did this live on the show. We're positive on Apple today. We just got out when it took down that 150. But look at this. It's bounced off 150 a bunch of times here. Apple, weaker than the market. It should be just as strong as the market. It's not, so it's weaker, right? So we're taking a note of that. If the market comes down, which it doesn't look like it's going to, so I may not have a trade here, but I actually like the 150 breakdown of Apple. Getting into the short on Microsoft, we're in it. Our average prices here is 20, so we're going to get blown. I mean, we're out of the money right now, 13 pennies. If this goes up another 10 pennies, we're out at 271.50, 273.50. So that's going to be a mistake taking the short. But again, we don't want to push the trigger here on Apple until it hits 150 to the bottom. So if it takes that down, this is the name that I want to be short. So we're long Palantir, we're long Square, we're short Microsoft, but again, definitely understanding that this one might not be for a long time here. It's a half position for me. We talked about that. It's a little more than half because we just got some more shares there. But here it comes back down. We're now flat on this trade. I like Microsoft short just because of the extended move and the news, but really my play is going to be Apple taking that 150 if it does happen. You're going to have to wait for it.
Yeah, just going to quickly show you guys Tesla. I did say that I was shorting 790 in Tesla a little bit earlier, and it's not anywhere near that price, but it just turned over at 788, close enough to it. And because I can't have that, I'm going to go back over to NEO. Now, I understand, we're essentially long NEO off that 18 break, but when I look at this getting to yesterday's top or close to it, that 19 even, barcoding, putting in a lower high just now, and then seeing Tesla roll over, I just went over and said, okay, look, enough is enough. I can get into this one to the short side. And the other thing that you have going on too is if I pull up the SPY for you, we were just looking at the SPY on a higher time frame, but you pop that on the 15-minute and you're at a multi-day high as well, at least close enough to it, that 416. So Austin 416, why not? We're at a pretty key level there. So I wanted to have something that I was at resistance, and because Tesla had rolled over, I decided NEO defined risk trade to that high of the day, and then see if we can just play off that. So I am now in NEO. I'm holding IMMX from earlier. And you'll see, I do trade buyouts on the side, and this CERN is I'm just spread trading the stock. So don't look at it. It's useless unless you can just sit there for a rebate or something like that, or try and catch some spread. The deal is going to be closing soon, so it's really not going to move. Another stock which is back toward its high of the day is Facebook. So you see the ES testing these tops. We just showed you NEO, Tesla coming off the highs, but Facebook about to test that 201 area once again. So if it makes a double top, that could be worth it to get back in.
Yeah, Facebook's one of my more recent. Come on, Softy. Bring it.
GameStop.
Bring it. Like, where The Rock, bring it. Right there as Austin 316, of course. But there it comes down in here. I don't know. We just got a bid there at 06. Again, just ahead of this 50 period, ahead of 273. Let's hope this comes back in now. Like I said, we almost had a full position there. It was half, and then all of a sudden we got that fill there at 40 or 36, whatever, giving us an average price now of 22. So it was just 20 cents of the money, nothing to write home about. But this is a good short for me. Let's see if we can hold this. It is risky because of this move, and we're not even breaking. Normally, I don't like to go short unless we're underneath the 50 period here. But again, we've averaged into it. Normally we don't do 3 averages like that, so close to each other, but they were just like kind of small pieces. And then obviously as the NASDAQ moves back in here, we're going to try to hold on to something before so we can get that short. Here comes the trade for Apple. Do you see where the 50 period is here at 150.50? So I think we can give this about 50 cents. I mean, I don't want to, this to break that 50 level and then it just say, nope, thank you very much, and go right back to the upside. It's done that a couple times today where it hit levels and then bounced off there, including 149. It breaks 149, goes to 149.20, then comes right back to 148.50 before getting back to the upside. So let's see if Apple can take this down right now. And they're softy. Like, it just went to 273 flat and all the way back up. I have a feeling that this short might not be the short that I want it to be. So I'm definitely looking more at Apple here.
I mean, Apple's at a good level. Actually, I was looking at Microsoft too. That's why I was sort of asking. It's a Microsoft one you're talking about, right? Because, like, Softy, it's at the level that it fell from, like, this morning. Like, that's pretty much it. Like 274. So if you're going to short off a level, there's really not much else that you're going to be looking at here. I'm now kicking myself. I should have tried GameStop just now. I was watching GameStop, and I covered it at 130, and then it got right back up, got to 134.97, so right up to the 135 and pulled back. So that was a scalpable trade, but I'm not going to chase this move down. At this point, this could be taking out the top. And I said above 120 I'd be long, but once you start getting into the parabolic moves and making those types of highs, I then start to play into the short side of the trade. It's just usually the way that we go about doing it. And if it does clear, there's a lot of room here still. I mean, the 200 period moving average on the GameStop, not that it matters, is 150. But the last significant level, I guess, to the upside, in my head I had 138.80, but I guess it is this 140 level clean from a few days ago. But guess what? We have options expiration next week, tomorrow because it's Friday. And we have our options expert as our Thursday guest. You guys should be excited because Brendan is with Danielle Shea.
In fact, VP of Options at Simpler Trading, Danielle Shea, back with us once again for a take on another exciting week. Great to see you as always, Danielle. I'm just watching the market. This buy program is relentless right now. It just won't stop. Back to the upside. Let's talk about the overall market to kick things off here. We've been saying over the past couple of weeks, it's a bear market. Bounces typically get sold. Somehow, yet, this feels different the past couple of days. What are you thinking?
Well, right here now, what we were seeing over the course of just the past few days anyways, is we started to see a little bit of a pause. And then finally, yesterday, the put-call ratio started rising again. People were getting short just in time for us to break above a previous high. So we're just seeing another short squeeze here again today. Checking out the put call ratio and seeing where it's at right now. We are currently sitting at about 7.75. It was up at a high of about, I think it was about 0.95 right here on my charts earlier this morning. So once you get up to a level around 0.95, there's just too many shorts in the market, and any kind of reason is going to cause them to cover. So at this point, they're covering. We're going to see how long that lasts, and then if we can get short again.
It's an interesting move, nevertheless, in the sense that, there's been so much negativity, so many stocks getting beaten down right across the board. We've talked about many of them with you. A lot of those today catching quite the bid. We can talk about Block, we can talk SQ, obviously, we can talk about Datadogs up 20%. Like, all of those, I don't want to call them pandemic stocks because there's so many of them now that have just been crushed, but what's your thought here when we get those 20% plus kind of days on individual stocks specifically?
Well, it definitely makes them great to day trade because we're seeing this big momentum coming into some of these stocks. And I mean, it hasn't really lasted as far as a swing trade basis, but they've still been good for day trades right here, especially with Datadog. And I mean, I like Datadog. It's a good company. I own shares. I like the cloud computing sector, and I also like the cybersecurity sector. And when you look at, Hack, the cybersecurity ETF, it looks like it's trying to break out here. So I mean, I would love to see a sustainable move higher in this space. Right now, for me, it's just a one-day move. Definitely can trade it, but I'm still cautious as far as it being a longer-term move higher.
Well, let's go to the big one then from last night, GameStop with earnings. So many people with so much attention, obviously, on GameStop. Give me your thoughts here going into last night, and what do we do with this thing now?
So going into GameStop earnings last night, especially as an options trader, it had a really high implied volatility, about 300%. And that was pricing in about a $20 move. And so generally what happens is those options are incredibly juicy. They're very high priced. The earnings report comes out and the price of those options tanks. And so at this point, what you have is you have the fact that, number one, this ticker is actually moving higher after earnings, which it never does. And then you have the fact that the pricing of the options has come down substantially. So at this point, I think it's great to trade it. Yesterday, I was talking about selling options on this ticker because they were so expensive. But at this point, I mean, it's holding up well. It's holding up above 120. I mean, I think you could probably trade it up into 140, 150.
Let's talk oil here as well. I mean, it's one of those things when there's so many other things going on in the market on a day like today, the GameStops, the AMCs tend to take a bit of a backseat. Oil, one of those. I want to get your take on the energy sector. It's been very volatile, back above 115. We get, OPEC coming out today saying all the right things as far as increasing production and output going forward into the end of June and into July. From a market as a whole, what are your thoughts here on oil? And then is there one or two maybe individual names that you still like heading into the summer months?
So, oil definitely been very strong. It's been the relative strength area all year. So, I mean, anybody who has energy stocks, I mean, I personally would keep holding them. That's just what I would do. And I want to keep trading oil to the upside, but I do want to do it in a conservative way just because it is so extended. The only stock in the energy space that I was really looking at was Chevron, and that's because it has actually pulled back a little bit, not very much. That's my main problem with all the energy stocks right here. Chevron has some consolidation right here on the 8 EMA. You're sticking right around that 175 price point. I would like to target 180 and then 185 on it. But I do want to be careful with these because I always hate buying something right when it's right up near an all-time high.
Hey, Danielle, how's it going? Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you as well.
Well, we're short Microsoft here, and it's starting to go to the downside, and I actually want to talk to you about it. I'm trying to find the article that was printed here today because I don't know if you saw that this morning, but Microsoft had a little bit of a dump down. Here it is on a re-guidance. I don't know this website. I've never really heard of it. Something BC here. I don't know what this is, but Microsoft lowers fourth quarter guidance, citing unfavorable foreign exchange rates. So I know you're the queen of options, but when you see a name like this come through, for us here, it's easy because we're live. We're trading, we're active, and I even remember I had to Neil was doing a little segment on the futures, and I was like, no, wait a second, something just happened with Microsoft, and here's the move. If you look at my screen here, guys, a big move to the downside, and then we sat here. I noticed the bottom. We went long here at 261. Our best out is right here at the 50 period, 266.50. So a nice little $5 win. But is this a name where that you kind of look at, regardless of what your thought is on the long-term prospects here in the market, when you see a headline like that, or yesterday when we had that with Meta, the same thing with Sheryl Sandberg stepping down, is that something where all of a sudden maybe like you were saying, the implied volatility, maybe the cost of options gets too blown out of control when that kind of stuff happens? Or is that where you sort of step in and say, hey, maybe this move is overdone one way or the other? What are there option plays there, maybe to write calls, puts, things like that? Do you do anything on instant headlines like that?
So, as far as the pricing of options exploding when there's any kind of news related announcement. That's absolutely true, but Microsoft has always had really low implied volatility. So I really don't see that impact on Microsoft anywhere near as much as you'd see it on something like GameStop, which is actually why I usually like trading it in the options market, because then you don't get as crazy of swings, but it's more relatively, trending and consistent. First of all, I 100% agree with you that I think Microsoft is a short here, and Microsoft is one of my, top stocks in my long-term portfolio. But this thing is a short. I think you can definitely write calls on it. Looking at the options, the one reason why I don't usually write calls on Microsoft is because the options aren't that juicy. Right here, it's actually not bad. If you go out 2 weeks into the January 17th option series, normally, if I was going to sell calls on something like this, I would go to at least Delta 20 or maybe Delta 34. So that's going to bring in about $350 to, let's see, about $200 to $350 per contract. So, you just have to decide if that's something that's within your risk parameters. But I think Microsoft's going to 250. I think it's in a downtrend. The news today definitely didn't help. One of the main reasons why I love Microsoft is because the earnings are always so consistent. So I like that you're trading it to the short side.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, we just took a nice little profit there. At some point it gets too overextended, right? So, all right, Danielle, VP of Options Trading at Simpler Trading. Any last minute advice for any of our listeners right now about the current market conditions or anything if they were looking to trade some options? If you could give one maybe idea right now, what would be your top without spoiling it for everybody else? But what's one idea maybe that our traders can look at here before we see you next Thursday?
Well, what I'm primarily looking to do right now is I want to short some of the relative weakness areas that have rallied. So right now, XLC, that's been one of the weakest areas of the market. So I'm eyeing the different tickers within XLC, Facebook in particular. It's up pretty big today, which gives you a great entry point if you're trying to get short, because everything's been so low. It's been really hard to get in. So looking at something like Facebook on a rally today, if I could sell some calls up at about 200, even if it got a little higher up to about 210, that would be a really nice spot with all of this overhead resistance.
Danielle Shea, VP of Operations at Simpler Trading. Thank you so much for coming on. We definitely look forward to it. You're my favorite guest, and I think you're a lot of our viewers' favorite guests as well. They can find you on Twitter. Thank you so much, Danielle. Have a fantastic rest of your week, and have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Ciao. That was pretty good. I didn't want to.
Loving it, by the way. That's the other thing.
Oh yeah, the chat's loving everything right now, and they should be loving this. Spin it. Money. I basically just graduated everyone behind us. I went by there as I went and got a coffee here. Cheers to everybody else. I was like, everybody should be shorting Microsoft right there. Shout out to Catherine who did it as well. And there goes Microsoft. We like it so much. Look at this. We got out there, like as we were just about to talk to Danielle, we got out. So there it is, right? Out. We took a piece out there at 06. It went back up, and I was like, we take that short again. The circus is back, baby. And there's another out for us right there. About $1 worth of a victory. We're 80 cents in the money right now on Softy. And you know what? Because this trade is just working out so darn well, I don't know, I'm debating right now this 150 break. It got as low as 150.06 here for these guys. So I don't know. I still like the 150 break, but maybe not as much as I did before here because we banked a lot here, obviously, on this Softy trade. As now it's coming back up, but a nice little take there on Microsoft. The market definitely had its dip down as expected. This is what we call, man. We wanted to go short. We thought this was going to dip down a little bit there. It did that. We took advantage. We got out of the majority of our Microsoft. Now it's starting to head back up to the upside, possibly reloading again, but I'm not going to stamp the reload until I see the action up northbound. But there it is, Microsoft. We have a little piece left. Let's just take out one now because we're at the fifth. Whoops, I put this wrong price. There we go, just punch out. We're at the 50 period right there. We'll take out another little small piece now, and we are still holding 20% because of the reload, I'm not sure, but 20% or so of what's left on this trade. Microsoft topping it off, man, stacking the cash at the end of the day.
Yeah, remember what happened in the futures there. We get that 416 level on the SPY. If you're looking at the ES, it's 4160. It just depends on what vehicle you're watching here. So it did make that pullback off the multi-day high. We're showing you the 15-minute. This is what it looks like on the 3. Pull back about $1.50, so you're going to see a lot of names having followed suit. I chose NEO because Tesla was rolling over. That got to first level, still looking for that second level. And as long as that high holds, you're shorting in front of resistance. It's like when we came on at 2 o'clock, you're either holding on to longs deep in the money, or when the market got to these highs and everything's on resistance, as a day trader, you're scalping off those tops. Now, I didn't get GME the third time through. Oh, sorry, check that. What's that? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I didn't get it the third time. Didn't get it the fourth or fifth time through off this 135 level. But the sixth time, is that still a charm? So I just shorted 134, which has been a good price for me, obviously, but I did not take it the last time here when it gave you $2. I did take it now. At some point, this really could take out this 135. And as I've sort of been pointing out, if we do get through that, you've got 140 here, you got 145, you got 150. You do have some upside levels here. And GameStop is a bit different. The market does not have to break out for GameStop to go. You're probably having to take out that level on the ES or doing it simultaneously for Apple to get going to the upside, for Softy to break through. But GameStop can definitely do it on its own here. So you have to watch out. I'm always going to have a hard stop when it comes to GameStop. There's no area stops. There you go. It just broke. My hands weren't even on the keyboard. And you'll see, my stop just hit, and now it has a chance to break. I want to see some follow through here because it's got a bit of a spread. The last time when it took out that 120 in the morning, I was able to sort of wait it out by a couple of beats and then get that long trade without actually having to jump into it automatically. So I was able to get in. It's in the 3-minute chart, so it is in the same candle, but I did wait a minute or two before I got in, and essentially got the same price that I would have stopped out at. So I don't want to just jump into the long. I want to make sure that we're holding a bid here and then see if I can get that follow through, which could come to 140. I think that's your next target.
I saw right before we went on with Danielle, I think it was you, if Rusty, if you're watching there, I do remember that I was supposed to send you a shirt. So let me know, not to throw anybody under the bus, but I guess it never got sent. So I can't speak to the person that probably should have sent it to you. But right now, if you do message me again, I was just in my chat, and honestly, I can't find it. I'm literally in my chat scrolling through right now, and I don't know if you go under a different alias or whatever, but send it to me. Let me know that we talked about that, and I apologize because if I had promised to send you something, obviously that will come through ASAP. So definitely hit me up, and you will get a Trader TV Live shirt. I think it was for a small little contest that I randomly decided to run in the middle of a day. So yeah, let me know, Rusty. That's my bad. I did see you put that in there, and I'm going to be a man of my word there. So if I didn't send it or you didn't get it, let me know. I'll check our records because it still could be going. So I don't know, supply chain issues, but I think it was like a month ago at least. So that's on me. So let me know there, Rusty, if you are watching. Okay, all right, a few things here. Palantir, we got out. So Palantir was actually, we got a little bit of a revenge on PLTR today. Shout out to Henry if you're here as well. Yeah, that was a nice move to the upside, breaking through $9. We tried to short. So first we were long at 9. You remember that? That would have been good to hold that. Unfortunately, it came back in, and we got out on a 895, which was decent because we went down to 887 on that play. So saved ourselves a little bit, but you never save yourself some money when it would have worked. So we got out there. We didn't get back in. We tried a quick short here at 10, noticing that on the daily. Remember our daily chart was right here. We zoomed in on the morning, and thank you for watching us again. Me and Neil are live at 8:30 to 11, then the midday show, then we're back at 2. So if you're watching for the first time, join us tomorrow at 8:30 again. This is Palantir's right here. That's 910. So we bounced off 910 the last 2 days. So that's why if we go over to the minute chart today, what I was doing here was shorting 909 or 908. I guess it was 908. And then there's my out right there at 913. So we lose that 5 cents for sure. But then once that broke, we just went double. It's hard to see. I guess you can't really see. Oh, there it is. So we went double. Whoops. We went double longs right there at 14 and 15 and got them all, most of them out at 20. And again, we had more shares there because we're kind of upset. Remember, I'm too impulsive. Don't trade with me. And there we go, 915, 916, a little out there at 21, out at 24, out at 29. And again, remember, we're taking more shares. So this is what we're doing. And then we held it. We went out for a walk. I Shout out to Nelson, one of our viewers there. We went out for a walk with his daughters here, kind of like interning for us from a university down there in the south, in the States and the south. Boston, so that's not too
Everything's the south.
That's what I was going to say, so I don't want people to think like, and we went out, showed her some City Hall, took her around, did a little bit of that. But anyways, we missed that top. I went to God out anyways. Then all of a sudden we come back, we sit down, and it breaks that 930 shelf there, so we just got out. So that's the Palantir trade that we are in. And then Square was actually not bad today. We got Square on some of that Apple talk. We averaged in there. It actually went back up, and then we just took a little bit of a hit on that last little bit as we broke back through 87. So if you're seeing some Square trading there, it wasn't bad. I mean, that's an 88 break, and that's an 89 out, so that's $1. But then we got back in at around 87.90, got out at 87.50, then another dump. So we're actually flat on Square today. That kind of sucks. Wish we had a little bit more cash to blow through on that name. That Facebook call, I apologize if are you in this? No, you're not. You're in Neo short, so that's probably just as good.
Not as good as Facebook would have
Yeah,
been.
that's what I was going to say. Like, we were
Meta.
short.
Wow.
Meta, yeah. Well, whatever. It's still, I don't even
cares?
care when this thing's change. When it changes to Meta, I think we'll naturally call it Meta, but whatever. It's still Facebook to me. Yeah, that's short again. I mean, look, we have the Microsoft banger on, so that's fine. But this would have been even better, man. 201. We hit it once. We hit it twice. We hit it 3 times. Sold down there to 199 and change. Might be time to pick this up, but you're going to notice we've bounced off this area a couple times now. So I don't know. If this market fails, I know I want Apple. We're already into Softy, and I'm still long Ford as well. So I got 2 positions, short Softy, long Ford. Crypto's doing okay today. Bitcoin just hovering around 30.
Yeah, I'm just sitting in the neo trade. Obviously, Facebook would have been good to get back into, but it is what it is. Like, it took out that high. I didn't jump back to it. I saw Tesla going down. That's why I like the neo move. We only got one leg of that out, but I had the futures up here because I was talking about the SPY, but I did want to show sort of the overhead that we're looking at, this 41.6 that we're sitting at, and how big it is. Like, in the grand scheme of things, this is a pretty big price area anyways, between 35 and 75, the band that we're in terms of a resistance level. But then when you zoom in, like, you can see this is just that morning high that it's trying to get to. So you had a pullback, got 10 points, and then right back into this high. So we're in a consolidation range, which definitely means usually you want to be scalping at least something out, right? Like, it's that type of a trade where you should probably be thinking about scalping some profits out. That GameStop, it's now looking like it does. The volume's okay, but it's actually holding a bit of a bid here above 135. So I think I can still maybe get into this one above that price. I just didn't want to have it as an automatic, hey, let's just take the break. And then all of a sudden it makes a wick top, and it's like, what am I doing with it? But now you are holding a bit above that 135. So I just grabbed some shares here alongside. I figured it would probably do this because the volume wasn't that big, and there was no need to be in it. But it didn't absolutely flush when it was going back and forth there. And usually you can get that same price if you're just a little bit patient with this. So I am now in this. I still think there's room to go to that 140-ish area, maybe 138, 139 as well. But it is running out of time with 45 minutes to go. I'll have to make a decision on it. If we haven't really rallied to at least 36, 37 in the next 10 minutes or so, then this one could be done. And then you look at, is it starts to pull back right now? You look at AMC, which is the other name that I'm monitoring. That's way weaker, much weaker, I should say, way weaker. It's much weaker, relatively speaking, but it's holding up from that 13 breakout price. So if you're trading this instead of GameStop, it broke out 13. It's got 13 support. That's been holding. So if GameStop goes, then longs off of 13 look pretty good on AMC. And if the market goes, maybe they both just work out and nothing even matters here. But for now, I'm just in that 135. I just want to be patient with it before we jump too early. And if we do get a big enough rally in the market, I still do like some short levels on Tesla, but it's got to be 790 or 800. If we get a really, really big push, I think we'd have a shot at it. But Tesla, it fell so far that I had to go over to NEO because that was the only game in town.
Yeah, just messaging Trader Pratt here a little bit.
What's he saying?
Oh no, we're talking about some bets already. So first NBA point score and things like that tonight in the NBA. So I'm excited for that one.
Just don't pick Draymond.
Is Draymond not playing?
No, because he won't take a shot till the third quarter.
Yeah, he'll get the dimes.
He'll jack up some nasty three in the second quarter.
Draymond. We won't do that. It'll probably, whatever.
first scorer, like honestly,
Those are so
very,
random
very,
props.
very, very
I get
tough.
it, but it's like the Super Bowl. It's like how long will the national anthem be? Like you're
Right.
just
yeah. There's just
Like,
there's just a promo there on one of those, so that's what he's talking
Oh,
about.
is one of them free?
Yeah, it's kind of like that. But okay, so we'll it's like you bet it, you get your money back. I think it's only up to $10 or something, right? So yeah, it's just a shot in the dark right here. Okay, but here goes. So like I said, look how strong Microsoft is there. We already got like our best out there is 272.30 as we were talking, or that's not as we were talking with Daniel Shea. Yes, actually it was right there. And I said that we didn't want to really reload this. I mean, we can now at this price, but it's so strong. I mean, look at this thing just go to the upside. I mean, to reload this now and just get taken out when it breaks, it seems a little bit crazy. So let's just cancel this. And you know what? I don't know. Let's put on a little bit more. And I'll get the stop order out here. So that's going to be, well, it's going to break right now anyways. 273. Here it goes. Let's get a little bit more because we don't have that many shares on. 273.65 or so. If it breaks back above that, then we'll dance with it one more time. We'll put on another short here. Okay, so this one, the confidence level is like a 3 out of 10, something like that. This is not a very big position. I want to dance with it in case it does fall back down. But the move is strong back in. And the reason why the confidence is not that high, the futures are actually not moving, and this is shooting to the upside. So this probably wants to make sure it closes green today. It feels like that's what it's doing. You can look at Apple right now. And you know what? Like when you have a confidence of 3 out of 10, you probably shouldn't take the trade. But hey, we're going to take it. We're going to see what happens
on the
here.
risk to reward.
Yeah, it's all about risk to reward. So we'll see. Like my risk on this one, honestly, well, here it goes. So it's going to break. But the risk on this, as you can see, we're short at 40. We're going to get on 60s. So that's a 20-cent worth of risk. You know, if it comes back down anywhere near the 50, I mean, it's going to get out anyways, but let's talk about this. If it were to come back down here, which it's not, to this 50 period, then that risk to reward works, right? So you have there about 40 cents worth of downside, risking 20 to the upside. So that's what we're doing right now. It's going to break, so it doesn't matter, but that's a risky trade. I mean, I could take some out right now, maybe. Maybe I should do that and just not worry about it, but it's 20 cents. It's not a huge hit here, but that's the kind of risk to reward stuff. There it is. That's the kind of stuff that we're talking about. Again, very, very light hit, but still took it. Nice little move back for Microsoft. So you had to take advantage of those calls, and that's what I'm saying. Like, watch out, right?
It might not be over.
Our sort of hastiness sometimes, like, it's a scalp trade. This is a very profitable move for me, like very profitable. So, you know, we got to get in and out, and you got to sort of trade your own timeline and understand the kind of style that we're doing here, right? It's just like I said, Sean said Apple short through 150, but it never broke 150. So I didn't get triggered into it, right? And now with the NASDAQ rallying, I've already canceled it. So I've canceled my 150 short. Don't like it anymore. So, you know, sometimes things change, and especially in this business, man, I mean, there's no faster, I don't know. I mean, I can't really think, honestly, of another business where you have to make decisions that can change this rapidly.
High-a-lie. The fastest sport in the world.
Yeah, what is it?
Is high-a-lie.
What is that?
Oh, so it's they played a lot in Miami actually. You know, back in school, you had that big scoop. And you hit with the ball in and just like throw it really fast. Yeah.
Like
in Jackass, they mess around with it. Like it's crazy. Just throw it off the wall. Yeah. It is. If you watch it, the ball's going like 170 miles an hour.
I'm saying changing the decisions though.
Yeah, I'm
not saying reflexes. I'm just saying,
okay, fine. You're changing decisions.
Yeah,
Nothing's like trading. Nothing's like trading.
Yeah, I think so.
Speaking of changing decisions, we show wins and losses, and I think it's one of those like. Okay, so Carvana, that game that was played at the top, it did give it up, and it finally broke back below 30. So I could have been sitting pretty in this, but I had to stop at the high, and it ran the stops, which I think I even said at some point, I'm like, it's going to run the stops before it goes, and then I didn't listen to myself, and it did run the stops, and now it is heading back into the downside. And that's just, it happens to you, right? But if I don't have a stop set there, well, who knows? It could be at 31.50. Like, all kinds of things could happen. Now, we're right back at that 41.6. So what am I going to do? I'm going to go back over. I should just be short GameStop. This is ridiculous because we're still at that resistance point in the futures. I don't know why I'm even thinking about the long. Like you're getting a pullback even further in Facebook. I came in and was shorting that level when we started. I was shorting GameStop off this level. Now I decided to go long because why? Because I thought it was bullish, but now it is really starting to fail this move, and I should just be saying to myself, this is ridiculous. If we don't break out, I should still be looking for the shorts off resistance levels, and this is still technically below one. So I'm going to have to jump into that play. If we get below 13 on AMC, I would at least consider that to be sure. And then the Neo short, which I'm actually in, that can't seem to break the next level down, 1860 here. But if the market goes, it's not going to matter. Like, it will break it down, to be sure. I don't have an entry point in Tesla. I would have to press up a little bit higher to get me in. But I'm telling you, there's definitely a chance that this 41.6 on the futures just does not want to give it up. There are so many, and remember, when the big names are at resistance, Microsoft, Meta, Tesla, Apple, when they're all at those levels and the futures want to go higher, it doesn't matter. Some of these other stocks that are super strong, and you're like, well, these other stocks are breaking highs, they're at the high of the day. It doesn't make a difference, man, because if those big ones aren't breaking out, then the ES isn't going anywhere, man. And that's just the reality of the situation. So that's why we're always watching the big names in addition to the SPY, in addition to the NASDAQ, because they matter too much.
All right. I want to say thank you so much to a couple people here. Thank you to TradeX Freedom there. We love your energy while trading. Learn a lot from you. Thank you for that. But I have to talk to Bears versus Bulls here because I thought this little emoji guy was like an FU finger right there. What is this?
I can't even see that.
I know, you can't even. How do I make this bigger? Can I even make this? No, I can't. I don't know. What is this guy here? Is that like, I know Bears versus Bulls means it to be positive, like thanks. Is it a high five? Like, I don't know what this guy is. Maybe you guys can tell me what that is there. Yeah, hit the, wait, someone just said so many likes. Yeah, hit that likes. It's a thumbs up emoji. Okay, good. That's good. Thanks, Bears versus Bulls there. I don't know. I still don't think that's a thumbs up emoji, but I'll take it for that. So thank you for that. I'll use that more. I thought it was like one of those things that I said there, but obviously we wouldn't be doing that if that was, okay, it is thumbs up. Okay,
yeah,
good.
You can't give it.
Yeah, I was going to say,
it wouldn't exist if
no, but we love Bears versus Bulls. I was like, yeah, I just want to make sure that's what that was because, and it's my bad. I was like, I never used that in the chat. Because I was like, I didn't want to do that to somebody. And then I saw a professional do it. So I was like, okay, it's a thumbs up. So I can hit that now. So now when I hit that, now I know at least what that means. That's why I've never hit it. So I see that in the chat there as it comes up. Okay, one name that we obviously should have been shorting was Facebook. Thanks to Danielle Shea. She came on and was like, hey, Facebook looks overextended at these levels. I mean, I agree. Up to $200. We've been here a couple times and faded. So this is what it looks like on a daily chart. The last couple times we hit 200, we just went back to the downside. Once we broke 200 here, went down to 170. But there's the break, on earnings back up, right? The last time I bought this name was down here, pre-earnings, 173. So that was coming into question yesterday on those bottoms. But yeah, 200. Just to go on what Danielle was saying, I feel like any stock, and there's a lot of them, that if you feel that there are some, bull bear traps here, some moves that are about to happen, possibly catching people that have been buying the last couple of days and then realize that, hey, that bottom's not in. Like, you want to be on names that are definitely around the 50 period here because that's an actionable level. So right now for Facebook, you can see how it just like it went back up to the 50 period, kind of rode it right here, bounced off of it here, it's bounced again. We did break higher on earnings. We talked about that, but those are some of the levels that I feel like a lot of traders watch. It's not just us with the 50 period. I mean, I've called that up. We used to have Mark Roberts, the stock father, on the show, and that was where I started using the 50 period, and I mentioned that to him, and he liked it, so I've sort of kept with it on a daily chart. So I've been watching that a little bit. So just, names like that. And you look at a stock like a Microsoft, she said maybe this was a fade. Yeah, I mean, again, it's bouncing up against its 50 period. Some of these other stocks that have been so beat down, like in a firm or, anything like that, like, look at the 50 period again. Like, bounces up to it, hits it, bounces up to it, hits it, bounces up again, hits it, fades. Like, there are names like this that when they hit this period comes back in. So you ever get a name that's within a couple percentage points of the 50 period. A firm isn't, right? And the 50 period's at 33. This thing's at 25. So if it ever got up to like 31, 32, something like that, I think that's more like where you'd put that on. Is Ford like not moving here or something? My net is not, yeah, okay, good. I was gonna say my net's not changing at all. Ford is in a channel here. Watch out for a break lower of Ford. I'm gonna put a stop in right now.
In the channel,
1390 right now. We're gonna get out of this Ford if it does break lower. It's my only one position right now is long Ford, so I do have to find something else. We were in that softy short, which has pulled back a little bit now. It did make that run to 74, so glad we got out there, but yeah, it seems like it's kind of basing out. Maybe we go long if this comes back to 273.
So I did just get out of that GameStop, and I said it's like like, what am I diddling with this thing for? Like, it can't seem to pick a direction, and that breakout just had no volume behind it. So unless I see a real volume spike, I don't want any part of that one. I should be actually thinking about still shorting these levels if I get an opportunity to do it. But the ES is getting to that high of the day. So we are trying to break out that level. And there were some names that were pretty interesting. And we talked about Facebook already, Tesla as well. But I'm in NEO, and if we take out that high, you know what, I'm not even going to wait around. I'll take a little bit out here, because when you get to that high of the day and you're still in the money on one of your shorts, you can always just elect to take some profit and not even let it get back to that top. But CVNA, this spike, I thought for a second that spike would give an opportunity to get back into Carvana. Because I kind of feel like this is a name that could definitely roll back over to VWAP on any weakness after the games that were played at the top. But that spike doing absolutely nothing, getting it to the high of the day. Of course, as soon as I get out of GameStop, now it wants to go. But I think I'd rather just hunt for the 140 level. If it gets to 140, I'll just try shorting that level instead. That was such a weak breakout, and even the volume right now is not that great. AMC was different because AMC was playing off of VWAP, playing off of that 13 area. As well. So if I can get that, at least I'd be playing it off a support level instead of just trying to take a break.
All right. Just firing off some chats here. And again, thanks everybody for watching, man. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the share. Follow us all on Twitter, on Instagram, at TraderTV. Sean, I actually just started posting the last couple of days here, reels and things like that for the Instagram, for the sticky note. We have a great Jordan quote, Tiger Woods quote today on there as well. So some sticky notes going through. I actually didn't refresh this. I don't think we're getting too many plays on them. Sometimes they're reels. We're trying to fool around with them a little bit. Oh, today was just good, man. 3,000 views. Like, these are getting more than like the videos that we do, the trades of the day. So thank you for that. 2,500 views there, 3,000 views there for Instagram on our sticky note today. Plus, we got all the love on Twitter as well, so you can find us over there if you want some trade ideas. And again, trade your own book, right? But Neil, myself, and Brendan, we'll give you the ideas. That's why you got to make sure you actually also, I have it up right here. Actually, I don't have it up because I have our internal one. Let's go to watchlist.tradertv.live. I'm going to call it up for you in 1 second here. This is everything we do is absolutely free. And I know, people always, and they probably do the same to you, Neil, they message us and it's like, hey, we'd love to take a class, like to do this with you guys, but we don't do that. Go Pack Go, by the way. I saw Aaron Rodgers took down Josh Allen, in the golf, but it's just golf. So don't worry, Neil, it's just golf.
The old guy's going to beat the young guy every time.
No. Look at the PGA. Okay,
but Josh Allen is too busy being the best quarterback in the NFL.
Yes, he is the best quarterback in the NFL. Okay, so right now, look at this, guys. GameStop. What I was getting at here is that we have a free watch list. So you definitely have to sign up for this. It's watchlist.tradertv.live. Brings you in here, all the talk on here. And to be honest with you, you guys know this. This is where I pull. Not only that, it's a pretty cool website. It shows all the recent tweets that we've had on here as well. But and then we have a cool video on our Microsoft trading earlier on. So that was pretty cool. This is where I get the stuff for my sticky note on here, as well as listening to podcasts and things like that. So definitely make sure that you pay attention to that. As here we go. Now the market's really starting to crater a little bit. Microsoft is back down near that 273. That might have been worth the short. We already danced with the short and got burned right on our last bit, which was very, very small. But here it comes right back in, taking down that 50 period. Ooh, I want to be short into the close. I just got to pick. AMD's already down so much. We got to pick the right name. That's where we got.
I got to throw a slipper at myself.
Yeah, you should throw a slipper at yourself. Yeah, or just hit yourself with something.
So
you got a slipper over there, Brad?
There was that 41.6 level we talked about. I was looking for shorts, and I'm like, whatever. I don't really trade the futures, so I'm like, I'll just trade the micros for a second there. And I played that level, and then the second I'm in it, I just scalped out of it because that's what I'm accustomed to doing. And it's what am I even doing? Scalping a trade like that. If it was something else, I probably would have held on to it. But we just had a wick high through that 41.6 on the ES. And I'm looking over for some shorts to be had. And someone mentioned that I should be in a firm. Yeah, probably. That was one that I could have gone to. That's below VWAP. That broke 26. That looks pretty weak. Maybe there's a little bit of a pop. We can retest those highs and I can short off 26. I was in and out of AMC flat because the second I saw that wick high, I didn't want to be entering longs when the market just made a wick top. Right, like that's pretty simple there, especially something when down around VWAP. I'd rather be playing off resistance than something weak. So yeah, a firm qualifies below 26. Maybe you just give it to like 26 and a quarter, but it's so far off of those highs or the key levels that I had before, which is that 25 level that I traded this morning. So I do have to keep it tight to the vest at these prices. So we'll see what happens. But I'll try to get into this one in front of VWAP and give it to like 26. 10, 26, 15, something along those lines. Gonna hold on to this NEO to VWAP. Hopefully that can pull back.
I love that. Sean with one mention totally took away the mystique behind the sticky note. Yeah, look, I mean, I love doing that for you guys. Yeah, Prad might throw a stiletto. No, I don't think so. He's not wearing his today on there. Okay, yeah, the Qs are about to break the support. I just went into Apple short, and again, like it didn't break the 150, so we're just going to test against this level again of this 150.60. Like, I don't even want to give this to the high of the day. I mean, maybe I will. So hold on a second here. Let's just regroup here. Remember, I trade very erratic. So, and what I'm trying to do here is plan this trade, and it's like I want to be short something in case this market breaks. Like that's the move. I feel like Tesla's a good short as well. We were short Softy. Again, that has its own stories behind it, so I'm not too sure about that. But you see, here come the futures right back up. So like I said, we've started to cancel some of these orders now. We take one more fill there. Normally I would have taken a fill at 40. We wait a little bit to 50 there. Grab that short. There's that 60 level. I am going to give this to the high of the day on Apple. And part of this is trying to put a trade on to see if there is that risk versus reward.
Oh, come on.
Like, if the thing about this trade on Apple, if it breaks 150, I'm not sure how far this goes down with only 20 minutes left, right? The imbalances are going to come out. They're going to do their own little dance here. We're flat. We're actually in the money. Well, we were just in the money on this short. I'm trying to scalp this out. And my idea would be basically to get it out at 150. I just don't know if we take that down without a more dramatic move. I mean, the NASDAQ did pull back. It pulled back once. It pulled back again. And both times we stopped at 12,800. So, this probably doesn't go down, but if it does make these moves again, Apple will retest back down here to 150.15 or so. So that's kind of the play, and I can't give it just to 60 because we're there already, and that doesn't make much sense on a $150 stock to say I'm tapping out after a 15-cent loss. That's not going to happen, so we're going to have to give this to the high of the day. Apple strong, not as strong as the market, and of course, here we go back to the upside here. I really feel like you're sort of picking at trying to find trades right now.
Yep.
There has to be just like you on GameStop, you just said it yourself.
What was I doing?
We don't need to be in anything, so I'm going to wait to see what happens here at 151. Let's go short near this top and just dare Apple to take it out. I hate to do that because I love Apple. It's one of my recent purchases, but let's see what it wants to do here at 151. I don't think it wants to take the day out unless these futures absolutely scream. So I'm happy with this short. We'll put some bids down here for trying to take 35 cents on this because the risk will be about 35 to the upside. So we'll see this for Apple. We're going to average in around 70, and then we'll see what happens at 80, and that'll be a wrap from there. So right now we're short Apple. We're out of the money 3 cents. So, let's not worry too much about it, but it is a little bit bothering me that it's not back down near that 150.
You just want to be in something that you can sit in and be like, okay, well, this is my reason to be in. This is my level. I can just set it and forget it. Like, a firm gave me that opportunity. NEO has been giving me that opportunity. GameStop, and what I mean by it, look, it's still doing this nonsense at 135. Like, okay, well, you pick a direction off 135. It was a short before, but now it's like, back and forth, wick down, wick up. These are all real. Up to 136.5, back down to 133, back up to 136.5, back down to 134 with a 40-cent spread. And again, on relatively light volume, like nowhere near what it was doing at these prices earlier. So, that's why I'm sort of staying away from it now. And I'll sit in a firm in NEO and be comfortable with those. Brendo?
There was a bunch of individual stocks throughout the midday show related to monkeypox, guys, talking about possible solutions to the monkeypox if you were to attract it. SIGA was one of those. It was up anyways nicely on the day. Just hearing or seeing, anyways, some people talking about, apparently they're going to be at the World Health Organization tomorrow talking to the WHO. So it just popped up on some volume.
Yeah, we get to be headline hunting again. Why do I feel like, and this is just, it's just a gut feeling, they'll be at the WHO, and what I'll be looking for is just a spike into resistance, and then suddenly an opportunity to maybe like sell this one off. Now, this had a wipeout bottom, so it's worth, I'm missing data on it, but this had a wipeout bottom, so it's always worth looking for that next leg up, I suppose, because a lot of times that can be a bit of a strong sign. Like you wipe out a bunch of weak hands or stops, whatever you want to call it, and then a lot of times you can have an extension to the upside. And I'll be looking at two things. One, you did have the lower high here at 13.5, 13.60, and then the $15 level on SIGA. So that's worth watching tomorrow, which we know is going to be fireworks, right? It's the end of a week. It's the start of a new month. Obviously, with all of the, Softy, Microsoft, Facebook, Meta. We just had GameStop earnings. The oil's been going crazy. This is going to be an interesting end to the options week. But I'd throw these in there just to have levels to watch. And there was a line in the midday show that Luca was saying, he's like, you want to be reactive. And that's what I want to do on a stock like this. Like usually when something goes parabolic or has a chance to, I don't want to guess which way it's going to go. I'd rather react to the move than take the trading opportunity off that. But you have to be watching it first. So that's where it starts for me on the monkeypox stocks. I always want to be watching them. And it's a good thing we got out of GameStop. Now, should I have maybe gone short again? I don't know. And when the answer is I don't know, then just don't do anything. But definitely the long, I didn't think, it didn't have the juice to go. And now you're seeing it really start to pull back. And obviously you don't want to get trapped when these things can pull because the bid can evaporate really quickly. On a 50-cent spread, sometimes it'll tighten up on you, but if that drops and the spread also continues to widen, you can be at 130 in an absolute heartbeat, and you really don't want to get caught on that. And we did get an update from Financial Juice for the imbalance. $47 million to buy. You were joking this morning, Sean, about how the imbalance locator in the morning was the smallest we'd ever seen it. Yep. And then here in the afternoon, looking like a nothing burger with the closing imbalance.
But the funny thing is, and this is another thing I was talking to Baxter about, and it's like, if the imbalances are big, then possibly, and I'm just trying to find like, some equation, like something to like, if that, then this. What do you call those things? But anyways,
Logic gate.
It's
Logic gate. Ooh, I like that. Brad, programming logic gates there. Okay, so if and thens, but it was like if the imbalances were relatively weak, maybe we get a muted day in the market. Yeah, good job on that one. Up 2.4% now for the NASDAQ and just ripping all day, and the same with the ES. So there we go. Yeah, but all right, let's just keep this going now. Party is starting right now as this market is starting to go back to the upside. And like I said, I'm just going to sit in this. It's not going to wind up costing me that much money, hopefully not. But unless I somehow magically up my shares here, which I'm not going to do. We're going to take one more fill upside here around this 150. And again, Apple's been super strong. We've really, really liked this name over the last little while. We started shorting it today, blew through the long right there. That long is 148.30. Our best out on that is 148.90. So only took 60 cents. Then we shorted it again. Scalp out ahead of the 50 period. The only danger spot right now is, you see, I don't like shorting things when we're above the 50 period. It's much different. Like this ran into this level, but like where I need to get out is well below this. So we need to crank lower and then get into here. Like when we see some key levels that have been tops where we can go back in and bounce off the 50 period, that will give us a win. That's what I like. This 50 period right here is just putting me flat. Like that's 150.40. I'd rather we be up here dancing on these, retesting the 50 period down here. But instead of that, sometimes you got to switch up your game. And I just want to see it go back and look at 150 flat. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about. That buyout number, ever since you said that CERN or whatever you're looking at there, that imbalance number of 47 million isn't going to sway us one way or the other, I feel like. So if it's only that small, I don't think there would be an imbalance really on Apple, so we'll wait to see where that comes out. Remember, NASDAQ, and I don't even know what's included in that number, if that's just NYSE. Like, again, it's from the Financial Juice, so it's not a website that we support. Well, we support it because we talk about it every day, but we're not affiliated with it or anything. I don't know, is that NASDAQ only? Or?
Here's what I will say. Like, I don't know what numbers Financial Juice gets. My understanding of when you get an early look on the imbalance is that's coming from the NYSE floor.
Right.
So typically it's like you still have the floor brokers at their posts and they're getting it order imbalance information. And to the extent that you get early orders on the NYSE handhelds, then you're able to get that number. So my understanding is like that wouldn't, when we get this early number, it probably doesn't include NASDAQ names. I'm not 100% sure about that, but my understanding of how it works means it should only be including New York. So if there's big imbalances on Apple and on Microsoft, then in theory, that's not included in this early number. I could be 100% wrong about that, I think that's my understanding of it, though.
No, I think you're 100% right. So that's also, and then that's why sometimes it will come out like, it'll be like 300 million to buy, and then all of a sudden it comes like 3 billion to buy.
Right.
It's because the NASDAQ, the prices of some of these stocks and some of the bids that can come on them are monstrous. So we all know that. Like, it just takes Tesla just to have like 100,000 bid, and that number gets bumped up like crazy on that. There was a name, I just saw someone, it was Snapchat, that's what it was. Shout out to whoever mentioned that. It was YAH. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, it's right here. I don't want to keep saying his name there. It's not like it's misspelled or anything. Right here, YAHTUB37. Thank you so much for that. I don't know if that's a vaccine or what, but thank you so much for that call out on Snap. Let's have a quick look because, NY. These are all the markets that we have, by the way, as drop downs here at Day Trade the World. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. It just keeps on going. Brazil's in there, Amsterdam, everything. NYSE American is there. But we're just going to go over to Snapchat, which is, of course, on the NYSE. So we just go .ny. There was at one point over 50 live markets available at Day Trade the World. That number may be higher or lower. It's been a few years since I was part of the trading floor development team, but I believe that number is pretty accurate. Okay, so here's Snapchat fading off a little bit. The reason why we look at that, of course, is because the bad boy here, Facebook, has fallen $4. Well, now it's bounced back up $3, but from 201 down to 197. So Snapchat, again, $15 down to $14.80. Not a big move, but a nice move today on Snapchat. Again, you know, Evan Spiegel came out and crushed that stock. This was one of my better trades in May, was hitting that Snapchat short. That was incredible. That went down to $12.60. Still not even off it yet, but look at the break that's going to happen on Snapchat. You want to be here for this. This could be an options play for sure. If you think the NASDAQ is done and there's some, you know, some buying possibilities here in the in some of these tech names and especially social media, like look at this level right here for Snapchat. You take out 16, you probably, you know, it just needs like one good upgrade or something like that, and you got a nice little gap fill here to 22. And remember, like it was a guide lower, so a lot of those numbers are already now baked in. Like it's just one couple more moves up here. I wouldn't be surprised, and I don't own Snapchat shares or anything, but I just wouldn't be surprised if we could somehow fill that gap on like a positive report right back up to the upside. I mean, I'm so amazed, honestly, at how Microsoft reacted today to them cutting guidance.
You know what? It's like it's almost as if short sellers sometimes are looking for, in this market right now, they're looking for reasons to get out, right? And when they get presented with it, it was like the Facebook thing yesterday. It's like it got to that 185 support, and then there were just buyers, and it wasn't just decent buyers. Yeah. Like there were stacked bids, there was icebergs. In a liquidity vacuum, when you just had bad news, for there to be instantly iceberg orders on the bid, that kind of tells you, like that's, like I don't know, there's either somebody that's like, I'm waiting to value buy the stock, which could be in a bear market, but it can also be the shorts are just taking their opportunity on bad news to take that cover. Amazon's at 2,500, and I did say I like that level. If this was a different time of day, I'd probably be sitting in this short. Because when Amazon broke 2,500 the last time, it got to 2,503 and then pulled back. So that's the equivalent of a $250 stock, right? Like going up like a few pennies above that price and then pulling right back in, getting like 30 cents above and pulling back. And now it's doing the lower high as well. So essentially you could be risking $3 or $4 to be sitting in the Amazon short, but we're like 6 minutes before the imbalances, and I'm already sitting in the Affirm, which could stop me out. NEO, which I'm already in as well, just a little bit weaker. Amazon's super strong, and maybe we get to play off this level tomorrow. I have no idea. Well, I suspect because it's options expiration, we're going to hang around here for a little bit. So 2,500 could be in play for tomorrow, guys. But it's a monster level. Amazon, of course, the split happening over the weekend. So on Monday, look, don't freak out on Monday when Amazon is a little bit lower. It's just the split. You are not out of the money. So I don't want anyone having heart attacks when they check out Amazon on Monday morning.
That happens all the time.
You know what? And the crazy thing is, and this isn't bad. Like if you're new, I see it all the time in the chat where someone will say, "Oh my God, what happened to this?" And it's like, no, that ETF just had a split because that's what they do. You're not up $1 million. It's just, or you're not down, whatever it is. It's just a split. Sometimes you look at that, you see the percent change, and you freak out. It happens.
Yeah,
but
it does.
If it's super extreme and there's no
remember the last
news,
one.
it's probably a split.
Yeah, there was something. Was it Zila or something? Nah, it wasn't Zila. There was
a small cap that did
There was a small cap that did it, and all of a sudden, it went the other way. It was like a reverse split, so it went from like $1 to like $60, and people on the chat were like,
they were freaking out.
I can't remember what that was, but that was great. That was a great experience there. It always sucks when it's you because it's like me getting that. Oh, by the way, I won $20 on the last lottery, and
nice.
Not bad. Yeah, good.
Why? What is it today?
Well, it's set. First of all, it's 70 million with 48 $1 million draws. So pushing in on that one, Trader Pratt. I'm not worried.
See, I don't play.
Okay,
I don't buy lottery tickets, but like, because I think it's a bad bet. But when I want one, I just tell my wife to get one. So it's like.
Yeah.
So I don't really play it, but then she does.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're like my family, I mean, it's just like, here you go. Here's the money, honey. Here's the money. Do whatever you want with it. And then at the end of the day, I just hope I have enough to pay the bills. Okay. But anyways, so the story was why I was talking about that is because I got it again. It's like, you're a winner. And you're reading it. I'm like, okay, here we go. And I'm like, how much did I win? Like, how many millions of dollars did I win on this? $20, but it's still better than a free play. $5 a ticket is what that
roll
would cost
that on
you,
Golden State
to get that on.
And you're good.
Yeah. I already have Boston to win the whole thing.
Oh, you're Boston.
No, I'm not. I haven't. I got plus.
Oh,
500.
the old bet.
Yeah,
okay, never
it's
mind.
plus 400.
So why don't you? Okay, well,
No, I don't want to hedge it. It's not that much money. It's like whatever. Yeah. I'll just roll with the Celtics, and if they win, they win. You know, diamond hands.
I mean, they won't, but.
Yeah,
so the market's breaking out, by the way.
Oh, ESPN had them win 87%. I can't believe that. Vegas has Golden State. Brad, check the odds on the series. I think it's like Golden State minus 130, something like that, maybe minus 150. Bradley's on it. All right, only 4 minutes until the imbalances. Apple is starting to go back up to the upside. This is completely fine for me. As you can see, I'm just chilling right now. We've already made a decent amount of money. We've already hit some of our goals today, so that's great. We will give some back. I mean, if it takes down 151, we're gone. So just like your booze, 151 proof, we're going to wait for Apple to take that and level out. If it does, we're out of there. It'll be probably about a 50-cent hit because I'm going to average it on this very, very soon. I don't want to trade too close to this number. Would rather this fall back in. Yeah, I don't know if we have another update right now. The last one was $47 million to buy.
I haven't seen any other update.
I'm not going to worry. Unless that dramatically changes, then I'm not going to worry about it. So that's what that is right here.
Yeah, exactly. I don't expect too much change. I'm watching the futures here because they did break out. So we took out that 41.6 level. And if you remember, I just got out of a firm as well. So I'm just going to stop out of both of those. I just have that stupid buyout left. It's a future I want to see here because there was an overhead level on the ES that hopefully it's still drawn here. Yeah, because I haven't flipped away. That Arun gave. And essentially, this break could be false because you've got that 41.75 level. And this is why we go over them in the morning every single day. And keep in mind, like, I'm not sitting here trying to be the futures guru. Like, Arun is feeding me his levels, and he's still around. It's just he's what I'm watching. But it is this 41.75, and we're still in that channel. So even though you're taking out that consolidation high, you've got overhead resistance. I'm real curious to see where these imbalances come out. If they were to come to the sell side, then the resistance levels are still in play. And if they come buy side, then watch out for that ceiling about 10 to 15 points higher. We got a couple of minutes to go before they do drop. And then you also remember, you have a lot of individual names which are on pretty key resistance levels. Amazon 2500, Amazon 2500. You've got Apple, Microsoft, Facebook, all of these at pretty big resistance levels. Tesla's nowhere close to it because it pulled back into VWAP, but it's still heading to the south side. That's why you're not really breaking out here. None of the big names are following through.
Oh, as if. I'm at 80. I thought I got this. I went to 78. Mike Apple, we just missed that trade, but whatever. Maybe it won't work anyways. So as expected, I was pretty much dead on those odds. Minus 160 for Golden State to win and plus 135 for the Celtics. So it's pretty close. But again, obviously, what is it? How many championships does Steph Curry have? 3 or 4 or something like that? Maybe more? I don't even know. right now. Okay, 202 million or something like that to buy right now. I think I just heard. So we'll watch out for this Apple trade coming through. Ford's not moving, and you keep hearing us talk about these imbalances. So here they are right now. They are not out yet. We're going to make sure we don't get any NY or any ARCA ones. You can see this is all of 930. Pretty soon this will all update. We're not expecting any millions or anything like that, but we will sit here and watch this trade. Maybe I just take we'll wait for the 80, man. We'll wait for the Apple 80. If we get it, we get it. Out at 151 proof if it takes that down right now. Yeah, I think you might be right. I am the changer. 900 trillion to buy. Ugh. What is
900
this,
trillion
what is this,
to
the
buy.
Fed's sheet here coming through? Quantitative easing imbalances. We'll wait to see what happens here.
Yeah, this ain't Dogecoin, man. There's not that much liquidity.
Yeah. There's like 90 trillion. I don't even know if there is a Dogecoin account on coins outstanding right now. Bodyguard in the building, so that's good. Okay, Apple with the short right now. Let's watch it. We just got averaged in right here. Now, see, like I said, look where we're short. Average price 58, so even if this goes back up to the upside, completely comfortable losing 400, not 400, 40 cents on this trade. We'll go from there and, just trade this accordingly. I don't like holding something into a number, but here it comes right now. Yeah, it's upside. There goes Apple. Apple's going to take out 151.
PayPal.
Always was a little bit of a risk on this. PayPal with a sell. Shoot, as if Apple. Apple's the fourth highest right now. That sucks. That's just bad luck right there, to be honest with you. But is it bad luck, really? Apple's been a buy all day. There it is right there again. Yeah, trade the shitty names, man. Oops, trade the bad names. Uber with a sell. Some of these names that continue to get beat down are there as sells as well. And then PayPal as well. So, you know what? I haven't looked at PayPal in a while. What is PayPal doing anyways?
It's only Apple that's to buy. I just pulled up
Yeah,
PayPal.
thanks, Apple.
It's at $88 here. And the first thing I thought was, okay, the market going upside on a slight buy imbalance, opportunity to fade something. But, it's not really, there's no volume. There was no spike in either direction. I was kind of hoping that you actually get a spike to be able to fade or break out off of. And then when I was watching the futures there, we actually didn't get a push into that resistance level on the ES. Like, you got maybe like 8 points away from it there, so we really didn't spike up. If we had spiked into that level and then really we end up with a tiny imbalance of nothing, which it looks like we did, then I probably would have tried that short off the high, but pretty much I'd say a nothing burger. You don't want to force into a trade. I could have held on to a few things. You could have had that 41.60 break if you're looking for it, and that gives you a pretty good scalp trade. And I do see there are some small caps that are moving, guys. So those late day rallies, it's tricky for us. We have to be flat at the end of the day, as I think all of you guys understand. So that RPTX that did go just now, it did get into some interesting resistance, but it broke out this 13, and he would have looked at 15 to 16 to the upside there. So it was on my radar, but that's not a trade I'd ever put on that late in the session. But a late day runner that if it holds 13 as a bid, I think we want to watch this tomorrow, guys. So anything that was that strong, that wants to hold its last breakout, we should always be watching to see if we can trade it. Just be careful swinging these things. I say this every single time. When you get a runner like this, these lower float runners, if you cannot execute in the pre-market, then it's really dangerous holding a swing, because a lot of times the best price you will see if it does a rug pull will be at like 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m. And if you can't trade those times, it can be tricky taking your profit if you've held it overnight.
All right, so Apple, remember, we're short 58s. Apple's come back down. It's only at 70 right now. So it's a 12-cent hit, which, considering that it was a buy side, isn't too bad. Oh, we just got some more out at 66 there. So we're pretty light now on Apple. I got to actually change my stop order right now because, again, we're lighter on this name right now. So this is not even going to be really, it's going to be a hit if it takes it out, but we just got some out there at 66. Again, that was an 8-cent hit, but we still do have 60% of this trade. So let's just massage it a little bit. If it goes back to the upside, there we've adjusted our stop order, and we will work from that now. So here we go. Apple to the downside, probably not, but there's a couple outs. We're wrong. We're just flat wrong. There's a bid at 70. There's a bid at 66. We got out there just to ease the pain a bit. Let's just see if it wants to go. We do have a flip coming. Hopefully we can withstand that at 355. And what we mean by a flip is that Apple's already. See, now it's only 758,000. It was, 1.2 million, something like that. Oh, yeah. So Apple was essentially a 5 million share buy. There's 4 million's already paired off. Oh, where'd it go? Now it's gone completely. Yeah, I think Apple might be gone. Oh, there it is right there. So it was a 4.2 plus 600, right? That's going to get you to 5 roughly. So 5 million shares to buy. They've already matched in their internal engine there 4.2 million. So they still got to find buyers to take the rest of the 600,000 or whatever it is. So as people start putting in orders, like for me, for example, right now I'm short 500,000 shares. So if I put it into that, that's just a joke.
Flip it.
But if I put it into that, oh no, actually if I was short, I'd have to buy. So I'd be adding to that, but it's the other way around anyways. But this is left to buy. So sell orders will come in and pair that off. So when that gets paired off at 355, if it does, I do expect Apple to go down because there's no more buy pressure. But right now there is buy pressure on it. There's still 700,000 shares that need to get done at the close. So hence, Apple sticking upside. Hopefully we can hold, I want to try to hold on to this for that print, but we're only now 20 seconds away, and it looks like it wants to take 151 without me here. So well, there it is. So we're going to watch, ooh. Oh, there we go. We got out. So there it goes. Takes down that 151 and actually flipped me long a little bit there. So watch out for this. I'm going to get out of it now. That was not a great trade, but here comes Apple back up to the upside. Okay, we might as well take, whoop, there it is. Now there's the flip, and it's just dancing around. So we're just going to hit offer, enter, get out of this trade, and move on from it. Apple looks like it just wants to continue to go to the downside. So small little hit there. Doesn't look like we needed to make it, but that's Apple. And I think that was pretty fun. We got to see those imbalances, and that's how we trade them.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it's all about. Like, it's all about trading a plan in real time for you guys to be able to see the thought process. I'm just staring at this. I saw Lulu break the high of the day. They reported 405. We're going to talk about earnings in a quick second there. Very strong move. But the overall market in that breakout, it's just getting right to that resistance level. It's like, why can this not be earlier in the session? Because we're about to brush up on that 41.75, where if it were to fail, there's just room for it to maybe vacuum back down in here to that 41.60. But speaking of earnings, we do have a few names left on the board as we're getting toward the end of earnings season, Brendan.
Yeah, pretty impressive, the buying right now. Here's another one, RH, coming aftermarket tonight, almost 4% right now, trying to get back to day highs. Restoration Hardware coming aftermarket as well, guys, but there are the rest.
I thought you only call them RH now. Or is it somebody else? It doesn't matter. But obviously, Lululemon, we were just talking about because it broke the high of the day.
And because it's the greatest company of all time.
Company, not stock. Product, not
both.
stock.
Anybody that invents that is the greatest of all time. Okay, so we're just out of Ford right now. We'll spin the money on that one. That's been a great trade. We're able to get out there on that imbalance, going back up to the upside there. So that was wind up being a good trade for us on that one, out of Ford. And yeah, Lulu is a name that Lulu is a name that I want. Is that still right? L-U? This just doesn't look right, but I guess
NASDAQ.
it is. Yeah, no, it's fine. Just when I typed it in here, it just didn't look right. But we'll watch out for Lululemon. It's been destroyed a little bit with retail, but it's bounced back nicely. You see the NASDAQ. I mean, everything just had a great week last week. So off the bottom, 260, we were just there. I'm not going to make a call. Obviously, I'm a little biased, but we'll wait to see here. I don't even own shares in this name. I should, if I'm touting it that much. I do own shares in Nike, so I think that'll be interesting to see what happens right now. But Lulu probably needs to take out 317. If it does that, then that's a nice little take for us on that. We'll see if it can do that, but I'm excited for that. And then Restoration Hardware, I believe this will be a beat and a guide forward, so we're going to watch out for RH tomorrow coming through. Why do I like this name? Because it's a high quality furniture. We saw Nordstrom's had a good quarter again, based on just higher spend from those customers, right? And so we'll see if that's going. We did go long 151 on Apple, so right now I'm just like scalping out the rest of this. It doesn't look like it really wants to go, but oops, that's the daily chart. Here's the minute chart. So we did go longer on this name, and just like if you can't beat them, join them. There's a 151, there's a 151.10. So now we're making a little bit back on this name with only 2 minutes to go. I don't see anybody on the bell,
I'm
but
not sure who's going to be on the bell.
It'll be
today.
somebody.
They're going to surprise us, right? So
Yeah,
it's always fun that we get to have a surprise. We had Spencer, one of our traders, do it. We've had Tony do it, of course. One of the other names, of course, was CrowdStrike. There's a lot of names on that list that are not. They might not be as cheap as you think.
CrowdStrike. I like CrowdStrike.
CrowdStrike, it's still pretty expensive on a PE basis, and it's not. It's not. It actually has a tiny short flow, which is interesting to find, probably because its PE is so high. But this is another name which has broken its channel, at least broken the recent channel to the upside. So has room to the 50, has room to the 200 period moving average, and it's all about can it hold that level of support at 160. Even a slight beat and a decent guide for it can have it get to that price. But just always watch out, because the value, when you have valuations like this, you do not want to have a miss and a poor guide, because it's still an expensive stock. It has to have something good out of that report. Not much of a short interest, given the fact that it's priced, I guess, aggressively in terms of a PE, but realistically, it's not the only one out there. And thank goodness we got out of Firm, because that one just bounced to the upside with the rest of the market. Rising tide lifts all ships, and there it is. We stopped out at a Firm at that 26.1 level, and it looks like the market is right at that 41.75. If that's a top, then I guess Arun called it. It looks like it's going to be, oh, cool, give me a break. Yeah, it's, the Pokeroo's going to be on the bell today. So Fahad, who you guys have never actually seen.
Or is it Fahad?
I don't know. There's no way to know.
No man shall know, and that's the way it's going to remain with him. But
what a guy.
We just crushed Apple to the long side there again. We made back a little bit of money there. We got out at 27 was our best out. So with only 10 seconds left, the man, the myth, the legend is in the building right now. We are going to get
6,
5,
4, 3, 2, and...
He gone.
He just revealed something.
He revealed that he has glasses.
The glasses.
So you guys all saw that.
Not so slick now.
I feel like this is like Where's Waldo? Like he's giving you little pieces. Oh, and he just did not hit his head on the bell. So that was great. Way to avoid that one, Fahad. But I told you, man. People's Trader don't lie.
That's on camera somehow, him hitting his head.
I told you he had the hoodie with the headset. I like that move. I may rock that tomorrow on Casual Friday. Trader Proud reminding everybody, Casual Friday.
What happened to the dress shirt, bro?
Proud took the dress shirt off already. Oh, there you go. You're on camera right there. It is. Good job there. See Brankles behind me. All right, let's go over to Brendan and see how this amazing day finished up.
Very positive. Back to the upside, as we said during that segment that we did on bear market rallies, guys. Pretty impressive on the way back up. The relentlessness of some of these names today. Back to the upside, amazing. 2.7% there for the NASDAQ. 1.85 for the S&P, a full percent for the Dow. It's been a long time, though, since we've had a board that was that positive, guys. Good to see.
It is. There's not a single thing is going to be bad about that board. Even Brazil decides to come along with the party, and the TSX, which sometimes, realistically, it's counter-trend of the NASDAQ.
There?
Oh, you know what happens at the end of the show, you know how I hear in the ear everything, so I have to hit that button.
Yeah, I don't like to hear that either.
You guys don't know what I'm talking about, but it's like, we hear each other towards the end of the show when they do that big four board. So anyways, but yeah, it's a great day. Everything was to the upside. The futures broke out at the end of the day. Of course, we do have Friday, which sometimes can be a bit of a reversal, so we have to dodge that bullet.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for all the nice comments there on the chat.
What did someone just do on
Look, what's up to Rob Frame? I mean, everybody has different daily goals. We've chosen not to share our nets with you guys, but we have traders behind us. This is a definitely big operation here, so we're really happy to be here trading for you every single day. And thank you again for watching. We don't want to be about the nets; we'd rather be about the trades, and that's why we show you every single trade, explain to you what we're doing, and you can take it from there. So thank you to everybody forever, and hit the like button if you haven't been able to do that yet today. It's been great. All-day streams. We're changing a few things. It's been good. We're really happy with everything. So thank you to everybody for watching. Losing my voice already. We got karate tonight. We got gymnastics tonight. I'm going to go pick up a putter tonight as well. Nice. A nice little ping. I can't do the Scotty Cameron there. I don't make as much money as the man in the purple does.
I don't know.
It's funny how it has not changed anything, though.
Yeah, exactly. So that's part of that play as well. But a ping answer is it's pretty expensive putter there as well, so we're going to do that. And this is what I told my wife. I said, hey, look, at least if I can't golf, it's kind of like this. Imagine you're in the Major League Baseball and everyone's using aluminum bats, and you're there with a wood bat. Aluminum's better, right? Right, exactly. So to me, my putter is literally a 30-year-old Arnold Palmer blade putter that looks like one of those ones that you have Oh, Prad's joining us. All right.
Get a
Looks
30-year-old putter?
at least 30 years old. I'll bring it in tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, we're
and I
old. What am I
actually
talking about? Yeah, we're old.
Yeah, it's because the reason why I know it's that old is because I was using it when I was in high school. Like, oh yeah, I shouldn't say how old I am. But anyways, I guess I wouldn't have been in high school 30 years ago. But the point is that I had, and I re-gripped it with a Green Bay
That's a great
Packers
age, bro.
grip. Yeah, but I still think it's from then too. So, anyways,
Out of Peel Village?
new putter coming. Brad, you, what are your golf clubs saying? Are you a righty, lefty? What's up?
And all of them borrowed by Greg.
Oh, borrowed clubs. Okay.
The Greg
okay.
clubs.
Greg
Yeah.
clubs. Okay, so
Nice.
got the good luck on the Greg clubs.
It's the best brand.
Guys, yeah, we got to wrap this. I got to go get that putter. So thank you to everybody for watching. Hit the like if you haven't. We're back tomorrow at 8:30. Check out our new additions, man. We have a pre-market recap. What?
Prad vanished.
Oh, I was gonna say, I thought it was because I don't stop talking. We have a pre-market recap video now and a post-market recap video. So check
Coming
that out
up.
as we're about to do one of them here. So thank you to Brendan for all his hard work on that one. But for everybody at Trader TV Live, we got to get out of here. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. Ciao.
Okay.